Good to go. Morning, everybody. I declare open this hearing of the Senate Community Affairs References Committee's inquiry into access to diagnosis and treatment for people in Australia with tick-borne diseases. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to their elders past and present, and I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing in person and via video and teleconference. In the room, we're joined by myself, Senator Penny Allman-Payne, Senator Askew, later on Senator Reynolds. Senator Pratt is joining us via video conference, as is Senator Kovacic as well. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all senators that as we continue our work implementing the Set the Standard report, as Chair, I will ensure that proceedings are conducted in an orderly, respectful and courteous way. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to please mute your microphones. I now welcome Mr Peter Owen. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Hello.
Good morning, Mr Owen. We can hear you loud and clear. Would you be able to just state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing?
Sure. My name is Peter Owen. I'm a representative for TICNA, Tick-borne Illness Community Network Australia.
I now invite you to make a short opening statement, Mr Owen. If you could keep that to around 3 minutes, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Sure. I'll try to do this for 3 minutes. Okay, so a bit about TICNA. We were established in 2018, and our primary aim is to educate the public about ticks and their diseases to prevent the general public from being bitten in the first place. So I'm here to represent the outpatient community, though. I'm also a tick-affected patient myself and have been sick for over 22 years. I have become too sick to work since 2003. I now have confirmed overseas acquired Lyme disease based on 2 prior overseas tests, which an infectious disease doctor in Melbourne agreed to that in 2019. He agreed that the accuracy of the German tests were reliable, even though Australian tests were negative. He assumed that I got these from my travels through Asia in 1994. I also tested previously first positive for an Australian rickettsia infection, and then 8 months later tested negative, and then 3 years later tested positive again, and I'd never travelled or any time in between that. Most likely, infectious disease doctor said these were from my travels throughout Australia in 2002 or 2003. He said this was also a positive test, even though initially they said this was a negative test, so I didn't receive any treatment for these. The infectious disease doctor also found that I had a rare parasite called nathostomiasis, or river blindness. Now, in all of these cases, it took over 17 years for me to get an accurate diagnosis of overseas acquired Lyme disease, Australian rickettsia, and this rare parasite. I never remember any tick bites or any rashes. So before this, I was wrongly diagnosed with fibromyalgia and ME/CFS. So with treatment, 16 years later, after being sick, I had 2 months of an oral antibiotic and 5 months of antiparasitics. After I finished treatment in late 2020 for the Lyme disease, overseas acquired, and rickettsia, Australian acquired, and the parasite assumed to be overseas acquired, he said I was cured of everything. Told me I was cured, as he had followed the Australian guidelines for treatment. I was not any better, and I remained very unwell, and I left with a final prescription from him for antidepressants. I was not depressed. I was just unbelievably frustrated. In my case, the treatment was too little, too late. To put this in perspective, consider my case like being finally diagnosed with cancer, missed by everyone before I saw him, and now I'm in stage 4, and I was only given a month of chemotherapy to cure me. I've since done more testing overseas myself. I'm seeing Australian labs in most cases tested negative for Lyme disease for me. The tests in 2023 that I had done overseas tested positive again for Lyme disease and now anaplasma, which is a kind of a cousin bacteria to rickettsia. With a new doctor I've now got, as recently as October 2024, I finally tested positive in Australia for Lyme disease at a lab in Australia, which is the first time. I've also sent my blood across to a microscopy specialist overseas, and in January this year, January 2025, I tested positive for Borrelia again, anaplasma and Bartonella, which can be seen quite clearly in the microscopy. And I've included these microscopy test results in mine and TICNIS submissions. Today, our community would like to address many things that I will not have enough time for, but others can address and add to these. So that's a bit of a background of TICNA and myself, but I was wondering if it'd be okay if I could set this whole day up with a list of things that I think that our community would really like to address. I won't have the opportunity to address all of it, but others can take hold of that as well. So would that be okay if I would just list a number of things that can set this day up?
I note, Mr Owen, that you do have a number of those things listed in your submission, which the committee has read. So what I might do is give you a minute or so to summarise it, and then I'd like to go to questions.
Okay. Look, I just list the things that should be addressed today, and then, to be honest, ongoing as well. The Department of Health 12 recommendations response, the lack of social media education, the need for broader media for tick awareness, the lack of warning and education signs throughout Australia in endemic areas, the lack of tick education for many doctors and medical professions, which is still not ongoing. I consider to be, the ineffective use of $1 million in research for psychiatry to treat us. It's a bit like saying, if somebody was bitten by a bitten by a snake, let's go and talk about it instead of offering real treatment. Big issue is the testing shortfalls that's in Australia with anything to do with tick infections and a broad range of tick infections, including not only Australian tick infections but overseas. And I'm calling on the need for Australia to develop chronic care clinics. And I can talk further about that. The need for a broader range of treatments, because the ones we've got is just inefficient. The need for a tick-borne disease working group, like they've got overseas, that needs to be established and ongoing, and it could include other vectors as well. So definitely the need to investigate other infections and other conditions. I mean, in my case, I had parasites, completely overlooked. So we're not only dealing with just ticks, there's a broader range of vectors that just go, unseen. I mean, for example, fleas can transfer rickettsia. So I've got 22 years of a lived experience with all of this, but look, our community are square pegs trying to fit into round holes into a medical system, and it's just not working. There's a huge disconnect between the government and the people and the Department of Health and the medical associations and the reality of our suffering patient community. There's just a huge disconnect. Then there's a lot more work that needs to be done in so many areas with NDIS, with APRA, with disability insurance, with equitable Medicare rebates, and I can list a lot more than that. I've outlined a lot of that in my submission as well. So since 2016, to finish up, our patient community has felt absolutely no improvement for any of us already sick at a clinical level or any changes to stop the public from becoming bitten. So, any questions?
Thank you very much, Mr Owen, and thank you very much for your submission too. You've said in your opening statement, you've talked about overseas working groups. I'm just wondering if you could elaborate a little bit on, give us some examples of things that are working in other jurisdictions.
Sure. Look, ticks in the USA are the #1 vectors of disease, bigger than mosquitoes. So the USA, a number of years ago, established what was called a tick-borne disease working group, which involved a number of disciplines from various areas, from pathology through to the medical professions, to specialised doctors who were treating people in this area. And they formed a working group, which eventually led to a knowledge that ticks are greatly under-recognised around the world. And especially in Australia, we seem to ignore the fact that ticks cause human harm. And I know everybody's sort of waiting on this research to come about, but in the meantime, while people are waiting, there's a huge community of people just suffering, really, with debilitating complex. I mean, I haven't worked in 20 years. It's ridiculous to say that somebody's been sick for that long. It's either not dead or is not fully recovered.
All right, thank you. I might move to Senator Askew.
Excellent. And thank you, Mr Owen, for appearing today and for your submission. We really appreciate your input into the discussion, and your experience, lived experience, is a key part of what we're here to hear about today. We're sort of aware that the department's actioning supposedly the last report, but we've obviously heard over the last few years, especially in this parliament from my perspective, the frustrations in the community of people that are living with these illnesses. So my main question, I suppose, to you is, what would you like to see the key outcomes from our committee, the recommendations that we would be putting forward, and also what is the short, quick fixes that may be able to get something happening sooner rather than later?
Okay. Well, look, I think step #1 is to stop people from entering our community. We don't want more sick people in our community. There's absolutely no social media whatsoever on any state or any federal government website at all about ticks. I mean, I've been following this for a number of years, and the only one that I've seen just recently was from the New South Wales Pathology Department, and that was only put out a couple of weeks ago. And that's the first one I've seen. And yet you've got an abundance of health information from anything except for ticks. I'm astounded that it's not even out there. You know, we don't need to talk about, is it Lyme disease or not Lyme disease? I mean, this no Lyme dogma that's infiltrated this whole thing has been an absolute furphy. I mean, we have got infections in Australia that we've found in the ticks already. You know, if they're not causing harm, I mean, that's a ridiculous thing to sort of say. We've definitely got harm from our ticks. I mean, rickettsia's been known here since the 1800s.
Yeah, no.
It's killed people in the early days, and yet we're still ignoring it. I mean, everybody says there's no Lyme disease in Australia, but ignores rickettsia and Q fever for a start, let alone all the other Borrelias. And recently we've found at least 6 other Borrelias in Australia. That's just one. We've got Babesia, Anaplasma, so many more.
Okay, so obviously prevention for future patients, to prevent future patients, but what about for your community? What would your priority be in that area then?
Okay, so the first one, just definitely stop more people from being bitten. The next thing would be to make more doctors aware that there's tick-borne infections. That would be the other big start. We have to come and get a lot more education about a broader range of treatment. I mean, you can't just give us a Panadol and tell us to go and lie down. I mean, that's basically all we've been given. And even the guidelines for rickettsia, there is a chronicity about these infections. If they're not treated early, they infiltrate your whole body. I mean, it's like a cancer. If you really want to think about these things, they're like a cancer, but they're a bacterial kind of cancer. I couldn't emphasise that more seriously.
And
if we don't...
Are you aware of overseas treatments that are being done, the way things are treated overseas are different to what's happening in Australia?
Oh, God, yes. Yeah, for sure. I mean, at the last Senate inquiry in 2016, the government had the opportunity to actually chat with people from overseas. Some of the world's leading infectious disease doctors. I mean, Dr. Richard Horowitz was one of them who presented in 2016. And to the best of my knowledge, his information was just completely ignored. Now, he's a world leader in that. We've got Dr. Daniel Cameron as well. We've got so many more people overseas that have been dealing with this for years and years. And it would be a great advice to take advantage of that knowledge as well. I mean, for example, Dr. Horowitz has developed what they call a double dapsone treatment. Now, he's had patients that he has not been able to get well for years himself, but he's developed this treatment. And he's trying to get clinical trials happening and he hasn't been able to. But just simply looking at his patient community, he's been able to get those people that he wasn't able to get better by using longer-term antibiotics, along with things that can also adapt with the antibiotics. For example, you need what they call biofilm busters, because these infections are pretty insidious. They can hide from our immune systems. They can hide from our testing as well. And that's why they're not picked up in the testing. They're very, very smart infections, smarter than humans. So he's developed this technique and he's been able to get a higher success rate of more of his patients that have been long-term sick, now well and back to life. I mean, that's what we want, isn't it, as a community? We want people back being well.
That's exactly what we want and want to see as an outcome.
Can I just ask a supplementary question? Mr. Owen, so that's treatments that are having some success for people who've been long-term sufferers. What is world best practice for someone who's been bitten by a tick to try and prevent long-term illness?
Well, it really is dependent on the infection that somebody has got. It's also dependent on the individual person as well. I mean, everything should be individualised treatment. Depends on, how long somebody has been infected for. The ideal thing is to get somebody within the first 4 weeks of being infected. And we're missing that. You know, a lot of the times the testing is not accurate in the first 4 weeks. The type of testing in the majority of cases is called antibody testing. In the first 4 weeks, our immune system doesn't produce antigens to be able to effectively get a positive test. I mean, like, for example, in my case with rickettsia, I mean, that was years after I was bitten. And the first test was a strong positive. But here's a pathology lab that tells their doctor, oh, that's a false positive. I mean, that's probably incorrect to start with. I mean, how can you assume that a negative is a complete 100% negative, but a positive is actually a false positive? I mean, my background is in science. That makes no scientific sense whatsoever. Sorry.
I was just going to say, if I got bitten by a tick tomorrow,
yeah,
what does world's best practice say I should do? And if I go and see a doctor, what would happen that would try and prevent me from developing long-term illness?
Yeah, well, clinically, with a doctor who's understanding of tick-borne infections, would probably first off arrange a blood test. That would have to come back, quite quickly. He's probably aware that even in the first couple of weeks you may not test positive, but he may start treatment anyway. It's dependent on whether you're symptomatic. Again, there's a number of people that remain asymptomatic as well. So I think this is where probably a really professional doctor would sort of determine the world best practice is going to be based on the individual of the person. But really, the sooner you can start treatment, the better. And that treatment should be long-term treatment, in the most cases, a minimum of 4 weeks, with reassessment with at least another 4 weeks. And it could also involve multiple antibiotics, because a lot of times they only give one antibiotic. And that antibiotic is really only are suitable for a number of infections. Because if you end up getting other infections like Bartonella or Babesia, they're totally different infections and they require totally different treatments as well. So we really need to know what the infections are within those people.
Okay.
And sadly, in Australia, we don't have the testing for it. And at the moment, because we don't have the research with the proof that these infections that are in our ticks, if you look at the research on animals and the ticks, these infections are in there. But they kind of say, well, we have to wait to determine if they're harming humans. We've already got a whole, thousands of people in Australia, they're already harmed. And all they're saying is that we are discat patients.
Yep.
We don't know what it is.
All right.
So we're in this catch-22 loop, endless loop, that patients are simply suffering because we're all just waiting around.
Yep. I'll hand back to Senator Askew. Thanks, Senator Askew.
I'm just very conscious of time, so I'll just make one final question, and it's about what you perceive are the key barriers or the main barriers to actually progressing any improvement for patients with tick-borne diseases.
The lack of testing, because it seems to me that the medical profession requires proof.
Okay. Is that because they're not suitable tests available in Australia, or is it just that they're not doing the testing?
No, there's not suitable tests.
Okay.
I mean, there's a huge number of infections and new infections being found all the time. And we don't have tests in Australia. There's tests, if people went overseas and got bitten by ticks, we can get viruses, we can get bacteria, we can get parasites. We don't have the tests in Australia for those. We only have 3 tests for Borrelia. And there's a couple of 100 different species of Borrelia. There's known to be about 17 different strains in Australia. So we simply don't have the tests for them.
Okay.
Well, I did do a presentation with a parasitologist, and I have put the link up there. And this parasitologist, how they do testing now is what's called next generation sequencing. So, or equivalent names, whatever it is. You need to talk to pathologists about this. But that's not available commercially to patients. It's only in a research field. And it's relatively cheap sort of testing things now. And they don't need to determine specifically what all of these particular pathogens are. It's sort of like a blanket test that says whatever's there, we'll pretty much find it. And yet we don't have that available in a commercial sense, which will basically help our patient community and will also help doctors as well. So that's another big thing. But look, there's so much more that's not being done. You wouldn't need another Senate inquiry now, 9 years later, if they got it right in the first place.
No, that's fine. Thank you. I'll hand back to the Chair. Thank you very much for your evidence.
I'll go to Senator Kavasic, who's online.
Thank you, and thank you for your evidence this morning. I have a number of questions, but I'll focus on one. You made a comment around patients being directed to psychologists or, to talk about their problem. But in your submission, you also talk about the mental health impacts of tick-borne diseases on patients.
Yep.
So I'm trying to understand then, how should mental health services be integrated into the broader treatment frameworks for these patients and how that is connected to other primary care?
Oh, excellent question. Okay, what's greatly missing within the whole field of mental illness is the effect of infections have over your brain. I mean, my first symptoms were acute panic attacks and anxiety. I never had that before in my life. And this can be put down to the fact that infections of many types, not just tick infections, but many vector infections as well, can affect the brain and then affect the chemistry of the brain as well. So a big area would be the fact that the psychiatric and the psychological sort of streams understands that what would be a great process is to have this broad range of infection testing before they get to talk therapy and tell you about your mother. I mean, they really need to look at the underlying issue that infections could be in a subcategory of patients be infected by infections. I mean, toxoplasmosis affects the brain. Bartonella, a tick and flea infection, can seriously affect the brain. I mean, you can get rage from this. And yet hardly anybody tests for it. So there should be a huge ruling out process that people are mandatory tested for all these range of infections. So vets are a big one that can get Bartonella as well, which comes from cats. You can get it from the scratch of a cat and from fleas. Has that answered it, or do you like a little bit more?
No, it gives me some insight. I guess the last piece, and obviously mindful of time, and I'll finish up here, is that very much the focus of what you're asking for is around education and a prevention focus. And Senator Askew asked a question, I think earlier, around, what is it that would actually help, the cohort in your community now? So if you had one thing to point to where you said, this is what we need today to deliver some kind of positive outcome for people like yourself who for, a couple of decades have had these impacts, what would that be? And noting that the education can't help you now because you already have that impact.
Yeah. Okay. All right, I'm moving past education for the general public. For our community, we would need far better testing. We need far better recognition that our conditions are biologically based, infectious based, even if you can't test for it. That's what it is. I mean, a tick passes on infections, without a doubt. I mean, not every tick, obviously, but for the community that's sick and have symptoms, that's the trigger. It's kind of like we've got long COVID now because COVID was the trigger to this. We're in the same situation. We've got infections from ticks that have triggered long-term conditions. So there is a thing called chronic tick-infected illnesses. That's because in the majority of cases, most of us have not been treated effectively and fully right at the beginning. So mine was missed for 16 years. That's ridiculous.
Thank you. Thank you. That's it from me, Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me? I'm struggling to turn my video back on for some reason.
Really clearly, Louise.
Great. Mr. Owen, you mentioned long COVID, and yes, that bears out an overdue recognition of the fact that infections and viruses can have long-term health impacts. Where do you think, how do we go about drawing on different communities that are affected by long illnesses triggered by previous infections? And tick-borne diseases are one, other types of viruses might be another. Where are you looking in terms of international research and collaboration, but more importantly, from your point of view, patient advocacy around these issues?
Yep, great question. There is a lot of overlap, huge. And overseas, they're finding that with some of the world's best researchers as well. That's why I've called, or TICTA has called for the establishment of what they call, what I'm kind of call chronic care clinics. These clinics can have people that have got fibromyalgia, ME/CFS, tick-borne infections, mold and mycotoxin issues as well, because many of us in our community can have comorbid conditions. So our community is not just infected by ticks. Individually, we've got so many other complications that can be going on as well. So we can't really focus on just one thing. We're multi-systemic, multi-complex people. I mean, now we've got to this stage, we're in enigmas. We are difficult to treat because it's been left this long. So I think the establishment of a chronic care clinic would be fantastic to service this community that's being left in the wilderness. I mean, we've got so many people. I mean, I run another support group which is for patients called Conquering Chronic Illness. My group's now grown to over 1,200 people, and we've got a lot more people with long COVID in it. So I've got an understanding of long COVID, ME/CFS and fibromyalgia were my two first diagnoses. I've also got issues with mould as well. And all of this can be encapsulated into one clinic that have got functional medicine doctors who really understand the complexities of us. I can tell you right now that a general GP could never service us correctly. They never have. I mean, they've got 10 to 15 minutes if you're lucky. We are way too complex for them. We need specialised clinics to be able to address the multiple needs that we need. And we need a lot more different types of treatments. treatments that people think don't really help us, but they do. Hyperbaric oxygen therapy, ozone therapy. There's a lot that our community knows and understands, and we've got some smart people in our community that can give you a really positive feedback to move forward with all of this.
Can I ask, from your point of view, because the specialties themselves might not declare that it's their field.
Absolutely right.
Is it, so you've mentioned tropical disease and animal-borne disease specialists, but is it rheumatologists? Is it, where immune system, like who are the correct specialists and colleges as far as you're aware when looking at the biological basis for these conditions?
Yep. Great question. And this is good incorporating these people as well. Through my experience, I've been to rheumatologists, neurologists, you name it, as far as ologists go. And their lack of understanding that infections can play a role in a subset of their patients is astounding. They simply don't know and not aware. They're not being taught this. It's another problem with this whole allopathic sort of medical system where you've got specialties that specialise in one organ or one condition, and they don't realise that an infection can affect anybody. My rheumatologist didn't understand that infections could infect a musculoskeletal system. And yet, you just Google it and there's thousands of articles through PubMed and proper Medscape articles, etc., that do that. And if they weren't taught that at university and medical school, they've got no concept of that whatsoever. So there's no ongoing training for all of that.
So there are some conditions in which this is recognised. So, for example, shingles would be one of them that can crop up with symptoms and future triggers later in life. My son had a condition triggered by a cold that actually meant he came out in spots, and it meant his immune system was attacking the rest of his body. It does seem to me to be under-recognised, but it does seem that there is a lack of, as you put it, kind of a one-stop shop to look at long-term, the impact of an infection in the long term. Turning to tick-borne diseases more specifically, do you think that we're making any progress in Australia? Have things improved as far as recognition goes, or is it just too much of an outlier as far as GPs coming across it or having the skills required?
Yep. Well, you raised a couple of points. Good point there that you've raised the fact that we can have what's called reactivated infections.
Yeah.
As you pointed to the virus reactivating. That's really common. And it's common amongst our community as well that people with tick-borne infections can go into remission and then they can get reactivated later on when their immune system is compromised. Many doctors kind of don't even consider that or don't even think about that, but it can happen, which is why you need that specialised thing. Is tick infections recognised in Australia with the broad community? No, absolutely not. The public has no clue about tick infections and how it can affect them. I mean, simply going out and using like a slip, slop, slap, seek, slide campaign, you can avoid so many people from getting bitten. All you need to do is establish that for a start. I mean, we're doing it for mosquitoes. So why can't you do it for ticks? It's not.
And what can you tell us about diagnostics for tick-borne diseases? What's the current state of play there? What kind of tests are they? How much do they cost? I guess I'm struck by the fact that currently the science seems to have said, look, the symptoms of many of these conditions are so non-specific that we wouldn't know who to test for them from a public hospital point of view if we were to say, okay, here's a Medicare covered pathology test for these diseases. Where have trials been done in the world that have done, for example, screening to demonstrate outcomes from making pathology available?
Senator Pratt, just before Mr Owen answers, just to let you know that we will need to move on after this answer.
Okay, that's my last question, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for letting me answer that. Okay, so for infections, because we've, as I said before, because we've got antibody testing, in many cases, people and humans do not produce an antigen to be able to respond to an antibody test. We really need direct testing, which is why in the end I got microscopy in the end, where people actually look at the blood and can see the infections in the blood. I mean, that's pretty direct. No, we can't determine the species of what's that, but you can tell that there's infections in there, which gives you huge clues that something's going on because they shouldn't be in there. So at best, look, testing worldwide and overseas, there are definitely better testing overseas, which the German military use, which the USA military use. So, and they're FDA approved, but because they're not approved by NADA in Australia, they said, well, we don't recognise those testing, which is just ridiculous. You've got access to some of the world's best testing overseas, and yet Australia says, well, no, we don't have access to that. So
if
that's
I could just ask on notice if you could send us any links to any of those diagnostics and papers on that would be great, or where to find them. Thank you.
Sure, and I'm sure other people will raise that. So I'm hoping that the points that I've put out that would like to be addressed today, because I'm the first cab off the rank here, others can address these things as well. But look, thank you so much for the opportunity of presenting today.
Mr Owen, thank you very much for giving your evidence today. We appreciate the time that you've taken both to put in your submission and to appear before the committee. The committee will report to the Senate on the 26th of March 2025 and requests that answers to questions taken on notice are provided to the committee secretariat by close of business on 12 February. Thank you very much.
Pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm now going to welcome Mr Christopher Cole. Mr Cole, thank you very much for appearing before the committee today. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today?
Yes, good. Christopher Cole from Hamilton in Victoria. It was a long drive, but I hope it's very worthwhile. I'm here to actually represent my daughter, who I think has had Lyme for nearly 30 years. So I'm here on the family side of things.
Thank you very much. Mr Cole, I'm going to...
Could I just set things up, because I've got a few things to show?
You can't show any diagrams or anything like that. You can give us an opening statement, but it's a bit like in the chamber, you can't have props or anything like that.
Right. All right. I'll just get out my main talk, which is there. Right.
Now, Mr Cole, I'm going to invite you to make a short opening statement. If you could keep it to around 3 minutes, because I do want to give senators time to ask questions, and I note that we've received submissions and I know that we have read those. So I'm going to give you 3 minutes to make your opening remarks.
Right. Well, actually, I was told that I had actually half an hour.
No, you have half an hour to appear before the committee. We normally have 3 minutes or so for an opening statement, because we do need to give senators time to ask questions, because the purpose of today is to actually get information from you based on senators having read your submissions.
Right. Well, I'm not sure if you could ask me things, and actually, unless I actually tell you what information I've got. I'm
going to ask you very respectfully to please keep your opening remarks to 3 minutes. we'll have time to ask questions. If there's anything else that you then want to provide the committee at the end of that session, you're very welcome to provide us more information on notice.
Yes, good. All right, thank you. Well, as I said,
Chair, you could ask our witness to table his opening statement in full if he should wish to. Thank you.
Yep. So you can also do that too, Mr. Cole. So at the end of the session, if there are things in your opening statement that you didn't get to, you're very welcome to table it.
Sure. Right, I think, as I said at the start, I'm here to represent and advocate for my daughter. I have seen her go completely downhill, especially in the last 12 years. And I have, over 10 and a half, 12 years, I've worked very hard to understand what TBDs are. I co-founded the group with Peter Owen. We actually did that about 10 years ago. He wanted to go down the education field, but I wanted to go down the more direct field. So I would like to tell you the story that I have found out over those 10 and a half years that I've worked with doctors like Dr. Schofield. I've worked with him for a lot, and I've worked with various patient groups, both here and overseas, and I have a certain view about what's going on.
You've got another minute if you had some additional remarks you wanted to make, Mr. Cole.
All right. I think what has occurred and what has kept going for nearly 40 years is not much to do with the science now and the research, because it is there. The science and research is there. I think it's got now more to do with vested interests, people's inflated egos, people who were there at the start. And I think it's got a lot to do with politics too. And this is the area I'd like to explain, because to fully understand what's going on, you've got to go back and look at its history in the US. What happened from when they found Borrelia burgdorferi in 1979, up till the time when the IDSA, Infectious Disease Society, when they put the guidelines out in the year 2000, and they did update them in 2006. There were things in that time period which I think really shape what this issue is all about.
Thank you very much for your opening remarks, Mr. Cole. And I did read the history that you had included in your submission, which was very helpful, so thank you for that. I'm going to pass to Senator Askew to start us off with questions.
So thank you very much, Mr. Cole, for travelling to Canberra to be here in person. We appreciate that, and for your submission and also for your opening statement. It's always difficult, especially when you've got a family member who is suffering, so I appreciate that, and I fully appreciate what your daughter's been going through over the last 20 or 30 years.
Yes.
Have you got a history about your daughter's case? Could you just give us a really brief analysis of what she's actually experienced? So was she given treatment initially, and what's happened so far since with regard to referrals to specialists and stuff? Is there anything in there that you would, as you go through, just where you would highlight the major concerns would be?
Yes, good. I think she was bitten by an infected tick in
Australia?
Yes,
okay,
yes.
Yep, no.
Yes, I think in her last year of school. because I can look back now that I've done the research over the last 14 years, I can look back at the signs that I saw, say, from the first 15 years when she left school. But I actually didn't know anything about Lyme. I didn't know anything about TBDs, which is the same thing as far as I'm concerned. It was only after the birth of her second child, Sophia, who's now 15, and after that she went downhill. And this is when I got involved, and she went downhill. Symptoms were actually very, very severe. She had the old joint pain, moving around different joints. She had an operation on her jaw joint. She actually lost her thyroid. Lots of the things that the TBD people get, right? And she also started to have pretty severe psychiatric troubles too. Now, we went to a well-known person, Dr. Stephen Graves in Geelong. We had a blood test, and he showed the signs of Bartonella. And so as I was saying, when she started going downhill, I got involved. And I'm still involved. I looked at that research. I worked with researchers, doctors, and I also talked to many, many, many patients. And could I just say, the patients that run the support groups, we've got Sharon here, we've got Peter Owen. It's amazing how they keep going, because they have very bad bouts of being sick, but they get out of bed to do the job.
We appreciate that. Very good. In your submission, you're talking about the report that the Department of Health relies on, Russell and Doggett research report from 94, but in there's others that have been disregarded in regard to ticks in Australia. I just wonder if you could elaborate a little bit on that.
Right. There was a report brought out, Russell Doggett report, brought out in 1994, I think.
Yeah.
And they looked at 12,000 ticks from the northern New South Wales coast, and they weren't able to find any Borrelia bacteria there. They did find things which they called artifacts. Right, now the Department of Health has been using that report for what? How many years? 20-something years. Now, there was a girl doing the PhD, actually Michelle Wills. She issued a report in 1992, which was two years before, saying yes, they're actually she did find Borrelia. Now, but when the Russell and Doggett report came out, her actual report was shelved, but she didn't actually give up there. She sent samples overseas, and it's important. I can't remember the names of who she sent them to, but these were people who were involved right at the start with Willy Bergdorfer. Now, they looked at these artefacts that Russell and Doggett dismissed, and they said, no, that is wrong. They are the remains of Borrelia bacteria. But we still use that report of nearly 30 years, is it?
Yeah, it is.
30 years ago as the prime.
So no research, you're not aware of any research since that time that's been advanced since that time in regard to proof of Lyme disease in Australia?
Oh, yes, I have.
There is so. Okay, no, sorry, it was just interesting that that was disregarded.
If you look at my list.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay, I'll hand back to the Chair because I'm very conscious we're running a little behind time, but thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Pratt, do you have questions?
Thank you, Chair. You've given a good outline of the history of the disease in your report. Your submission. You've also expressed... Sorry, I'm just scrolling through to... How do you think diagnosis and treatment could be improved for patients in the situation, for example, of your daughter? How could access to diagnosis and treatment be improved, have been improved at the time and in the context of today, in terms of trying to attribute and work through whether someone's debilitating symptoms can be attributed to ticks?
Right. Good, thank you. I did have a train of thought. I've just lost it for 2 seconds.
That's all right.
Yes.
Just pause and take your time.
No. We actually know that in 1994 at the Dearborn conference, it's Michigan, which was run by Dr. Alan Steer, and he's one you should actually look at, changed his mind halfway still. He pushed through the two-tiered diagnostic test. Now, the two-tiered diagnostic test, you read all the reports saying it's no better than a coin toss. If you want to know if someone's got Lyme or not, toss a coin, because the diagnostic test is it's not accurate. It results in a lot of false negatives. Now, if we want to improve this, we've got to improve the ways we test, not only for Lyme, Borrelia, but all the co-infections, Bartonella, Babesia, Ehrlichia. We have to test for that. This diagnostic test tests for one thing, Borrelia burgdorferi. It doesn't test for the other strain species of Borrelia that also give rise to Lyme symptoms. So we have to improve that.
So what tests has your daughter had? Were they serological tests, nucleic acid amplification testing and blood smears? And what did they show?
Yes, they actually were serological. And with Dr. Graves in Geelong, he said they showed the suppressants of Bartonella. And this fits in with the symptoms of my daughter, because Bartonella is well known to actually produce its neurological symptoms. They're only small bacteria. They can get through the blood-brain barrier.
Thank you. Yeah.
I think it's Peter... sorry.
No, please go on.
Well, I think, as Peter Owen was saying, we've got to have a specialised treatment centre. Really do. And with the upcoming AI, that could be a tremendous help.
yeah, I'm inclined to agree. If we've got confirmed, we will be able to start to take outcomes from serological tests, NAT tests, blood smears, and look at those results and then start to attribute different symptoms to them if we've got widespread participation and surveillance between people without symptoms and people with symptoms. So can you expand on how you think that might, what you've seen in your own research as a community activist in that regard? How AI might help really is the question.
Oh, well, I think AI can take in all the research that there is around and come out with hopefully it's an answer why these people may be sick. Yeah, I'm sure it'll save it.
By analysing samples and looking for common patterns in them?
Yes, look, if they could put all the research into the AI its memory bank, and then if they put in the test results from my daughter, I think they could come up with perhaps the right answer or leading to the right answer. But I think
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mr Cole, for your evidence today, both spoken and your submission. And thank you, as Senator Askew said, for taking the time to drive to Canberra to give your evidence. I understand that obviously you have a great deal of concern around what has happened to your daughter and her health and the inability to get meaningful health outcomes for her. And I'm very sorry for that experience for her. And my question leads to that. You've talked about in your submission about impacts to Lyme literate doctors and concerns, how that then extends to patient care. So what I'd like to understand is if you could give us just a brief sort of summary of how hard it was for your daughter to find a Lyme literate doctor, and then on top of that, what changes do you think that APRA should be making in order to make it simpler for people to be diagnosed and receive the treatment that they need in a timely fashion?
Yes, good, very good. I think ZAFRA, which is the arm of the DOH, Department of Health, I think their job, of course, is very, very important to actually protect us from shonky treatments, and shonky might be GPs. But in this case, would I be able to tell you the story about Dr. Kemp? If you know Dr. I'm not sure if he's in your notes, because I had my daughter there. Now, Dr. Kemp was a very well respected doctor in Camberwell, Victoria. He'd been practising there for about 40 years. Actually, he's the same age as me, actually. We talk together a bit. Now, Dr. Kemp got involved with TBDs because some of his people coming in, patients coming in, had these strange symptoms. So he did the research and he started to actually treat them at a place in Hawthorn called NIM. Now, Dr. Kemp was charged by ZAFRA. He was charged by AFRA for probably carrying out various treatments that weren't approved by the DOH. Now, he actually went to the AFRA court. He had to sack his insurance firm because all doctors have got health insurance. He had to sack them, and one of the key words is they were insurance people. And this takes us back to the case in the US. If I've got time to explain that, no. All right.
Just focus on
all right.
Mr. Cole.
Dr. Kemp had to actually sack them because he said they were doing absolutely it's nothing. So he employed his own lawyers. In the end, he actually lost the case, and he had to pay his insurance out. It's $1 million. He was forced to sell his house, and now he lives on Social Security. This man, doctor, very, very well respected. Now, actually, one of his female
Sorry, Mr. Cole.
patients.
Sorry to interrupt, but I think it would be helpful for the committee if you could focus more on what treatment your daughter's been able to access and what treatments might have also helped, only because we are short on time, and I think that's the crux of Senator Kovacic's question.
Well, I'm sorry, I actually disagree. I actually, very much so. You've got to look at the underlying causes of why the DOH has abandoned these people, tens of thousands. And I'm trying to explain some reasons why. If you wouldn't mind, could I just end this bit on Dr. Kemp?
I think if you could wrap up on Dr. Kemp and sort of come back to the question, which is what treatment your daughter has been able to access,
right,
and what
come
she hasn't.
on to that. Right, actually, one of Dr. Kemp's patients, a girl who actually was improving over time, she took the time to go and talk to every one of Dr. Kemp's patients. And I have a book here, which I'm not sure if I could hold up, right? I have a book here that's that thick, and that was written by all of Dr. Kemp's patients. Now, to get down to what the crux of their reply was, we were all improving. We were getting out of bed, we were getting out of our wheelchairs. Some of us were able to go back to work, kids were able to go back to school, and now all of that has stopped. Dr. Kemp can't give us help. And I heard a little bit after, they are now going back to as they were. And what did the DOH put in place? Nothing. Now, this is why I'm concerned. There's something wrong with the DOH. I don't know if it comes from above them. I'm not surprised. Right, now you asked me about my daughter.
Very briefly, if you could, because we are going to have to move on to the next witness in a few minutes. So.
Yes, right. Yes, my daughter's been trying to find a GP who knows. She's found one now in Geelong who really doesn't treat the root cause. He's treating what symptoms she's got. Now, my daughter, I actually was going to hold up a photo of her, but I can't. She was doing very well in the fashion industry. Now she can't work. She can't do much. She's trying to look after her two kids. She's are divorced, and you find in Lyme patients most get divorced because it's the psychiatric. So she's just wandering on, you could say. She's often very sick. She gets chronic fatigue all the time. She gets the joint pains, and as I was saying, she gets bad psychiatric troubles. But she
Thank
is...
you.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. I appreciate your answer. Thank you, Chair. That's it from me.
Mr. Cole, that ends our panel for this section today. I want to thank you very much for coming along. I appreciate that you've driven a long way to give evidence, particularly on behalf of your daughter, and on behalf of the committee. I want to thank you for your evidence.
Thank you.
Lived experience evidence is very important to the committee in its deliberations. If there's anything in your opening statement that you were unable to speak to during your period being a witness, very happy for you to table that document with the Secretariat. I don't believe there were any questions on notice, so the committee is going to report on the 26th of March 2025, and want to thank you again for your evidence today.
Right, am I able to end off with a few words?
I'm happy to give you 1 minute, but we really do need to move on to the next
1
witness.
minute. I just want to say you will end up writing a very, very, very good report. There was a very good report from the 2015-16, but it, of course, was shelved. Now, I am fearful that the same thing's going to happen here. You will write a good report, but there's powers up above, vested interests, politics, that I'm afraid, I'm fearful your report, after a big fanfare, your report will be slowly shelved, and my daughter will have one more barb in her heart, plus the tens of thousands of others out here. Now, I am a bit sad that I couldn't finish a bit, but thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cole. And certainly one of the things that has come through loud and clear from many of the submissions that we've received from people with lived experience is their disappointment in the ground that's been made since the last hearing. So we're hoping that we can address that today. We really do need to move on, Senator Reynolds, to our next witness.
Comments and just say, Mr. Cole, I participated in the first 2 inquiries and reports, and I completely understand what you're saying, and this is very much unfinished business for me because things have got worse, not better. So I'm determined.
It's unfinished business for you and my daughter.
I know, that I understand. So it's unfinished business for me because of the tens of thousands of people who've been, in my mind, so badly treated by the medical profession.
Right,
Thank you, Chair.
Just
Thank
one last word.
I am going to...
Descat was a complete farce.
Yep.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Cole.
Good, thank you.
I'm now going to welcome representatives from the Lyme Disease Association of Australia and Sarcoidosis Lyme Australia, if you'd like to come up to the table. Can I suggest? Will we be able to buy back some time if they're going in the other? Sweet. Okay. Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, okay. All right. Sorry, just doing a little bit of time management. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Can I ask you, for the benefit of the Hansard, to state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today? And I might go from left to right, or my left to right.
Elaine Kelly, consultant to the LDAA, also from Sarcoidosis Lyme Australia.
My name's Jackie Van Turlingen. I too have been consulting for the LDAA.
And I'm Sharon Whiteman, and I'm the president and representing the board of the LDA.
All right, thank you. I'm going to invite you to make a 3-minute opening statement, and then I'm going to hand over to senators for questions. And just to let you know, even though we are running behind time, it's our intention to give you the 30 minutes for your panel that you were down for. So over to you.
Okay, thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and we'd like to say that we fully support Peter and Chris and endorse and thank them. I'd like to preface our statement here for the LDA today is that for those of us, or for people that are new to the world of tick-borne diseases, we apologize for the emotionality of what you might hear from other witnesses today, but it's very raw and real for us. Becoming seriously ill and refuse medical assistance, or worse, being disbelieved, is a trauma really that no Australian would ever expect to have to face. And so I'm going to say some things that's quite passionate and quite raw, and like what you might have heard from Chris, and it's coming from all these years of living this. So in 2002, I was bitten by a tick on the Sunshine Coast, and my life was forever changed. I had classic Borrelia symptoms, immediate bullseye rash, fever, headache, and flu symptoms. I didn't know that that was potentially a life-threatening warning system, and there was no education in regards to the dangers of ticks in 2002, and sadly there isn't in 2025. Hand on heart, it's now 23 years later, and my life has never been the same, and the losses are uncountable. And you know, we're a family of 5, and we're actually at high risk of homelessness in the coming month, and you can't survive on one income in this world. So by 2007, I was housebound and unable to walk unaided, drive, or even consistently remember my partner's name. I'd reached a place of complete hopelessness and despair. Neurological symptoms were unbearable, and I had developed a suicide plan. And I know my 15-year-old is watching right now, so sorry, Zach. A chance encounter with another member of the tick-borne illness community introduced me to a highly unconventional and fully self-directed treatment program. As a retired ICU nurse with decades of healthcare knowledge, I knew at that point that I had nothing to lose, and I tried it. I had tried all the conventional pathways available to me. I'd seen over 16 doctors, and 3 of those are witnesses today. One of them is going to be talking about the DISCAT pathway being sufficient. And when I saw him 20 years ago, he believed me. He gave me antibiotics. He referred me to a specialist. And I'd like to agree with Chris on the impact of whatever the overriding system is that these doctors are being stopped from doing the right thing. Over the years, various tests showed positive for Borrelia, 5 species of Rickettsia, multiple viruses. In addition, I was clinically diagnosed with Babesia and Bartonella. Along my journey, like I said, some people helped, but the health policies, the health regulatory, the system that's surrounding this somehow is broken and it needs to be fixed. In 2009, I met with 4 other tick-sick women, and we committed to do our best to change what was happening, and the LDA was subsequently formed over the next few years. At the time, I can remember saying, if we show them what's happening, then we'll do something, and I didn't know at that point just how wrong I could be. Since 2012, I've been on the front line of advocacy and support for Australians impacted by tick-borne diseases. We have partnered with thousands of patients and family members and witnessed firsthand the cruel reality faced by countless Australians who have suffered devastating effects of tick bites. Day in and day out, sobering and critical stories flow into our inbox and messages, reflecting the gaps in recognition, care, and support which exist within the Australian healthcare system. The numbers tell a compelling story. Over the past 12 months, our health education website has engaged 31,000 users, including 19,000 from Australia. We've recorded a staggering 76,000 unique page views. In 2015, our petition opposing the DISCAT clinical pathway garnered over 55,000 supporters, reflecting widespread outrage from Australian citizens. There are 3 long-term volunteers, including myself, that account for a combined 28 years of service monitoring our inbox. The inbox has processed over 5,500 inquiries, which works out to about 1.3 Australians per day seeking medical assistance. And that, I feel like that's the tip of the iceberg, because most people won't even know to think that they're sick after a tick. For each of these Australians, the journey starts with a simple bite that may or may not have been noticed. but then spirals into a complex, multi-system, and very debilitating illness. Tragically, they encounter systemic barriers to diagnosis and treatment compounded by disbelief and stigma from medical professionals. Their lives are layered in losses. We've supported mothers watching children lose years of schooling, listened to families facing homelessness, spoken to breadwinners unable to work, and empathized with countless individuals completely abandoned by the very system meant to care for them. Many of those we serve live in darkened rooms, their sensory systems too sensitized to cope with light and sound. Most recently, as you may have read in our submission, we've received a request begging me to help them attain assisted dying. I know I had those symptoms, but the neurological symptoms are torture. These are not isolated cases. Behind every story is a family trying to cope, a community rallying around, and a nation failing to address an escalating public health issue. The longer it takes to those empowered to enact change, the more lives are derailed, the more families are broken, the more individuals are left to suffer in silence, and devastatingly, many have died waiting. We've had 24 deaths reported to us since the 2016 inquiry, and heartbreakingly, I can guarantee that those listening to our testimony today who enjoy good health currently are making the future decisions on behalf of our medical care. They would not cope with spending 1 hour in any of our bodies. Most distressingly, since the publication of the DISCAT clinical pathway, the LDA's list of referring GPs is now non-existent. They're either understandably too frightened to diagnose and treat, limited in treating, or fully deregistered. For the past 3 years, the LDA has been unable to confidently assure new patients suffering from tick-borne illnesses that they will have access to medical care. Sometimes I feel like a fraud when I hit send. Historically, I would personally follow up and ensure that children with tick-borne diseases were successful. I can't do that anymore. I'll say the rest later.
Thanks, Ms. Whiteman. And I just want you to know that the committee really appreciates both the physical and emotional labour that it takes to appear before a committee when you're dealing with all of those other things. And I want to thank you very much for coming and giving evidence today. Do either of the other two witnesses, do either of you want to make any short remarks before we begin questions?
I would like to, yes.
Yes, if you'd like to go ahead. Is it
Sorry.
Van Tulingen?
I just wipe my tears. Yes, Jackie Van Turlingen. So I just, we each had a statement to read for you, and I have to read mine because I'm not able to just give it off. But I've been working for with the Lyme Disease Association for many years. I'm the author of all of the submissions. I've sat before the Senate inquiry before, and many estimates. I used to be a public servant, so I'm very well versed in government policy making, in strategy, in the way of government working. I've been in these very rooms, shaking in my boots, answering questions about government business. So I really understand, and I really have spent a long time at very senior levels in government doing these kinds of things for policies that affect all Australians. And I can say, with this experience, with the experience of my public service behind me, I can state that the Australian government management of Lyme disease and Lyme-like illness, regardless of whatever label you want to give it, is both baffling, profoundly baffling to us, and blatantly negligent. And it's more so now, following the inquiry last time. And that, you're going to hear from people today, and you've already heard from people today with a lived experience. I too have a lived experience, which I'll share a little bit with you in a minute. But you're also going to hear from a powerful group of what I call obstructors, those people that are willfully obstructing practising willful disregard, denying and deflecting not only their public duty, but their responsibility and the roles that they have in the Department of Health and the various departments that they represent, where we pay their wages. Then they're not acting responsibly, and their duty of care needs to be. I don't know how they show up every day and commit to the code of conduct and the ethics that we expect of public servants, because we haven't seen that. Their inability or their unwillingness to listen has really truly left us in this situation nearly a decade after really true reform was attempted. We had a really red hot go, and thousands of people came out and shared their story, and we feel like it's just fallen on deaf ears. The Department of Health and Aged Care's submission to this inquiry is a superficial box-ticking exercise, and it highlights their ongoing refusal to address the issues that are before them. We know, we talked about this morning, it's a cut and paste from a Senate estimates. It's a cut and paste job. No one has sat and actually really said, let's have a good close look at what's going on here. They've cut and pasted things. It's diabolical, and it's not the appropriate response to a community so battered, so bruised, as evidenced from the only, few hundred maybe submissions. I'm not sure how many you haven't published yet, but there's a few hundred submissions, not a few thousand or 1,000 or more like last time. So the department's recommendations and their response to this, it resulted in the clinical pathway. I'm sure that you've seen it. It's not a solution, it's a bureaucratic roadblock. It's a roadblock to help for all of these people, and it functions as a tool to just deny what all these people are going through, and that has consequences for everybody, absolutely everybody. I just want to share with you a very small slice of my own family story, because it touches very much on the neuropsychiatric condition. My daughter was diagnosed with Lyme disease when she was 2. She's about to turn 16. She, when I wrote my submission to you, which I've asked to be confidential, she was currently in an acute adult mental health ward being held because of her neuropsychiatric Lyme disease. And her repeated misdiagnosis, the avalanche of these preventable medical mental health complications land her where she is. And so as a parent, I can't even explain to you how stressful this is. It's unimaginable, walking a path where you're praying every day for your child to still be here tomorrow, to still be, facing a life and enjoying a future as all children deserve to, is just incredible. I've screamed into the void of a system that says it cares, but it's blatantly obvious that everything they're doing is clearly not enough. We're losing our children, and our children who have been diagnosed with Lyme disease through approved testing still can't get help. And 16 years later, or 14 years later, as she embarks on nearly her 16th birthday, we're still here. And so I ask you two things today to really consider. Firstly, I would really like the committee to really explore the establishment of the first Australian Centre for Disease Control. The Department of Health and Ageing's submission used the CDC logo as part of it. And so I'm really concerned that the bureaucratic roadblockers are going to be part of the CDC, and we will face this nightmare all over again. So I really, really urge you to scrutinise what role and responsibility the new Australian Centre for Disease Control will have in its response to Lyme disease, because this is a really important thing. And the last thing I would like to say to you is that, we can't delay. We really have to put urgency into this, because for some of us, there is no tomorrow. There will be no tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, thank you very much for your evidence. I appreciate the labour that it takes to bring it to us today. Ms Kelly, did you have some opening remarks?
I do, thank you. I'm going to skip a bit and just dive straight into the clinical pathway. I want to talk about the clinical pathway today. So in the Department of Health submission, it says that the clinical pathway is generally accepted, except it's not generally accepted. It's not accepted at all by the entire patient stakeholder group. So obviously we just don't count. Why they invited us to the consultations with the consultancy, I don't know. The DISCAT clinical pathway is based on an assumption that the medical system has competence in diagnosing complex and chronic diseases. In general, it does not. A recent Australian study found that the average time frame to diagnose sarcoidosis was 4 to 5 years, although that range varied from 6 months to 15 years. From a patient's perspective, 5 to 15 years is a large chunk of life in which you're sitting unwell and unlabelled and in the same must category as DISCAT patients are. The DISCAT CP, it devotes scant space to moving people from must to a diagnosis. That was meant to be the entire purpose of the pathway, but it just did not happen. A tick-borne disease patient only ends up labelled must if a doctor has missed the signs and symptoms, or an infectious diseases specialist has denied that the symptoms are tick-borne. In that case, ongoing management and review of symptoms is to be led by a GP who usually has little or no experience with any tick or vector-borne diseases. The CP defines must as physical symptoms persisting for more than several weeks and for which adequate medical examination has not revealed a condition that adequately explains the symptoms. But what constitutes adequate medical examination? Who's defined that? The question has no specific answer. The answer likely depends on the doctor's experience, knowledge and beliefs. How many GP visits or specialist visits or tests constitute adequate medical examination? How is adequate medical examination confident that it's instigated the right specialist and the right tests? When a patient in the must or the DISCAT category presents new symptoms or variations in old symptoms, what then becomes adequate medical examination? Do Medicare and MBS restrictions impact on adequate medical examination? The CP doesn't adequately address any of those things, and it was the main purpose. The CP summary diagram directs that diagnostic testing is to determine differential diagnosis according to normal clinical practice, but normal clinical practice has already failed anyone under the must banner. Section 4.3 of the CP, it describes, well, I'll save you the quote, it basically talks about why people shouldn't have additional harmful testing, and there's an entire paragraph on that. It's a worrying paragraph because there is something still to be found and more tests are needed. Must is a sophisticated way to evade responsibility for further investigation. A recent article describes summarily abdicating all responsibility for that illness and foreclosing the possibility of prevention. Worse yet, we foreclose upon knowledge in favour of a fantastical state of willful ignorance where no one is responsible for anything. That describes must perfectly. Sometimes the right doctor and the right test are required. Nothing changes about the patient's symptoms and signs. The only thing that changes is the doctor's thought processes. So a patient being in a must DISCAT category is frequently less about the patient's illness and more about the doctor's lack of knowledge. For example, some of my own more unusual neurological symptoms are completely typical of stiff person syndrome. I consulted 3 neurologists and told all 3 of those neurologists exactly the same symptoms, but only the 3rd neurologist thought to order the specific EMG that confirmed the diagnosis. That had nothing to do with being medically unexplained, and it had everything to do with being medically unexplored. Patients with stiff person syndrome, or SPS, they typically have one of several neuronal antibodies present, but not always. I had GAD65 antibodies at first, but they disappeared. It's of note that there are other tick-borne disease patients with similar antibodies and neurophysiological test abnormalities similar to mine, and they're very highly neurological tick-borne disease patients. Just moving on to antibodies, over the past 16 months, I've had several appointments with infectious disease specialists to discuss Bartonella. Bartonella should be easy. It's not a tick-borne infection, it's just cat scratch disease. It should be an easy fix. One of Sydney's senior infectious disease specialists told me that it was likely that every single positive antibody test result I've had was a false positive. He went so far as to include not only test results for vector-borne diseases, but also autoimmune diseases. So the specialist effectively dismissed all my positive test results for Bartonella, Babesia, Rickettsia, Borrelia, the sometimes positive GAD65, and other autoimmune antibodies. So he basically falsified my entire medical history. Apart from the positive international Borrelia result, all my other positive test results came from NATA-accredited laboratories. I queried whether it would be possible for NATA-accredited laboratories to produce quite so many false positives in one person, and I was advised by the specialist that yes, that was possible. I queried whether it was possible for NATA-accredited laboratories to continuously produce the same false positives in the same person, and I was advised that yes, that was possible. Decades ago, when I was well, or perhaps in the early stages of unwellness, I can't quite recall, I'm nearly finished, some test results came back with a note that I was not shown immunity to a few standard vaccinated pathogens. This stands out in my memory as one of the diseases I was shown no immunity to was hepatitis. Not only had I had the usual childhood vaccinations, but I quite recently had travel boosters to go to Egypt. This tells me that my body is not adept at seroconverting to Ig antibodies or retaining antibodies, or I'm a vaccine non-responder. When I explained this to the infectious disease specialist, he refused to consider that my inability to seroconvert from IgM to IgG for Bartonella might not rule out active disease. I recently emailed the director of a reference laboratory about the IgM Bartonella antibodies and received this response. Looking at different sera from you, I note that none has positive Ig antibodies to Bartonella species. This almost certainly rules out your having been infected by this bacterium. Virtually every patient develops Ig antibodies after infection, but you have not done so. The intermittent positive IgM results in your sera are very likely to be false positive results because the IgM class of immunoglobulins are very cross-reactive in laboratory testing. IgM results cannot be relied upon to make a diagnosis. The Ig antibodies are the key, and they are negative in your case. Sera 1 and 2 were both taken when I was extremely symptomatic, and both were positive, with Sera 2 more highly positive than Sera 1. Sera 3 was taken after 3 rounds of appropriate antibiotics and returned negative. Sera 4 was taken because I again became symptomatic and returned positive results. So basically I'm being told by infectious disease specialists and the director of the most well-known reference laboratory that we can't trust any NATA-accredited tests. So what are we supposed to do? We can't trust international tests, we can't trust NATA-accredited tests. All tests are false positive. We can trust that tests are false positive, but if I don't return an IgG test, we have to trust that that's true. So it's like having your cake and eating it too. So I'm trying desperately here to prove that my body does not have the immune capacity to seroconvert, but that's just not allowed to happen. To the next...
Ms Kelly, I am conscious of the fact that we do need to have time for questions, so if you could summarise what you have left in your opening statement, and very happy for you to table it if there's stuff you don't get to.
Okay. There's just one more thing to add there. The next infectious disease specialist, I asked if I had my cat tested and my cat returned positive to Bartonella, would they be a little more likely to consider I had a true positive? And I was told no. So there's just not even a willingness to allow a positive cat to tilt the balance of possibility. So my colleagues here have asked you for the main things, perhaps in listening to what everybody else has said and some of your questions, I think that what we need built into recommendations from you is some form of accountability. So I note that in the with the money that's been dedicated to COVID from, I can't remember the name of, what's it called, the Futures Health Fund, there's a built-in evaluation and monitoring sector in that. For recommendations, I think we need something built in, because the last recommendations were excellent. If everything that had happened there had happened, we would be in a great position today.
Thank you very much for your opening remarks. I'm going to move to senators for questions. Before I do, I notice that someone in the room doesn't have their phone on silent. If people could just check their phones, please, and make sure that that's the case. I'm going to go to Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Chair. And ladies, thank you very much for your testimony. Can I just say to you, and I know there's a lot of people listening online today, can I just say, first of all, that I believe you. I know you are ill. I know that you have been treated utterly appalling by the medical profession, and it saddens me deeply to know that the spirit and the intent and the spirit of the recommendations from our first round of inquiries has not been implemented. And I take your point, Ms Kelly, that had they been, we would be in a very different position today. So that's sort of my first comment. And thank you very much for your submissions, and thank you to everybody who has put in submissions confidentially and publicly. I think that the recommendations that you've come up in your submission, I think, are very practical and very common sense. But where I wanted to go to is that I think one of you mentioned that it was baffling. And I think that it's much more than baffling. And after having been looking at this for many years now, to me it almost seems like a cult. For some reason, the medical profession and those who are the senior representatives in the department and other organisations, I don't say that lightly, but it seems to me that they've, for some reason, over many years, have got themselves into this psychology where it is a cult. And if anybody speaks out against it or says something different, they now look for ways to invalidate and persecute, instead of actually saying, not only do no harm, which clearly they are, but looking at individuals and saying, you are clearly sick. What is wrong with you? And I think, this, Ms Kelly, the point about false positives, again, goes to that psychology of exclusion. So even if these recommendations are implemented, and I'm sure we will come up with recommendations, as Mr Cole said, that should be implemented, I still have this sense of frustration that we put in the fox back in charge of the hen house. And I think all three of you have been saying that in different ways, and as does the submissions. So if you've got people who are utterly convinced this doesn't exist, and they have, everything from the MBS with, persecuting doctors who do treat, the Medical Board of Australia, malpractice issues, they've come from that psychology and that mindset. So the question is how to break that cycle and almost starting again. And I agree, I'm not sure the CDC being run, by the foxes in the hen house will assist. So it's a very long preamble, but so just to know where I'm coming from is, do you see a different way of doing things? What would, given we do have this, for want for a better word, a cult amongst the medical profession, could we break this? How could we make recommendations to look at this differently? Big question, but I thought I'd hit it right up front.
Well, I don't know how you break down, fraudulent and criminal organisations that collude with each other. But the systems that they use, they start to weaponize words. So first, Lyme was recognised, and Lyme is only, they're using an old diagnosis or definition of a single species to deny a disease. Now I get people who go and they have been bit by a tick and they get asked for help. They've got symptoms or whatever, and they say, well, there's no Lyme disease here. So the doctor will go straight from I've been bit by a tick, ignore all the other species of pathogens that are available in Australian ticks that are here and that are known to be endemic. So gradually and then APRA's unruled, so they seem to be able to do whatever. And I met, at one of our hearings at one point, I met the woman who was part of the setting APRA up, and I said, they don't report to anybody. She said, we didn't set it up that way. So somewhere, that accountability to someone else, they don't account to anybody. So they can do whatever they want, and they do it behind closed doors, and it's cruel and it's criminal what happens to those doctors. We've helped every doctor that's asked us, but most doctors are scared to have anything to do with us, to be frank. And I mean, again, I couldn't put it, I don't have a word for it either. But, you know, the other thing is, I know a doctor that was local to me, and I saw her name in a community board, and someone said, I got bit by a tick, right? And then there's 180,000 people in that Facebook group, and all of a sudden people say, go to this doctor, and there's all these people. And I bumped into her in the shop. She said, I just got flooded with tick patients. And now Medicare's flagged me because I've ordered too many tick-borne tick tests. All she did was order a test. Now she's flagged and being watched. My own doctor, I had another tick bite and I had a few symptoms. I was a bit worried. I said, I don't want to ask you to do a test. She said, no, I think we should. And she got phoned while I was there and asked if I had travelled. And I said, Canada. Was it Eastern Canada or Western Canada? And because I hadn't been to Eastern Canada, they wouldn't do the test. So it's insidious, and I think APRA needs a reset, but it's also the medical colleges, the regulatory bodies. I think it needs a very broad and independent review. I also know Dr. Lance Saunders has been on our scientific advisory committee, which is now, we don't meet anymore because they've tried everything and it's kind of useless. But he said he's been working behind the scenes in regards to the Australian CDC, and he's worked very, very hard to have it independent from the Department of Health. And he is very professional. He doesn't allude to why or whatever, but he says what I'm seeing is wrong and it needs to be independent. Well, I think it also needs to be independent of all other regulatory bodies.
Thank you. And maybe if you could take on notice any other suggestions for us. So we've got the ones that you've said. I think they're all very sensible, and variations of what we previously looked at. Obviously, not to a great degree of success. I was really unhappy that Murdoch University declined to appear before the committee. And if anyone from Murdoch is listening in today, I'm certainly going to ask the committee to see if we can compel them to attend. I think their response was unacceptable. It was, they have certainly got evidence that they can give. So I'm just wondering, has Lyme Disease Australia or anybody else you know had any involvement with the work that Murdoch has now been doing for many years? And if you've got any insight into or comments about what they've been doing.
We do, and we actually wrote some passages about that in our submission. If you allow me, I will just find it.
While you're doing that, I think, would you agree that, whether it's Lyme, whatever, whether it's Borrelia or whatever, ticks are pretty foul, dirty, disease-ridden insects? Yeah.
Nature's dirty needle.
They are. Nature's dirty needle is a very good way of putting it.
Is a coined term by Marla McManus at the McManus Lyme Foundation. She calls them nature's dirty needle, and it's the most apt description. But we don't educate people about them. We educate our children.
So I've got 2 minutes left.
Sure.
So could you just even look just off the top, and I'll go back and have a look at what you've written, but the Murdoch University study originated from the original report. Have you seen anything positive coming out of all that year's work? Have you seen anything that's come out of it?
We've seen some interim reports, but we don't have a final report, and we have some. We've analysed some of those reports. We have a concern about the sample size, and we have a concern about missing data. Unstructured codes in their data. There's, things like not done or unknown or whatever. That doesn't advance the cause for anybody. We're paying a scientific institution well in excess of $1 million to tell us more than unknown or don't know in terms of the data that they're collecting. Their longitudinal study is still in progress. I'm not sure when they have to report in 2025, or I thought they had to report in 2024, but they may have got an extension for I've been immediately out of things in the last 6 months due to my own family crisis, but yes, we do make some comments about their report or lack of reporting in our submission.
If you've got anything more about their methodology, I think from memory it was about a sample of 550. And in terms of how they did that, in terms of the methodology and the interim report, I'd be very happy, I think, for the committee to have a look at that further.
Yeah.
So I know time's short, but thank you very much. And I know it's not easy for you to appear here, to get here and to appear here, so thank you.
And Professor Gilbert can help on those studies as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Reynolds. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to our witnesses for your appearance today, and thank you for your ongoing commitment to advocacy in this on this issue. Can I ask you so if you've got concerns about the sample size, I'm presuming you think it should have been larger?
Yes, you need a large portion of people in order to get reliable results.
I guess I'll ask them about it, but I'm presuming it can be quite hard to exclude or include people who have or have not had ticks bite them, because it can be, some people won't know or recall whether they have had or not.
And they were looking at acute bites, like people with ticks, right away. And they're in Western Australia. Were they collecting from all over the country? I think they were.
How do you think we might look to look overseas and to other technologies such as AI to improve diagnosis?
There are lots of advances in AI that are going to take us in leaps and bounds if we have the courage to actually look. We spoke last night with Dr. Gilbert, who you'll hear from later on, about the advances in AI that we've had in the last 8 years since the last Senate inquiry, and we are actually going to run a small project when we're finished with this, to really go back and analyse all of the submissions from last time and this time and use AI to tell us more than we found, because we were, after the last Senate inquiry, in between the interruption to the first Senate inquiry and the government change in the second one, the LDAA actually analysed 640 of those submissions and presented what patients were telling you in a format that was readable in our supplementary submission. But now we have AI to be able to tell us much deeper than what we could do as humans, and so we intend to do that again, because...
So there's a project set up, so it won't take much funding, and that's already been in discussion and planning. It'd be very illuminating for Australia.
Yeah. The same with testing, and Dr. Gilbert will talk with you about AI in testing. She's an expert in this, much more than we are.
We're the ones get
what
jumped.
can you tell us about how you think engagement with people who experiencing symptoms from tick-borne disease, and how that needs to be improved by doctors, governments research entities?
Well, I think engagement with those affected needs to be a public health announcement and issue in education, like Peter Owen has already outlined. He did well with that. I think that engaging with the people who've been working for years, so there's multiple organizations that are patient-facing and including them. I think that there's a second part of your question that's just gone out of my head.
There wasn't really, I think you've partially answered it, but it sounds like...
In regards to doctors, I know one statement you mentioned about doctors is that I'd like, it's not the RACGP, it's not the medical colleges, it's the independent doctors that work in organizations like ASAs that are functional medicine or integrative medicine, because they're the only ones have the knowledge, training, skills, and abilities to look after the complex patients, like Peter Owen already outlined really beautiful. There are doctors with the skills. They need to expand on what's available, what's allowable. We need to match international treatments and access, because there's some people that choose to go overseas because their specific successful treatment isn't available in Australia. They go over, get better, and then they can't get. There's a patient I think that you'll hear about later today that she went over in a wheelchair, came back walking, but was never able to ascertain that treatment again here, and that's a big problem.
Do you know what kind of treatment that was?
Well, I generalize because I don't want to expose any individual people. But people get ozone, which is available here but gets shut down, hyperbaric, which is shut down here, plasmapheresis, and it needs to be, it's complex because I've witnessed a lot of these patients that they need one for a while and they need a lot of testing and accurate testing and not what's happening in Australia. We need to embrace international best practice, but I'm discouraged in using those words because, again, if the weaponize things, best practice goes to IDSA or the infectious disease route of things, and that's not best practice. It's the integrative and the functional medicine doctors at the front line, they know best practice.
Just before your
it's taking a while to
Excuse
unpack.
me, Senator Pratt. Just before you ask your next question, can I just ask, are those people who are online who are currently not on this particular panel, if you could turn your cameras off, please? Thank you. Go ahead, Senator Pratt.
Thank you. I wanted to ask what's changed since the last Senate inquiry. I would note, for example, there's been a range of diseases where we know there are long-term impacts on the body that appear in different ways. So, for example, chickenpox and shingles. When we've now got an experience with long COVID, what can you tell us from your point of view about recognition of the fact that the body and the work going on for patients, about the recognition of the fact that disease can manifest itself in complex ways after exposure to a parasite, and how is that keeping up with other science in other diseases where you have a one-off episode but then could have long-term impacts from it?
I think every medical specialty needs to be re-educated on seeing a patient that has multi-system illness, and they need to include stealth infections as part of the differential workup. So anybody with multi-system need to look for infections, and there's only the integrative doctors that are aware of that, in my opinion. There's going to be a rare gem in the specialties in rheumatology or neurology or immunology, but if they think outside the box, they're going to be shunned and they'll be doing it in secret. That's the bottom line. Sorry, I can't hear you, Senator Pratt. You're muted, I think, or something.
What was the terminology you used? Integrated infection?
Integrative medicine, so that, they're functional medicine. They specialize, they're typically GPs, but any doctor could do that. But again, they're talking soon, but they're the experts. They've taken the time to specialize.
What do you think we should ask them in order to get some of these key issues on the record today?
They need funding and to assist with training more GPs. They need rapid expansion. They need to be able to set up colleges and have their education supported and not, and respected and not gaslight. Even in medicine, like, it's not only the patients that get gaslit, our doctors do as well. They're shunned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Pratt. Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your evidence so far. I'm sort of taking, there's so much information here and so much information that's sort of inconsistent across the board, which is really challenging. It's starting to draw some parallels for me with the menopause inquiry, where you've got one group of people saying something that's happening and another group of people saying it's not happening. It's quite challenging. The question that I'd like to focus on is around DSCAT, and I think I've said the acronym correctly. There's been a lot of commentary around this in a number of the submissions, and the comments in your submission that it was rejected by an entire patient group and stakeholder sector as not being fit for purpose medically. I'd like to get an understanding from you as to why it creates barriers, why it's not fit for purpose, and why you feel that this has contributed to delays in diagnosis, and then finally what step can we then take immediately, noting the initial comments around urgency to act now, what we can do, what's an immediate step that we can take now to sort of change the pathway for people who are suffering from tick-borne diseases.
Happy for me to answer.
I think the most immediate and first step should be to remove the DSCAT pathway from the Department of Health and Aged Care website.
Immediate.
Well, I don't know if many doctors have actually read it, or they're actually just frightened from word getting about that you can't treat Lyme disease, and also they're frightened of being audited for antibiotics. So the first thing to do is remove that pathway. And the second thing to do is let it be known that doctors can test and treat simple infections. So you don't get sent to an infectious disease specialist unless you have a complex infection. And a lot of these isn't complex at the beginning. It's only complex when it's allowed to get complex. So as I was saying about the Bartonella, all I needed was a couple of courses of 5 days of azithromycin. I first started trying to get help in June 2023. It's January 2025, and I still have Bartonella.
And one thing I'd add to that is that DSCAT itself is a gaslighting term. So these people think they're sick after a tick. The very name of it is gaslighting, and it further separates doctors, patients, communities. It needs to be removed. I agree.
Can I just...
So it's because the language talks about the symptoms being attributed to ticks as opposed to actually acknowledging that the diseases are tick-borne.
Senator Kovacic, I remember when we spoke on the phone and you wanted to know of a country where things were doing it well. Like there's levels of politics in every country when it comes to tick-borne diseases, and that what leads to what Senator Reynolds was asking. It is unbelievable, and I could really identify when I spoke to you, like this doesn't make any sense. You know, when I started, as soon as they know what's going on, we'll show them. When we start at the LDA, they'll do something, and they haven't, and it is. It's crazy making. I understand. Yeah, it is. It's baffling. But what Senator Reynolds has said is true. There's something bigger and then something else that we need to look at to free this up.
I would just add one point to that, in that all of the kind of official consultations and all of that engagement that someone asked about before with the community is always undertaken by government departments. So the medical board did another engagement with the community in which they did an inquiry about whether or not their rules around complementary medicine were enough, or whether they needed to strengthen the guidelines on practising complementary medicine. And in their paper, they used Lyme disease as the poster child for negligent medicine. You're practising negligent medicine. So everybody pays attention to the medical board. All medical practitioners pay attention to the medical board. They're all part of the weekly newsletter or whatever it is. And so we have these kind of subtle psychological nudges, if you like, behavioural economics, if we want to talk about it in those terms, where we're constantly telling medical practitioners or anybody who is in a position to help patients that, oh no, that's just, oh, there's complementary medicine, don't touch that, oh no, and Lyme disease is negligent, and then we have, the DESCAT clinical pathway that's not... The whole system doesn't empower doctors who generally have amazing curiosity about what's making this person sick. They just shut down the shutters. It's extraordinary. It defies logic. It's completely baffling. The complete lack of curiosity in the Australian medical system as to what is making these people sick is mind-boggling. I don't understand it. Scientific people are curious, but not when it comes to tick-borne illness. I can't explain that.
Can I just echo Senator Kovacic's comments, and I think your evidence reflects this too. We have seen across a series of inquiries now related to menopause, perimenopause, COVID and the like, where it seems to me that the medical profession, when it doesn't fully understand a disease or a series of symptoms or a multi-system issue, they're not very good at actually admitting that they don't know enough and then working with the patient community to learn more and to work collaboratively. That seems to be a very common thread, and they seem to be very reluctant to be challenged on those things that they clearly don't know the answers to. So I think you're right. I think this is certainly drawing out again that we have a bigger problem when it comes to dealing with diseases that we don't fully understand and that the medical community doesn't understand. And so I guess on the positive side, there are common threads, and maybe that will lead us to some findings that will assist in that regard.
I'm certainly hoping so. I mean, when we listen to Senator Pratt ask now, every question is around what can AI do for us? Well, I get really excited when I think AI is going to do amazing things for us, but not if we lack the curiosity to actually find out, and that's the issue. Yes. I'm so pleased to see that this committee is on that page, because these people deserve the very best of what our understanding is and what any curious person in the world really wants to know, what is making these people sick. Because I can tell you now, tick-borne illness is just the first of the climatic change conditions that we are going to have. If we slam the shutters shut so hard, how do we place us all for the next disease X or whatever's coming next? It's just baffling. Sorry. I can't explain it any other way.
And I'd like to add one small thing on curiosity. The other thing I think that I'm just witnessing, and I'm just developing thoughts about it, and I'm not an expert, I'm a patient on this side of my health. When I sit in the doctor's office, they're told yes or no what they can do. And they can't be curious, they can't be discerning, they can't be investigative, right? They're limited. And then, what is it, a year or something you can't ask that question, you have to send it to this specialist, and when's that? Like if you asked Elaine, like I've given up on going to doctors, but you know, the number of times in the months and years they have to wait to get the next appointment.
And the cost.
Well, and even DISCAT, refer to an infectious disease specialist. The best practice is immediate treatment for a tick bite. It's criminal. It's criminal what they've done.
I might just check whether any senators have any follow-up questions.
Many, but I think we've covered the important ground today.
Yeah. Look, can I thank you very much for your evidence today? As I said at the start, one, the committee really values lived experience evidence. Secondly, we really appreciate, as I said, the emotional, physical labour that it takes not only to deal with your own circumstances, either with your own disease or family members, but to then front up. And we certainly understand your frustration, having gone through this process before and feeling, as it says in your submission, that things have actually gone backwards rather than forwards. And we hope that we can have an impact on that. So thank you very much for your evidence. The committee is going to report to the Senate on the 26th of March 2025 and requested answers to questions taken on notice. I think there were some from Senator Reynolds, be provided to the committee by close of business on the 12th of February 2025. And thank you again very much for your evidence.
Thank you.
The committee is now going to adjourn, and we're running a bit behind, so we will resume at 12:55. We will now resume. I now welcome a panel discussion with Dr. Leona Gilbert, Dr. Hugh Durham, Dr. Richard Schloeffel, Professor Holly Ahern and Dr. Bernie Hudson. Thank you to all of you for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. And for those witnesses appearing from overseas, please be advised that parliamentary privilege does not extend beyond the Australian legal jurisdiction. And notwithstanding that I've just said all of your names, for the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? And I'll start at the desk and then I might go around the people online just to make it easier, otherwise we won't know who's going when. So,
okay, so just the introduction. I'm Dr. Leona Gilbert and I am in the capacity of a CEO and an adjunct professor, okay, in cellular molecular biology, but I am the CEO of a university spin-off company that makes medical devices like tick-borne disease diagnostic kits. So I am here in that context, even though I work closely with patient advocacy groups like LDAA.
Thank you very much. I might go to Dr. Durham. If you could just state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today.
Dr. Hugh Durham. I'm here appearing in capacity as a board member of ACIDS and have hundreds of successful treatments of ME/CFS and fibromyalgia to my credit, which has never been investigated by the authorities that ran these DSCAT and so forth.
Thank you. Dr. Schloeffel?
Yes, Richard Schloeffel. I'm a GP, just recently retired. I was the founding member of ACIDS and senior clinical lecturer, now a research scientist at Macquarie University, investigating biomarkers for ME/CFS and working with Professor Bernie Hudson with NSLHD researcher, looking for biomarkers in patients, active patients with chronic disease, with vector-borne disease such as Lyme-like illness.
Thank you. Professor Ahern.
Hi, I'm Holly Ahern. I am a professor of microbiology at State University of New York College. I'm also the co-founder of a Lyme disease advocacy organization in New York State, and I'm currently serving as the chief scientific officer of a company in the U.S. that is working toward a diagnostic test, an accurate diagnostic test for Lyme disease.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Hudson.
My name's Associate Professor Bernard Joseph Hudson, or Bernie Hudson. I'm an infectious diseases physician in Sydney, as well as a qualified microbiologist, pathologist. I work at Royal North Shore Hospital in Sydney, based in the Northern Sydney Local Health District of Sydney, and I've been seeing patients with tick-borne diseases since the late 80s, early 90s, and I'm here in my capacity as an infectious diseases specialist and clinical microbiologist.
Thank you very much, everyone. Now I'm going to invite you each to make a short opening statement. At the conclusion of that, we'll go to Senators' questions. I note that there are 5 of you, so if you all stick to the 3 minutes, it will still be 15 minutes of statements, but that should give us enough time to give all Senators plenty of time to ask questions. So I'm just going to go through my list as it appears before me, so I'm going to start with you, Dr. Gilbert.
Great. And I have a timer, so I will be the 3 minutes. I thought I would fill in the gaps, actually, of the discussion this morning and also to promote more discussions further. Simply put, you know this, we are failing the patients. We're failing the patients in diagnostics for these reasons. As already said, the diagnostic test kits currently used in hospitals and clinical laboratories are testing one microbe at a time or one species of that particular microbe at a time. We need to change that, and we need to test multiple microbes at a time in multiple species. 85% of these chronic patients are suffering from multiple microbes. That needs to be put into this clinical pathway. We have to test for it. Another thing I'm hearing is that if we don't see it in the tick, it's not here in Australia. Well, actually, these patients are suffering from multiple microbes, and we provided evidence of that in our submission. Also, what I heard is that we don't recognize foreign tests, but actually, TGA is the one that governs approval of diagnostics. They use ISO accreditations 13485 to make sure that the quality of those tests are fulfilled through analytical and clinical validation. And also NATA, okay, they accredit labs here in this country. NATA has assigned to the International Laboratory Accreditation cooperation by signing this mutual recognition agreement. NATA has signed this, as well as other countries in the world, which means that NATA, okay, follows the ISO 15189 in using that ISO standard to accredit laboratories. That means NATA should have accepted and allow these accredited labs of overseas labs performing, okay, approved test kits that follow the ISO 13485. And that right there wasn't in my submission, but I would like to take that as a notice if you want to explain that more in detail, because I think that's a valuable point that was not discussed and should be discussed here. Okay, so how we can do better is really acknowledging these agreements, acknowledging that actually there is good testing available, however, it's not being employed in this country. There is Australian utility, okay, demonstrated in our submission and other submissions that I know of, and there are novel, innovative diagnostics like artificial intelligence to be used on data from patients. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gilbert, and very much appreciate your brevity. Can I just make the observation, a number of people who are online don't have their mics muted, and we're getting a bit of feedback through. So if you're not actually speaking, if you could mute your mics, that would be super helpful. I'm going to go to Dr. Derham now, please. You're on mute, Dr. Derham.
I've been treating ME/CFS for 20 years now and chronic infections, including tick-borne infections, for 15 of them. A significant lecture I went to was Professor Garsti Ehrlich of Drexel University in Pennsylvania, who's a professor of ENT, head and neck surgery, and also centres of excellence in microbiology, molecular biology and immunology. So he's been investigating the characteristics and testing of chronic infections for 25 years now. According to Professor Ehrlich, in a chronic infection, a negative test rules nothing out. Almost every patient has multiple infections, and all of the infections are hiding to some extent in biofilms so that the immune system cannot see them and the antibiotics can't necessarily get at them. The diagnosis of ME/CFS so far is a clinical one devised by professors and clinicians who have been diagnosing ME/CFS for years, and there are two internationally accepted clinical definitions, the Canadian clinical definition of 2003 and the international consensus criteria of 2011. The previous Senate inquiry and the DSCAT inquiry didn't really interview anybody who's having success in these areas, and the DSCAT was just a plaster over. It was just papering the cracks and making sure the status quo maintains. And with this investigation happening within a year of an election, I wonder if this one is also designed to fail as well. Certainly, those of us, particularly Richard Schloeffel and I, who've had significant success in getting ME/CFS patients significantly better and even completely better from a clinical point of view, I think we should be part of a committee or an interview committee to determine what should be done about these things. The diversity of symptoms and the multiple systems that these things infect was basically due to the mast cell activity being exacerbated by stress, by chronic infections, by bangs on the head, and almost all of the known antecedents to ME/CFS, including virus infections, And because mast cells are in every tissue of the body, they can explain the diversity of symptoms that happen in ME/CFS and fibromyalgia and now long COVID. It seems that the spike protein is one of and the COVID infection seem to be two more aggravating factors for mast cell activity. And not only the infections injected by ticks or viruses, but chronic dormant infections such as Epstein-Barr virus and Chlamydophila pneumoniae, etc., can wake up and start to join the party when the immune system has been altered by something like Borrelia or possibly EBV. There's a significant research has been done showing that EBV seems to be, reawakening EBV seems to be involved in long COVID as it does in ME/CFS. And most of my patients elect to get tested through Germany with the lymphocyte transformation tests and IgA tests and tick-borne tests, which are not available in Australia and provide good evidence of infection.
Thanks very much, Dr. Derham. Go to Dr. Schlurfel.
Yes, Richard Schlurfel. Look, I started this journey in 1981 when I saw my first patients with myalgic encephalomyelitis, chronic fatigue syndrome, and did 15 years as an HIV doctor and moved into, in 1997, to just looking at patients with ME/CFS and seeing over 6,000 patients who I've diagnosed and treated and been involved with many guidelines and acceptance of diagnostic criteria since that time. Over the past 28 years, I've diagnosed over 1,200 patients with tick-borne illness, including patients who actually did have Lyme disease because they caught it in America, and other patients who have multi-system disorders associated with multiple infections from Australian ticks, who presented with complex illnesses that I was able to diagnose, treat successfully, and over 80% of my patients fortunately have significantly improved or recovered in that 6,000 patients of 1,200 having tick-borne illness. One of the difficulties we have is that all the doctors who challenge the mainstream thought process in diagnosing and treating tick-borne illness, and Senator Reynolds mentioned a cult, and absolutely there is a cult of negative, righteous belief, non-evidence-based zealots who somehow block this process of proper diagnosis, proper treatment of patients by good doctors with deep understanding of complex illness. And I know Sharon mentioned integrative doctors. We are the ones at the coalface seeing these patients, and it makes it very difficult if we are hamstrung by fear and a sense that we're being watched and risk of losing our credibility and our licences to practice medicine when we've got all these sick patients. Currently 250,000 Australians have ME/CFS, multiples have tick-borne illness, and we don't know how many have long COVID. So we've got a huge percentage of the Australian population chronically ill without a diagnostic pathway, supported medical profession, and the science is there to diagnose, treat these people worldwide, and somehow we've cut ourselves off from that process. So I'm going to stop there, but I think the most important thing I've got to say that we need to change this now, and DISCAT is a useless document. It does not address the issues of the patient. There are guidelines and things we could adopt now for diagnosis and treatment. The science does have to catch up with diagnostic biomarkers, etc., which is I'm working on in the areas of science I'm involved in. But I think that the change needs to happen is supporting the doctors who diagnose and treat this, keeping them safe, and developing pathways for patients so they're not gaslit, because that's exactly what happens to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Ahern.
So in addition to my roles as scientist and educator, I'm also, and perhaps most importantly, the mother of a young woman whose missed diagnosis of Lyme disease during the early stage of infection caused her to suffer for years with the profoundly debilitating symptoms of a Lyme-associated chronic illness. So because of this experience, I was driven to co-found an organization in New York State, where I live, to advocate for changes in the outdated medical guidelines that dictate the standard of care for Lyme disease, and that is worldwide for the most part, and also to educate the public on the risks associated with ticks and the pathogens that they carry, which are multiple. I've also been commissioned to serve on state and federal committees, such as the Department of Health and Human Services in the U.S. convened a tick-borne disease working group. New York State has also convened a tick-borne disease working group in an attempt to address some of these issues. And I would urge anybody that's on this panel to look at the reports of the 3 meetings of the tick-borne disease working group in the United States, because the issues were all of the issues were addressed in 3 separate iterations of that group, and many of the conclusions that came out of that are being used to change the landscape of Lyme disease and other tick-borne illnesses in the United States. So I'm here really to talk about the issue with diagnosis, because it was a lack of diagnosis that led to my daughter's problems. And just for the record, New York State in the United States is one of the states with the highest recorded number of cases of Lyme disease. And yet even here, healthcare providers have great difficulty in diagnosing Lyme disease. And the reason why is because they rely on medical guidelines that focus on one manifestation of the disease that involves a certain set of signs and symptoms that may or may not actually appear in all patients, such as, for example, the erythema migrans rash, and in particular, the over-reliance on blood tests that are usually that are very poor. They're not very accurate for even Lyme disease, much less any of the others. So looking at that, one of the reasons why there's difficulty in diagnosis is because of the remarkable microbiology of the organism that causes Lyme disease. So Borrelia and other species within that particular genus are remarkable in their ability to change the host landscape in order to survive in it. And that leads to a great heterogeneity of symptoms that appear. And as a result, if you follow medical guidelines that say patients always get this symptoms or that symptom, you're going to miss the diagnosis in many cases. Another example, women and men show difference in response to the infection. For example, women are more or less likely to develop that classic erythema migrans rash, and they show more variable immune responses than do men, meaning that they are less likely to respond, to test positive for the tests that are available. There's also abundant evidence that infected women can transmit the bacteria in utero to their developing fetuses, and the long-term consequences of that are, to this moment, still unstudied. So none of these things are considered in the one-size-fits-all medical guidelines that are directing medical care for Lyme disease. So as I mentioned, I'm the Chief Scientific Officer of a company that is involved in the research and development of a clinically accurate diagnostic test for Lyme disease, because the currently available test, which as best I could tell from the information that I gleaned from my website search of your government, was basically those tests that are used will be falsely negative in up to 70% of the cases. And if doctors rely on those tests to make that diagnosis, then the case will not be diagnosed. And if they're not diagnosed, they will not be treated, and that increases the risk for Lyme-associated chronic illness. So I deeply appreciate the opportunity to be able to be here today, and so thank you for letting me speak.
Thanks very much, Professor Ahern. I'm going to go to Associate Professor Dr. Hudson.
So I've been working in infectious disease and clinical microbiology since the 1980s. And when I came back from Papua New Guinea in 1989, I started seeing people a lot from the northern beaches of Sydney with illness which was temporarily related to tick bite, and in some cases was definitely an infection related to tick bite. And in fact, we developed and published the preferred method of diagnosing a condition called spotted fever, which was a PCR test on a swab from the eschar rather than depending on a blood test. If you go back and look at what happens when most people get bitten by ticks, most people don't develop any illness at all. And in some parts of Australia, people will be getting hundreds of ticks a day or even a week, and many people don't get sick. But one of the problems is some people do get acutely unwell, and that's pretty easy to make to to define a relationship between I got bitten by a tick and within this period of time I was unwell. It's the people that actually become chronically unwell having had tick bites that are very difficult to define whether it was the tick bite that actually caused them to be unwell or whether it was something else. So if you consider that a tick, and with normal new metagenomic testings, which is molecular testing, if you do those molecular tests on ticks, you will find hundreds of thousands of organisms, some of which could be pathogens, many of which actually have a correlate in the Northern Hemisphere, which is known to cause illness. So, for example, there's a virus called a cultivirus. It's known to cause a febrile illness in North America. It's in the ticks here, and highly likely that it would cause an illness in people that get bitten by the ticks here in Australia. The difficulty is that when someone gets bitten by a tick, the tick actually injects things in its saliva which hoodwinks the immune system. So the normal response may be altered by the fact that there's something else injected with these agents which could cause infection or could, they may not cause any infection at all. So the difficulty is that we're focused on collecting blood samples and testing them to find the cause of the illness. And the two different sort of tests you do is one, detect the pathogen, the other is look for the person's response to the pathogen. Now, the pathogen, say for example with spotted fever, the pathogen stays in the blood for a very short period of time. And we tested a lot of samples originally before we developed that method of swabbing the eschar. We tested a lot of blood samples, they're all negative. The other method is to do antibody tests to determine whether the person's made an antibody response to the particular agent. If you take something like spotted fever, which everybody agrees occurs, the quality of the antibody tests that are available in the market in Australia, including in reference laboratories, is quite poor. The concordance between different laboratories is abysmal, basically. So even for the common infection that everybody agrees on, I think the test is still not very good. The NH and MRC funded two studies, one which was more neurology and Professor Kanan, who you'll be talking to later today. The other was a study which is based in Murdoch University by Peter Irwin and colleagues. And Peter's a vet, he's got an entomologist, he's got some clinicians involved. And basically what they're doing is they're following people that get bitten by ticks to see if they become unwell. Our approach, we're funded to a similar amount by the Snow Foundation, which was a non-competitive grant. We're actually following people who have become sick after having a tick bite. And so I'm the principal investigator on the study, and that's been running for about 2.5 years now. It runs over about 5 years, and we're following, it's prospective, case control, and a longitudinal study where we're actually collecting samples from the patients every 3 to 4 months to see whether there's any newer diagnostic tests which will confirm for the patient, yes, you're sick. 2, this is what the abnormality is. 3, that's the sort of motif in your immune response you get when you've got an infection, or it's the motif you've got when you're depressed, or it's the motif that you've got when you've got some other illness like an autoimmune disease. So I think where we currently are is, everybody said it, the diagnostic tests still are extremely problematic, and we need to consider what's available in the market in Australia. I think there is a focus on Australian biotech companies that, could be co-opted to be involved in helping to develop diagnostic tests. I think that would be a good thing. But at the end of the day, we have a problem with the person sick, all the tests are normal, so therefore you're not sick. We need to find out what are the extra tests that will confirm, 1, that you're sick, and 2, this is the most likely reason why you're sick.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Hudson, and thank you everyone for your opening statements. Before I go to Senator Pratt, a more generalised question for the panel, I guess. Associate Professor Dr. Hudson, you talked about the fact that with things like ME/CFS, there's no specific test necessarily for that suite of symptoms, yes, and there's a set of clinical guidelines, yes, that have been developed over time so that people can say, okay, we don't have a diagnostic test, but yes, it's clear that this person is unwell. Yeah. What are the blockers? And this is open to everyone on the panel. What is the block in terms of tick-borne illnesses, where it seems to me as a layperson that we have a similar situation where you're saying we don't have a diagnostic test, but we have a whole cohort of people who are clearly ill. What is the blocker to that sort of diagnostic tool having been developed?
I think the blocker has been technology hasn't been able to tell us, but we're edging much closer now with analysis of biomarkers in the blood, looking at the microbiome in the stool, looking at maybe other samples that are collected. We've got molecular testing, so we've got so-called metagenomics. We've actually got detection of proteins that are in the blood. We've got detection of immune system signatures in the blood. And together with things like AI, I think we're edging very closer to actually looking at them and saying that, yes, you're sick, this is not normal for you. There's actually a phenomenon called the set point value for even the normal tests in an individual. Many people, and it was reviewed recently in Nature, 9th of January this year, many people, their parameter in their normal blood test might always be very, very much the same. But if they fit in the normal range, then the thinking is there's nothing wrong with you. But that, for them, that might be an abnormal test result. For things like thyroid function tests, it's easy because we can measure two things and they indicate a positive or a negative feedback. But I think the biggest block has been the technology. The next block is the analysis, and I think with AI, biomarker and some of the next generation molecular technology, I think we're getting closer. And long COVID, ME/CFS and chronic illness following tick bite, they've probably got a lot of similarities. And I think having the groups researching those three things come together, I think you'll find that we will be able to tell people who are sick, yes, you are sick. This shows that you're sick. Now we have to try and figure out why you're sick or what we can do about it.
Dr. Gilbert?
Yeah, if I can add, I may actually put an argument out there that we do have good diagnostics available for patients, but it's not being employed here in Australia. We have diagnostics for chronic Lyme disease. It is serology. It is not PCR, it's not genomics, it's not AI. We have good diagnostics that have a performance, a sensitivity of 98% and a specificity of 98%. We have those tests. We have good diagnostic tests, but they have to be used correctly, and they have to be understood that you cannot screen antibodies in the first 2 to 4 weeks. You have to be able to use the diagnostics with its limitations. Yes, while we're waiting for AI to catch up and these biomarkers to catch up, because there's great science on this in these chronic Lyme disease patients, but we fundamentally have to understand that Borrelia burgdorferi is a low abundance bacteria. We are never going to be able to see it directly in blood, okay? Maybe in biopsies, okay? 50% of the time, but it's low abundance. And because of that limitation, we have to rely on other techniques like advanced serology tests that have good markers in it, good performance in it. There was a statement that there's no concordance between laboratories. That means that the two labs don't give out the same results. It makes sense because there is no standardized testing or standardized proteins used on these tests, okay? We're using American strains here in Australia instead of all, the European strains and the American strains. And I'm sure Dr. Hearn can add to this the limitations of the diagnostics. the point is that we do have good diagnostics. It's not flipping a coin anymore because we have these quality management systems in place now at the governmental level, okay, and also across the world. So having false positives is just an easy, and I think a very lazy way of disregarding test results, okay? False negatives, okay, I hear that all the time too. That is very dangerous, but the test kits are developed to minimize those two attributes, okay? And I do not believe any country in the world will allow a test kit to be utilized to put these people in harm, okay? So it's up to us to educate, making sure that the clinicians understand the limitations of the test kits when they're supposed to be used, and also empower the patient to ask the questions about those test kits, okay? What's the limitation and how are they supposed to be used? And I know that that takes time, and effort, but we can do this. There are solutions. We have good diagnostics.
Thanks, Dr. Gilbert. Just a broader question to the panel, and it sort of comes back to the question that I just asked, but we've certainly heard evidence earlier today from people with lived experience that there seems to be a real lack of doctors who are willing to see patients who talk about the fact that they have concerns that they have a tick-borne disease. And I'm interested to get an understanding of what it is that's going on in the medical profession that is creating these blocks for people. And I can see Dr. Schlurfel putting his hand up, so I might go to you to start, Dr. Schlurfel.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Look, one of the situations we have with GPs, particularly in Australia, but specialists, is a lack of high-level education in their undergraduate GP training or specialist training periods of their lives, then as practicing GPs and specialists, of any education in regards to ME/CFS, tick-borne illness, even long COVID. And I've been an educator for many years, since the 90s, and I've just finished a lecture program over the past 3 years where 3,000 GPs attended over a period of time. And I can almost say there was hardly a doctor in the room who knew anything about ME/CFS, let alone tick-borne illness, and the lectures were primarily focused on long COVID. So there's a lack of scientific vigour, sure, there's that problem, but there's a lack of interest and education of GPs, and the only doctors who actually have thorough training in this are a very small group of specialised doctors with enormous skill. But we, as doctors, have to watch our back all the time because there's a group of doctors and belief systems that we are seen as dangerous to the community. And in diagnosing and treating patients with these genuine illnesses, 250,000 with ME/CFS, some of which have got tick-borne illness before long COVID, that's an enormous disease burden in our community. And we're really hamstrung by the lack of education, but the lack of ability to practice safely without someone actually advising APRA or the Healthcare Complaints Commission, you've diagnosed and treating tick-borne illness, Lyme disease in America, and most patients in Australia do not have borreliosis. They have Bartonella, rickettsia infection, viruses and other things from tick bites. Some of them will have Borrelia, and it may well be a different Borrelia, Lyme-like illness, than what's in the States or America, in Europe, but not always. So if you haven't got the education, then you've got fear amongst the doctors in diagnosing and treating these people. You automatically disenfranchise the patients, but you also disenfranchise the doctors who have the capacity to do this. So, and if you create guidelines that are a negative, like DISCAT, to actually diagnosing and treating patients correctly with the best world's-based evidence, you've automatically nullified the capacity to do anything for these people. And that happened when I've been on all these committees. I was present in 2016, and that actually, this DISCAT guideline, my attitude should be dismantled immediately, and we need to start again. And there are adequate guidelines worldwide. There are tests worldwide. And I can definitely assure you there are evidence-based treatments for all these patients to some extent, when a large majority of them may have significant improvement in their health, if not cure, improvement. And understanding that those systems are available and educating the doctors to practice it, we'd get somewhere. But that's not happening. And it's an organisation, this today, hopefully is one, when there needs to be some automatic reversal of our thought process as practitioners. Because there's a group of doctors who would not want this to happen for whatever reason. I don't quite understand, because this panel here is a highly educated, informed group. We're telling you the truth, and there's this righteous belief that these patients do not exist, or if they do exist, there's nothing we can do, and no, they can't have tick-borne illness. So that needs to change immediately. And as Bernie Hudson said, look, I'm involved with Bernie in doing the research with these patients. We will find biomarkers. We will find appropriate tests to diagnose them. But then if we do, we're still hamstrung in educating doctors how to manage and treat these patients correctly, because it's a long-term process, 2 to 5 years if you're going to take these people on. They're not going to get better in a week. And one of the issues we have is that everybody who had a tick bite who's sick in the first instance, if they got appropriate antibiotics for 10 days up to 6 weeks, depending on the degree of illness, they wouldn't develop the chronic illnesses. But because there's no antibody test, there's no diagnostic pathway to say, yes, we should do it, though that's not done. So we get all these chronic disease patients which may have been prevented if the GP knew what to do in the first instance without fear, because they're fearful that they'll be reported to someone because they treated someone with a tick-borne illness in the first instance.
Thank you. I'm conscious of time, so I'm going to go to Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask, please, what ticks in what regions of Australia have you been able to attribute tick-borne illnesses to? I note that the study funded by the Commonwealth in response to the previous inquiry that was done by the CSIRO found that more extensive sampling of diverse ticks and wildlife across Australia would uncover additional diversity and further novel tick-borne microorganisms with zoonotic potential, which is the potential to pass the disease from animals to humans.
It's Bernie Hudson here. Is that Gofton et al. In 2022?
It was published in Wiley, and it's referenced in the... Yeah. So that's from the I think they're from the CSIRO, and it used molecular testing, and it's called metatranscriptomic profiling reveals diverse tick-borne bacteria, protozoans, and viruses in ticks and wildlife from Australia. That's right.
And that was the one from which I quoted the fact that by sampling sites in southern New South Wales and the northern beaches, they found a wide variety of different organisms, and some of the ones they found are associated, close relatives of similar organisms that cause illness overseas. So, for example, whilst there's not Lyme disease Borrelia being definitely shown, there are Borrelia in these ticks. Whilst there's not Colorado spotted fever described here, there's viruses that have been found in these ticks that are basically the same type of virus. So
and is that what you've in this to the panel? So thank you, that's exceedingly helpful.
Yeah.
What's been found in patients across the panel? Yeah,
but can I quickly answer that first? So as I said, there's two ways of making the diagnosis. One's to detect the pathogen. The other is to detect the host response to the pathogen. On all those organisms that they found in the ticks, most of them have no diagnostic test available in Australia.
Well, but you've said that there are equivalent tests for similar types of diseases and organisms overseas, which is where I'm trying to
there is, and that's what Leona's saying, is that that the people overseas know that there are diagnostic tests for to confirm infection caused by these agents. They're primarily antibody tests. They're not perfect, and in some cases they don't take into account the fact that some people never mount a very good antibody test. And if you divide the organisms that are in the ticks into viruses, bacteria and parasites like protozoa, I can tell you now that for virus antibody tests, they're pretty good. Think HIV, hepatitis C, rubella, measles, all those things. The antibody test is good. And my approach is we should be focusing on some of those, because just like Ross River virus and Barmah forest virus, infection with those may actually be very important and the source of a lot of ill health. The bacteria ones are more difficult, and that's where Leona was discussing about the tests that she's got that are available overseas. But at the end of the day, some people just don't make a very good antibody response, and there's a lot of what we call cross-reactivity. But that paper is actually very useful to go and have a look at, because basically you say, well, hang on, these are like things that we see overseas, so how come we haven't got a test to try and detect the exposure to them?
Can I make a comment?
Yeah, thank you.
I might go to Dr. Schlurfel.
Yes, sorry. But just continuing on with what Bernie's saying, in regards to patients will often have overseas testing, or even some of our reference laboratory testing, ELISA, Western blot tests for these vector-borne diseases from ticks. And if the patient is well, and we've found this in our research, and they're a control but had multiple tick bites or a tick bite, you often find high levels of antibodies present in these patients, but they're not sick. It's because their immune response were adequate to eliminate the organisms in the first place. The patients who are very unwell often have no antibodies at all. Whatever tests you do worldwide, you don't find any evidence, even in the biomarkers looking for inflammation, unless you're doing specific work with what we call proteomics or metabolomics that Bernie mentioned. Any pathology suggests these people are sick. They've got a group of symptoms, they've got negative tests, but it's consistent with a proper diagnosis of tick vector-borne disease. Now, the CDC in the States states that Lyme disease is a clinical diagnosis. It is not based on a rash, erythema migrans. It's not based on a blood test. The blood test, the two-tiered test they talk in the States, is purely for surveillance purposes, not for diagnosis. The sicker you are, the less positive tests you'll ever have. And in my experience of treating 1,200 patients plus with tick-borne illness in Australia, often their pathology became positive at the end of their treatment, when they'd been treated with adequate, evidence-based, world's best practice treatment over a period of months, sometimes years, been overseas, had hypothermia and some of these other treatments. Then you find the antibodies, but that's because they finally got an immune response which assisted in the recovery. So these are difficult infections and illnesses to diagnose unless you have your radar intellectually there and you spend enough time with the patient to get a diagnostic overview and following recognised symptoms and guidelines that are available, not relying on the test, because the tests are secondary to your clinical acumen and your clinical training and how to diagnose and treat these people. So Bernie and I, in our research, definitely are looking for diagnostic biomarkers, hopefully an ELISA test or something that will give us the evidence that we need to bring our colleagues across. But we could be waiting a while. I think we need to still consider, when a patient tells you they're sick and they had a tick bite, or they've got ME/CFS, or they've got long COVID, we need to believe them that they are generally sick in spite of the lack of pathology.
Dr. Goodwin, did you have something you want to add before we go back to Senator
I would like to add and answer the question about the microbes that we see in Australian patients. Okay, we are seeing Borrelia, we're seeing chronic forms of Borrelia. Okay, we are seeing Babesia, Bartonella, Ehrlichia, Rickettsia, Coxsackie virus. These are the opportunist viruses, not coming from the tick. Okay, but they are They're opportunists because these individuals have a suppressed immune system, as our colleagues have mentioned, that when they have a better immune system, they finally elicit an antibody response. So the ideal test kit should have these immune markers there to actually address immune fitness, and our test does that. So they are suffering from not only tick-borne pathogens, but also suffering from opportunist infections because they have been chronically ill. And now, post-COVID time, we're seeing this reactivation of these opportunist viruses like Epstein, human parvovirus, Coxsackie virus. So ideally, immune fitness, absolutely, we need to do that. We need to actually see the fitness level in these individuals so that it affects also the testing results, but treatment results as well. Because if they can't elicit an immune response, they're not going to be able to really fight those microbes. Yeah, sorry.
That's right. I'm just conscious of time. Yeah. Senator Pratt, I have time for one more question from you before I go to Senator Reynolds.
What would a screening program for the 250,000 people with, for example, chronic fatigue look like? How would you put a clinical trial together for testing, and what would you be looking for?
Okay, can I answer that? Because that's exactly what I'm involved in at Macquarie University, in research into ME/CFS and biomarker research. These are clinical diagnoses. So the two things I do is really excellent training for all doctors in the diagnostic process of diagnosing ME/CFS, whatever the cause may be, whether it be tick-borne or post-COVID or ME/CFS from other causes. Generally, they are post-infection, but not always. The second thing is absolutely notification that this illness exists, notifying an authority and giving each patient a number. You are diagnosed with ME/CFS, we didn't find anything else, and notify that this illness exists in that person. When I make up this 250,000 patients with ME/CFS, I'm looking at the world's best practice, 1% of Australia's population of 25 million, we think we've got this number. We have no idea of the numbers. We have no idea how many people have tick-borne illness nor long COVID. So
can I just ask a quick supplementary question, Chair?
Yes.
Which is, My Health Record's got some records in it, hasn't yet been released for research, but if you were to, write to all doctors who have a patient that say, where they've got a diagnosis of ME/CFS,
yes.
What kind of AI, where you take the clinical diagnosis alongside different types of pathology tests, what could we interrogate in order to really see what's going on in Australia relative to other countries?
Can I answer that? Because I've been involved in this work as well.
Yes, Dr. Schlurfel, and then I'm going to go to the coalition.
Yes, most doctors do not diagnose ME/CFS. They don't have the capacity, they don't have the training, and they don't generally put it in their My Health record. I think you'd be surprised how little patients who are 90% of patients with ME/CFS do not have a doctor.
But you might find markers inside, you might find other things, for example, that correlate with your clinical diagnosis that you might, using AI, for example, then look at
you could,
a range of test results or whatever, and really start to apply test results, etc., by looking at what is in common in the data that you've got versus the data that exists for other patients.
Yes, I hear you, but you'd have to, if you ask the majority of people with ME/CFS, I've just resigned now as the Medical Director of Urge Australia, which is the peak body for ME/CFS. I've been their director for the last 3 years, and I can tell you most of these patients do not have a doctor. They are not diagnosed, they're not supported by the medical profession. So you might glean a small number of people, but until we change the teaching of doctors and the recognition of the illnesses, that would be an ideal situation. I think
so
if we
where
change
does the figure of 250,000 come from?
It comes from the statistics of a number of studies that were done in Australia, firstly with Andrew Lloyd and then Griffith University. They have a study going with ME/CFS up there. And United Nations, World Health Organisation claim that 1% of the world's population has ME/CFS, 70 million people, and that in Australia, 1% is 250,000. It's a rubber issue.
Senator Pratt, I'm going to pass on the call now. Thank you. I'm going to give the remaining 15 minutes to the coalition, so I'll go to Senator Reynolds and then Senator Askew if you want to work together if you have any questions.
Look, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to all witnesses. That was a very enlightening and a very helpful session for us, and I think it's given us some good pointers in terms of where to look further and some of the recommendations for our report. But first of all, can I go to Professor Ahern, please? Professor, in relation to your experience and your observations that we need better diagnostic tools, and I think that is a theme that's come through from all of the witnesses on this panel, would you be able to just explain a bit further about where that is heading in the United States? And it would seem to make sense that sometimes we have the habit of reinventing the wheel that somebody else has already come up with overseas. So I'm just wondering if you could just talk a bit more about the pathway that you're following at the moment.
So in the US, the lack of being able to diagnose cases is something that's been recognized for a very long time. And by a long time, I'd say the past decade. And so it's sort of, risen to the top in terms of priorities on behalf of the, NIH is looking at it, NIH's National Institutes of Health. And I also, the tick-borne disease working group, which was convened by our Congress to look into this whole issue, I had two subcommittees that were dedicated to diagnosis and testing, right? And the one that was in 2018, I was a member of that particular group when we basically went out to look at every single possible technology that could be applied to find a solution to this problem, looked at all the limitations of the current tests, and then said, all right, here's a whole pipeline of different technologies that possibly could be repurposed or, even new emerging things, including metabolomics, genomics, all the things that have been mentioned here. And then thanks to the Cohen Foundation, the Alexander and Stephen Cohen Foundation in the US, which was able to create a public-private partnership with the HHS. There was a new initiative called the Lyme-like Challenge, Diagnostic Challenge. So Lyme-like was modeled after an initiative called Kidney X, which was to solve the issue of long-term chronic kidney illnesses. And so one of the major focuses of Lyme-like became this diagnostic test challenge. So the Cohen Foundation and the government funded send us your proposals, tell us what you got. There were 42 different proposals that were submitted in terms of what would be a good diagnostic test for Lyme disease. And from that, there have been 3 rounds of that now. So the winners of each stage have been receiving funding to develop their tests further. They're getting help from our government in terms of regulatory approval, how to navigate that particular process to get the test cleared through the FDA, because that is the goal. The goal of the challenge is to develop a test to tell a patient if a patient has active Lyme disease, which is the first thing. And I was a judge for the Lyme-like competition for the first 2 rounds of that particular iteration. And one of the things that we had to do first was to define active. What do you mean by active Lyme disease? Does that mean, the time of the rash? Because if that would be early in the disease. I think the main issue with Lyme disease in general is that patients that go on to develop Lyme-associated chronic illness, the issue remains as to whether it is the result of persisting bacterial infection. So in other words, the bacteria, do they stay in the body? Are they actually cleared with antibiotic treatment or the immune system, which we know they aren't. So, however, the problem is, what do you do about that? You have a bacterial infection that's still present. will an further antibiotic treatment actually be an effective treatment for that? And that is one of the most controversial issues of this whole disease, and it's been going on for as long as this disease has been present. And the question is not answered. So for whatever reason, the infection triggers a chronic illness. So what we want the test to do is to say this is active infection, therefore an antibiotic probably would be a reasonable prescription for that. So that is one way. I have to say that it's in round 3. The round 3 winners were just announced. They're getting additional funding. There's going to be a round 4. There are 5 teams that are, at this moment in the process of making FDA submissions to, kind of work through that overall process. So that's how it's being addressed in the U.S. And I think that kind of moonshot, if you will, is something that would be a really excellent thing to fund and to follow through on, to get lots of teams interested in looking deeper at this problem. It also, helps patients. And one of the biggest issues is the fact that Lyme disease patients they face so many barriers to accessing care. And one of the main barriers is actually getting diagnosed with something you can be treated with. And I think that's what the issue of everybody. How do you treat a disease that you can't actually diagnose, right? What is the right treatment for it? That's what we did, and that's moving forward at a very fast rate.
Professor Hearn, thank you. That was very helpful. In terms of the evidence that we've heard, which this inquiry is, I think, more detailed than last inquiry about the pathogens themselves and responses. So in the environment where somebody gets bitten, knowingly or not, and as we've heard the evidence that most people won't get sick because their immune responses are sufficient, but they might have antibodies. So where you've got people who have been bitten by a tick and are feeling sick and they first present, is one of the things that you're looking at is to have a bit like, I don't know, with malaria or something, so hey, you have prophylaxis, so that you have a precautionary, up front, while they're waiting for a diagnosis, is giving antibiotics so that those people who can get better quickly, it works, but then have another course of treatment to do where there is no diagnosis, is immune, sort of treatment to actually boost people's immune system, because it might be one of many different pathogens. Is that the sort of thing in terms of not waiting for a diagnosis, which may or may not ever come, but actually treating the symptoms to start with, or the potential for symptoms up front? So it just seems to me we've got the cart before the horse, is that people are waiting for diagnoses that might never come and get sicker, for those who are going to get sick, rather than having a staged series of treatments up front while we're waiting for better diagnoses and things to come for multiple pathogens. Is that something that you're looking at in the States, or is this actually something that makes sense, what I'm saying, or is this medically stupid?
It's very sensible.
It makes abundant sense. However, in the United States in particular, our government actually 2 administrations ago, the issue of antibiotic resistance is a major issue, right? So the power of antibiotics that we have to treat all infectious diseases, we're losing that because the bacteria are evolving resistance. So that means that there's an initiative called antibiotic stewardship, which means there is great reluctance to prescribe antibiotics if there's no evidence that there's actually an infection. So that's kind of the gray area. So it would make great sense to treat prophylactically for a tick bite, right, and mitigate the risk for long-term chronic illness. But I will tell you that the Infectious Disease Society, which more or less controls, they write the medical guidelines, and they're the ones that are the stewards who are saying, no, we don't want to do that. If there's no evidence of infection, then we certainly don't want to prescribe an antibiotic for that particular disease.
I think if you're going to describe, I think you've just described probably a dictionary definition of a catch-22.
Yep, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. And there is, there was one study done in 2001 that said, oh, if you give a patient 2 pills of doxycycline at the time of the tick bite, it makes the patient happy. It also prevents Lyme disease. But a review of that study, an in-depth review of that study, which, by the way, has never been repeated or it's not repeatable, shows that that is not the case. It does not prevent Lyme disease. All it does is prevent the appearance of the rash. But the way the study was designed, it gives no evidence one way or the other as to whether that actually prevents the disease or does it actually just make it harder to diagnose, which is actually what it does.
Thank you. And could I... Oh, Dr. Schlofik, before I go to the next question, did you... Chair, I think...
Can I answer that question, the situation in Australia?
Yes.
One of the things that Bernie discussed was that in the northern beaches of Sydney, we have a high incidence of tick bite and people were getting very sick. So we had a lot of patients initially over the past 20 years, and Bernie and I have been seeing these patients now 28 years together. In the northern beaches of Sydney, if someone gets a tick bite, GPs quietly will give doxycycline, or if it's a child, clarithromycin, for 7 to 10 days, many of them, and we do not see the same level of tick-borne illness that we were seeing 28 years ago. It's primarily because those GPs that are in our area have been educated. The council has signs, there are ticks in this area. If you get sick, see your GP, you might have an infection. So by stealth, that what you've just asked is actually happening by observation, that the numbers of people apparently with chronic illness from tick bites in an area of Sydney, because they are given prophylactic or treatment, I'd call it treatment antibiotics. So if someone's sick from a tick bite, they may well have a developing infection, a reaction, or some toxic reaction, but you don't know because you don't have any tests to verify that. But by stealth, that's actually happening, and that's the observation. It obviously needs to be studied more aggressively, but if you haven't got a diagnostic organism, because the nature of tick bites is there's a very small number of organisms that are injected by this nature's dirty needle. Within 48 hours, they've left your bloodstream and they're intracellular in a biofilm, and they reproduce extremely slowly and they're cell wall deficient. So there's nothing for the immune response of the body to mount an immune response. So if you don't get rid of that organism, you may well become chronically ill. But if you have 7 days, 10 days of doxycycline, 200 milligrams a day or 100 milligrams a day, or clarithromycin if you're a child, anecdotally, you do not develop infection, which I think is why we've seen a reduction in the patients from that area with chronic disease that we were seeing over the past 25 years or so.
Thank you. My final question, of many, but again, coming back to Professor Ahern, what we've seen here in Australia, I participated in an inquiry 8 years ago on this, and sadly the situation amongst our medical profession here, that they seem to have doubled down in terms of their gaslighting, in terms of their cancelling of doctors who do treat this. It's rather inexplicable. I think one witness described it as bewildering. I'm just wondering, have you seen a similar phenomena in the United States? And if so, how are you countering that?
So the answer is yes, but I'm going to speak directly from what I've learned from New York State, where I live. So because I became, fairly early on, I became an advocate to try to change the landscape of Lyme disease for other patients. And one of the very first things that happened is when you went to talk to the different providers that were seeing patients with Lyme disease, several of them had had their medical licenses reviewed simply because they were seeing Lyme disease patients and treating them outside the standard of care, which was, 3 weeks of antibiotics, and if they don't get better, too bad, that, they have something else that's wrong with them. And as a result of that, many providers were being discouraged from seeing Lyme disease patients. So in other words, the number of healthcare providers that were available for patients was going down, which meant that limited the access to care that Lyme disease patients had. So in New York State, the approach that we took was to champion legislation that was eventually signed into law. It was signed into law in 2013, which protected doctors from just a pernicious review of their medical license simply because they were seeing Lyme disease patients and treating them, making that diagnosis and treating them, even if they, for example, if the 3 weeks of antibiotics, they still had symptoms, they'd treat them with another 3 weeks of antibiotics, because that was their clinical judgment. So they could not be punished for using clinical judgment to treat those patients. And there was a lot of pushback from certain medical organizations because they really didn't want government to be legislating how they could or could not treat patients. But nonetheless, we successfully passed that law through both houses, and then the governor signed it in 2013. And as a result, it's not that their medical license can't be reviewed for other reasons, but not just simply for the reason that they're treating tick-borne illness using clinical judgment.
Thank you. Can I just ask on that point, what seems to have happened here is that the medical professionals who are so anti anybody talking about Lyme is the name, or the nomenclature of Lyme disease. So they seem to have been fixated on that. So for their last inquiry report, we called it Lyme-like, to include, a range of other pathogens and things that were identified or were not yet identified. Has that been an issue? And then they talk about classical things. So if you haven't travelled to the United States or a certain part of Canada, you can't have it. And so that seems to have been part of the issue here. Has that been, as part of this in the US, has that been a driving force in terms of what is classical Lyme disease and what is not versus every other revolting pathogen that ticks have?
Yeah, well, in Lyme disease, in the United States, there are a fairly limited number of species that actually are responsible for causing Lyme disease. But there are other species that cause other forms of Lyme borreliosis, and I actually did address that in my submission, my written submission to you that I delivered last week. So point being, Lyme disease is really part of a bigger category of diseases called, in general, borreliosis, meaning, diseases that are caused by Borrelia, and of which there are, numerous different genospecies of that particular genus. Some of them are associated with disease symptoms that look this way, some look that way, but the point, there's a tremendous overlap between all of those diseases. And for whatever reason, medicine seems to want to parse them into different groups, right? There's Lyme borreliosis, and then there's relapsing fever borreliosis. The reality is the same antibiotics treat them. They're caused by the same organisms. Patients have the same overall issues with, long-term potential for long-term chronic illness. So, borreliosis is a broader term, and it covers all those bases. So it really doesn't matter if it's the Lyme bacteria or if it's one of these other bacteria that's causing it. From the patient perspective, the treatment would be the same, or diagnose it and treat the infection, right? Who cares what the name of it is, or if we're going to call it Lyme disease, or if we're going to call it some other illness.
They're sick.
Yes.
Thanks. Thanks, Jeff.
Can I thank everyone on the panel for taking out the time to come and share your expertise with us this afternoon. It's been very helpful for the committee. The committee is going to report to the Senate on the 26th of March 2025. I don't believe any questions were taken on notice, but if they were, they need to be provided to the committee secretariat by close of business on the 12th of February 2025. And again, thank you very much for taking time out of your day or evening, depending on where you are, and for sharing your expertise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm now going to welcome representatives from Lyme Australia Recognition and Awareness. So I now welcome representatives from Lyme Australia Recognition and Awareness, and I want to thank you both for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. I just want to remind folks that you also have the opportunity to provide evidence in camera if that's required. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today, and I'll start here in the room.
Karen Smith, founder of Lyme Australia Recognition and Awareness.
Thank you.
And research.
And online?
OPS Stefanovic. I'm with Lyme, Lara as well, and I'm a patient as well as a researcher.
All right. Look, thank you very much. We appreciate you taking time to give evidence before the committee today. Ms Smith, if you prefer to keep your glasses on, that's totally fine.
I'm sorry, due to not being able to get treated, I have dystonia neurological issues, hence the blue glasses. But one's for reading and one's for distance. So with these ones on, I can't see you. And then, sorry.
That's fine. I'm going to give each of you the opportunity to provide some opening remarks for the committee. We've generally been keeping them to about 3 minutes. If you have additional stuff in a written statement that you want to table at the end, that's completely fine. So I'll start with you, Ms Smith, and then after we've heard from both of you, we'll go to questions.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, so I've been researching and advocating for Lyme and tick-borne disease awareness since 2010, and I will touch on a couple of areas regarding diagnostics and terminology before handing the floor to Opia, who will outline some of the omissions that contributed to the stakeholder denunciation of the DSAGAT pathway. Simply put, the lack of proper diagnostic resources and the confusing terminology used in the DSAGAT pathway have created significant barriers for patients seeking proper diagnosis and treatment. Within the DSAGAT pathway summary, it states, do not test for Lyme disease if patients have not travelled to Lyme disease endemic areas. The truth is that even with the hundreds of patients that have positive test results, the continued circular reasoning of there is no Lyme in Australia, so all the positive tests must be false positives, is extremely frustrating and serves only to continue the denial. The pathway summary also reads, diagnostic testing for Lyme disease should only be undertaken in Australia in a pathology laboratory accredited by NATA. One may ask why Lyme and tick-borne diseases warrant this special treatment. When we look at other infections, such as COVID, consumers are told they can have confidence in overseas testing laboratories. In 2021, NATA released a media statement titled, NATA calls for global standardised COVID-19 testing. The release included the statement that NATA is a signatory to the ILAC mutual recognition arrangement, which has been signed by 130 accreditation bodies from more than 105 countries, and that consumers should also have confidence that the competence of the testing provider is internationally recognised and that the test results can be accepted everywhere. Why is it then that the results from Infectolab, a German laboratory where many Australian patients sent their blood for testing, are summarily ignored or treated with contempt? Infectolab is accredited by DAX, a full member of ILAC and a signatory of the mutual recognition agreements. This is a double standard. The pathway summary also notes DSAGAT is not a diagnosable disease or a clinical diagnosis. Rather, it is a term used to describe symptoms of a chronic debilitating illness, often associated to a tick bite. The term DSAGAT is confusing and implies that patients are only attributing their condition to tick bites. An idea seemingly confirmed by the $1 million of funding that was given to investigate a new treatment path that involved biopsychosocial models of care. While I do have a 4-year psychology degree and think that there is a place for modalities such as cognitive behavioural therapy, you simply cannot think yourself better from an infectious disease. DSAGAT was only ever proposed as a temporary term. In 2018, after patient dissatisfaction with the name, the Department of Health and the Chief Medical Officer both noted they were open to changing it, provided an agreed consensus was reached. There was no attempt to coordinate a consensus. I think everyone can agree an objective name that is in line with the rest of the world and directs practitioners to a body of existing evidence, such as vector or tick-borne disease, would be so much more appropriate than the subjective and undiagnosable DSAGAT. There is so much more that could be said, including the need for more research. I won't elaborate on these with the opening statements, as I've shared my research papers for the last 10 years. As in other countries, while simply asking for more reservoir host vector and human studies to occur as a matter of urgency. As in other countries, pathogens detected in hosts and vectors are used to assist with informing the patient approach. In a similar vein as the 2016 Senate inquiry, I would like to dedicate the last of my opening statement to remembering those from our community who are no longer earthbound. In the spirit of Red Shoe Day, which is a day of remembrance that was founded by myself and Global Lyme co-founder Lisa Hilton after the death of Australian Lyme patient Theodore Mint, I would like to do this by speaking their name. Sorry, I thought I could get this one. This practice stems from a passage by David Engelman, who wrote, "There are 3 deaths. The first is when the body ceases to function. The second is when the body is consigned to the grave. The third is that moment, sometime in the future, when your name is spoken for the last time. We honour and keep alive the memories of those in our Australian community that have passed, mostly at quite young ages, by speaking their names. Carl McManus, Barbara Curnow, Brendan Dee, Robin Brown, Greg, Rachel Thomas, Nelson Ferrero, Paul Blatchett, Theodore Mint, Peter Hanks, James, Les, Bevan Jeffrey, Bryce Nettle, Gloria Gallatley, Linda Derry, Scott Chant, John Riordan, Sharon Frame, Pamela, Henry Prowse, Rick McGrath, Daniel Larking, Alice Duncan, Fred Hart, Donna Stobie, Aaron Sharp, Paula Main, and Natalie Glazier. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms Smith. I'm going to go to Ms Stefanovic.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Senator. We won't forget the many patient deaths and the many other Australians that are continuing to contend with the disability and financial destitution and the lack of access to the appropriate medical care. The infections are manageable if they're diagnosed and treated early, and the patient hardships we're facing are arising from a lack of access to medical care, which is dictated by the actions and omissions of our Australian medical bureaucracy. Today I'm going to very quickly summarise the omissions made in the management of the DSCAP project, which culminated in the Department of Health's failure to deliver the much anticipated evidence-based document to support practitioners. There were 3 very obvious data omissions from the scientific evidence base. Some of these have been covered previously. Firstly, the practitioner submissions and the 698 visible patient submissions to the 2016 Senate inquiry just weren't considered in the pathway. They were deemed self-reported or anecdotal. Secondly, the literature review was narrow as to exclude published literature evidencing tick-borne infections in Australia. Much of this evidence was submitted during key stakeholder consultations by the patient community. The scope of the literature review was not specified in the contract documents, and it's unclear why the literature review was subject to these narrow parameters or who made that call. Thirdly, the scientific studies recommended in the 2016 Senate inquiry to inform the clinical pathway was simply not undertaken. This included an urgent, and it was marked urgent in the recommendations, an urgent epidemiological assessment. The Public Health Laboratory Network has Australian diagnosis data for tick-borne infections. This data did not inform the clinical pathway. The contract for the pathway development did not even identify the Public Health Laboratory Network as a key stakeholder. Scientific suitability aside, the clinical pathway was very ambiguous as to its fit within the existing healthcare system and highly ambiguous in communicating enforceability and practitioner compliance requirements. This led to practitioner hesitation and even more patient service denial, which I have personally experienced. Questions regarding enforceability and the fit of the pathway within the healthcare system were asked in 2019, with the answers provided a year later after publication of the clinical pathway. The delay was due to the Department of Health and the Australian Commission on Safety and Quality in Healthcare both advising the other was responsible. The Australian Commission on Safety and Quality in Healthcare confirmed it wasn't involved in the DSCAT processes. The decision to use a clinical pathway as opposed to a clinical guideline was one made by the Department of Health. To add to the confusion, the pathway has been published on the Department of Health webpage as publication-type guideline. A guideline confers a greater degree of compliance than a clinical pathway and requires a higher level of supporting evidence and consultation in order to meet the National Health and Medical Research Council standards for guidelines. The NHMRC was a key stakeholder to the DSCAT clinical pathway process. Perhaps when they present later today, they can shed some light on the reasons why a pathway approach was adopted and some insight regarding exclusion of this key evidence bases. Transparency issues have plagued the DSCAT clinical pathway project and impeded feedback from key patient stakeholders. The draft DSCAT clinical pathway was not made publicly available for consultation, and nor was a draft literature review, which was promised and thereafter refused to the patient stakeholders during consultation. A freedom of information for the draft literature review was then denied on the basis of the financial interests of the contractor responsible for its preparation. This is curious. This is very curious because it became clear that the cost of the DSCAT clinical pathway project wasn't important to the Department of Health, who assigned a 0% weighting to cost and risk in the evaluation of the approach to market submissions for the clinical pathway. Freedom of information request processes are ongoing, with one request exceeding 5 years in duration. It had an additional information release yesterday, which I haven't managed to review. It was a contract requirement that the pathway be approved by the majority of key stakeholders in order to be published. The patient community and medical practitioners make up a significant portion of the key stakeholders. We question the approval. The omissions of scientific evidence and the confusion regarding pathway use and compliance would have predictably resulted in the continuation of the existing approach to patient care in Australia, which was so poor as to necessitate a 2016 Senate inquiry. So it makes sense we're here again today in a second Senate inquiry. The DSCAT clinical pathway necessitated an immense amount of work by the patient stakeholders, and that went absolutely nowhere. It made our position worse. This has had a significant impact on a lot of the patients, the process being one of weaponised bureaucracy. Therefore, we request the DSCAT clinical pathway be revoked and we call for a Royal Commission. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms Stefanovic. And Ms Smith and Ms Stefanovic, we appreciate the difficulty that it creates in having to come before a Senate committee for a second time. And we also really appreciate both the frustration and the anger and the despair, I think, that has come through from many of the lived experience witnesses today. So thank you very much in advance of answering our questions. I'm going to go to... Don't have questions for these witnesses. I'm going to go to Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, sorry, Senator Pratt, my error. Before I go to you, I just need to ask doctors from the previous panel if you could hop off the Zoom call or the WebEx now, please, and you will need to follow using the parliamentary link to the inquiry live stream. So Dr Derham and Dr Sclerfield, if you could just leave the WebEx, please.
You can watch online, yes, as the Chair highlighted.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Senator Pratt.
Thank you. Can I ask what you think should have been done differently in the studies and work since the 2016 Senate inquiry? We see that, government asks departments to progress something, and the government at the time and now responded by saying we're implementing all of those recommendations. And it can be hard, I guess, sometimes for ministers and politicians to keep when they ask a department to execute something to keep it on track, what do you think went wrong, and how do you think it could be done differently?
And before you answer, Dr. Derham, I'm just going to make a second request, please, if you could hop off the WebEx and follow along on the parliamentary live stream. Ms Smith.
That other one's disappeared.
Yeah.
Sorry?
So go ahead.
Oh, I have dystonia, which you've just seen from all of that interaction. So if I answer a little bit from the patient perspective and then the research perspective, and then Opie can talk to some of the FOIs and the practices that went on there. So for me, I became sick in 2010, so hence coming in I had brain scans that read hypoperfusion throughout, including the basal ganglia, which is where this dystonia come from, damage to the basal ganglia. So I was bedbound for 22, 23 hours a day for 2 years, housebound for 6 years. So in doing that, I was doing my PhD when I got sick, so research is my thing. Hence I've written those couple of papers. So from a patient perspective, every patient in this room, everyone still advocates for the fact that trying to, I was 39 when I got sick. I've lost over a decade of my life. My daughter at one stage said to me, my 17-year-old daughter, I used to come in and see that you were still breathing before I went to work. No child should have to say that. My youngest daughter had the EM rash, the typical bullseye rash, the positive PCR. When she got pregnant due to, overseas, they acknowledge that Lyme disease can be transmitted in utero. So, Lyme, the gift that keeps on giving, it's, I'm happy that I'm going to become a grandma, but I'm also very cognizant of the fact that something could go wrong with this pregnancy at any time because she's never been properly treated, even with the bullseye rash, the PCR testing, the tick allergy and everything else. So I think what we want to see as patients is, yes, research needs to be done. We've called for that over and over again. But in the meantime, while we're waiting for that research, the patients need help now, and we need to. And the biggest thing is children. I have children, I have grandchildren. We need to stop them losing their lives. Something needs to be put in place for patients now. Everyone talks about antibiotics and the unwillingness to give prophylactic treatment. If you have acne, you can go and get 2 years' worth of doxycycline. 4 weeks' worth of doxycycline could save a child from years of being bedbound. And sorry, I just remembered I forgot to add Daisy to that list too, because she was 19 when she took her life, Daisy Long, and it was because she had this series of, being bedbound, fighting through the illness and everything else, and finally you get better, you relapse. So what I would like to see differently is the patients being put first, the bureaucracy being put aside, something being done to raise awareness. So if there is a tick bite, they get treatment. So if I had got treatment on my tick bite, even if I had got treatment on my brain scans, so my brain, my first degree I did bachelor, I examined cannabinoids in the brain, so I did a lot on the brain. So I was very aware of when my brain, it's kind of, they call it like a chronic stroke. So when I developed those issues with the pathway and lost the inability to log time, there was a lot of issues after 2 years so I'm about $150,000 worth of treatment, overseas treatment, and that, having to get my life back. I was also, my first degree, I finished top of my class, I had a PhD, I had a scholarship to do that. If I had finished that, I'd be working and paying heaps of dollars to the taxman. Instead, I'm on a disability because I wasn't treated, and this is the thing, if it's treated, it doesn't need to get that far. So for me, it's about the patients. What I'd like to see is treatment for the patients, or awareness and acknowledgement of what's going to happen on the tick bite. The research shows, in my research papers back in 2012, I mentioned one of the things was the Department of Health said we have no reservoir hosts in Australia that are overseas. White rats, black rats, the European hare, foxes were brought in, turkeys, pheasants, quails, European blackbird. These are all reservoirs that are in this country. Why haven't we looked at them? You know, so it's the fact that there was the recent study, the CISRO study, found some pathogens in there. The 1994 denial study has only looked at ticks, and I tore that apart in my research with how the methodology of that study is in there, how bad it was. But those ticks were taken from New South Wales coastline. The ticks in the recent study from CSRSO, which did find it, was also taken from the New South Wales coastline. What happens to the rest of Australia? Why aren't we looking at the rest of Australia? It's great to look at ticks. We haven't found the vector but the ticks also, when they say they do tick studies, it's a very limited number of ticks that they're studying. So back in 2012, I noted, you know, Hamelius longicornis is a particular species of tick that needs to be looked at. It's responsible for borreliosis in Japan. And it was imported into Australia back in the early 1900s. It's been over in America for far less time than it's been here, and they've already done an enormous amount of research. It's linked to Borrelia species and everything like that. So why aren't we examining this particular tick? And if we want to take out the vectors, the easiest thing is to either look at your patients or look at your hosts. If your hosts have all these different pathogens, there's got to be a vector, but if your hosts have all these different pathogens, you can then say, well, patients need to be tested for these. So that's what I see. We need much more research. We need research on the hosts, and children and people that are getting bitten by ticks now can't wait before that research comes out. They need some sort of guidance too, rather than, you know, if you go in, since the guidelines, you know, I'm in a patient support group, we do a lot of things. Anyone that goes in and speaks about tick-borne disease is automatically, the doctor doesn't want to see you, because Lyme has been lumped in with all of this. You know, I suggested to the Department of Health, Peter Wright, back in, you know, if I had to throw a name in the ring, Lyme borreliosis complex covers Lyme, covers borreliosis, and complex is all about the fact that it covers so many different infections, but it also covers the fact that it's complex, because treating this person as opposed to this person, have they got an immune condition? Have they got this or that? It's never the same. There's no one picture, so it's got to be. The big thing I think I would like to see, if you treat this acutely, you're not going to have thousands of people that have lost their lives, children that don't get to go to school, don't get to know who they are before this, you know. Infections that actually can, you know, Borrelia is a spirochete, it can cross the blood-brain barrier. So infections that can actually inflame the brain can then lead to neuropsychiatric presentations. At 39, I unfortunately had a doctor that kept me on steroids for too long. So what happened when I came off of those, it actually allowed the bacteria to grow, which meant I was much worse than necessary. But it also meant that coming off those steroids, the inflammation, I was smelling burning rubber, I was smelling this, I woke up and I'd be like, this is what, because I'm not a depressive person, so it was like, this is what depression is. Like, you would just wake up and there's just this blackness and nothing's changed. So I could understand, but I knew this was from the steroids. But if you've got children and teenagers going through this, their brain's inflamed, they've got things going on, they don't know. They don't know who they are. They have no sense of identity. They don't know that this will pass, hang in there, or, you know, things will change. So it's looking at the fact of where I contracted Lyme disease, my 3 children contracted Lyme disease. It's in my 2016 Senate, I think, in the picture of my daughter's EM rash. It's in, and I did a demonstration of where all the birds came into. So where I contracted it was in Armstrong's Beach, which is an important migratory seabird area. There are numerous people up there, the deer farm owner, everyone up that died from infections of the brain, that, you know, there are so many different things. Teenage suicide rate is high. There's, not that I'm saying it's linked to this, but there is the possibility, you know, like there's a possibility that these infections that can cause neuropsychiatric disease is also affecting children. It's got one of the highest suicide rates in the country. So, sorry, I'm taking up all the time. Sorry.
Yeah, I'd like to say some things. In relation to the need to look at disease vectors, and how that's impacting patients. I'm happy to hear from the other witnesses.
Thank you. I was going to say, I think Mrs. Stefanovic has something to add.
I do. Thank you. Look, firstly, what Karen said, precautionary approach, treatment, educating doctors, of course. But in order to fix where we are, first of all, we need to we should be following the recommendations from the previous Senate inquiry. They weren't bad. But it needs to be stated that the experts on these infections in Australia aren't the doctors. The doctors don't treat them. They're the patients and the experts on the way. And so the experts that should be assisting with the development of any future clinical pathways or guidelines should be the patient. The community has to be very heavily involved, and it'll be good to see a collaborative approach between the patient community and impartial experts in order to develop the way forward, an agreed way forward. At the moment, we're the ones that are bearing the consequences of all the poor government decisions. We're bearing the consequences and the costs of the disability, of the lack of access to medical care. So we have, by necessity, become the experts in our own conditions. Quickly, Karen did mention congenital transmission. A big problem in Australia, I perceive, is women, if they are infected with untreated tick-borne infections such as Borrelia, produce pro-inflammatory cytokines, which are things like interleukin-6, which are very, very well recognised in derailing the brain development of the developing fetus. So the mother's immune response derails the brain development of the fetus, and that's a presentation consistent with autism. So in this country, we have the world's highest autism rates. Some of that might be attributed to the NDIS, providing funding for diagnosis, but still, once you're diagnosed, the autism's there. It's there. And if we were really serious about looking after our children, which are this country's future, we would be diagnosing and treating women of childbearing age for these infections. And it is as simple as doing a panel of pro-inflammatory cytokine screening for a pregnant woman. For a woman that wants to become pregnant, elevated levels will indicate there's something wrong. That gives the doctors a chance to fix that issue, to find the cause of that immune response and address it, heal the woman, and then she can go on to have a healthy child with normal brain development. We're not doing that in Australia either, and that's a side issue to these infections, because tick-borne infections do activate the immune responses that are known to be causal in the development of autism in a fetus. Sorry, went a bit off track. I'll let you ask another question.
No, thank you. Can you take us back to what you know about tick-borne disease and attributing that to attributing these impacts on mothers and children in utero to tick-borne disease? How have people gone about the long path of just finding that out and discovering that and getting that diagnosed, given the difficulties?
It still is my story. That's my story. I have many positive pathology results for Lyme. I used to work overseas and also in Australia, and also in our waters, which make up 1/10 of the world's surface area on platforms offshore, where there was a large number of migratory birds. Now, I have family members that I'm responsible for with 42 positives for tick-borne infection. Between the two of them, diagnosed quite early as children, refused medical care. Pathology test results, including positives from our NADA-accredited laboratories, but dismissed on the basis of a lack of evidence of travel overseas and a failure to accept the realities of congenital transmission. Accompanying those multiple positive pathology results were multiple disability diagnoses, which we've been able to make significant headway with. So we've been able to reduce those diagnoses through treatment.
And what kind
of treatment?
But
not remove. We can't remove.
And that has been antibiotics, or what kind of treatment has worked best?
I prefer to speak privately about it. I'm quite happy to.
No, that's fine. We can take...
There is a culture of persecution in this country for doctors and patients alike.
Thank you. We can look to previous evidence taken in private on those issues, if you like. Thank you.
I'm really happy to
Chair. I should share the call. And thank you for being so open and honest about your experiences.
That actually brings us to the conclusion of this panel. That's our 30 minutes. Can I thank both Ms Smith and Ms Stefanovic for taking the time to appear before the committee today and for your extensive submissions. Again, I want to reiterate the value to the committee of witness testimony from people with lived experience, and we thank you very much for your contribution to this inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers.
Okay. I'm now... can I just note for the panel that's just concluded that the committee will report to the Senate on the 26th of March, and if there was anything taken on notice, if you could provide that information to the Secretariat by the 12th of February. I don't think there was, but if there's any additional information you wanted to provide, that is the closing date for that. That's fine. Yes, please. Thank you. I'm now going to welcome representatives from the Black Dot Project. Thank you very much for appearing before the committee today. Just one moment. How many people do we have?
Just one. Just Mr. Rick Barnes, sorry.
Okay. I'm just going to note for other people who are online that we are running a little bit behind time. This panel is due to go for 10 minutes, so if I could ask the other people who are online if you could just pop off and hop on again at 2:50. Just important that we only have the people who are on the current panel on the WebEx call. If you want to follow along, you can certainly do so on the parliamentary live stream in the interim. So I'm going to welcome Mr. Rick Barnes. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Notwithstanding that I've already said your name, for the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today?
Thank you, Senator. My name's Rick Barnes and I'm representing myself and what we call the Black Dot Project, and collectively we're a group of around 100 Australians suffering from tick-borne illnesses with what some would consider legally confirmed diagnosis, and some have multiple doctors confirming, some even include public health infectious disease specialists confirming diagnosis in writing, but we've all been told there's currently no legal recourse for misdiagnosis or delayed diagnosis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barnes. I'm going to invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of your remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, Senator. I'm not a scientist, doctor or lawyer, but I do have an understanding of things, doing things in the right sequence and dependencies in complex situations. And really, I'm just a nobody. I'm an everyday Aussie bloke trying to find my way to recover my own health because I was diagnosed with Lyme disease and associated co-infections back in 2013. So I've been around for a while. We, as a group, have legal resources. Those resources state that this is the most important public interest issue in Australia's history at the moment, and they all question what's going on. They can't figure it out. And Senators, I reckon, I agree with a lot of people and some here today, we just need to reset. It's long overdue. It's really obvious from a little digging and feedback from people I know and watching here today that we have some, immense hurdles to get through. It's also obvious we're having a very similar scientific debate, that was taking place 8 years ago. I couldn't attend that last Senate inquiry, because I was too ill. I wasn't functional at all. And, as discussed by the experts before me, we don't have a range of adequate, reliable testing for the multitude of pathogens discovered in Australia by international testing. So how can we treat what we don't know if we don't have the testing in this country? Secondly, there appears to be this massive knowledge gap with practitioners, and those that don't know will often let their egos get in the way. That's really dangerous to patients. Currently, patients can receive completely polar opposite diagnosis from infectious disease specialists and general practitioners. So that creates confusion and distress and leads to harmful delays in diagnosis. I'm also aware of this happening in Australia between infectious disease specialists at different hospitals, disagreeing over patient diagnosis, which is really interesting. Normally it's between GPs and ID specialists, but one hospital to another is really significant. I think we've got a problem. We've got a knowledge gap. In my own experience, I presented recently to an infectious disease specialist and a dermatologist, and I wasn't just told I don't believe in it, I was told my colleagues and I do not believe in Australian Lyme disease, and told me I couldn't be helped at the clinic. That's in 2023. So, that leaves me in a position where what about the other 4 or 5 tick-borne diseases that I've been diagnosed with previously? I couldn't get help for them either. There's also, in a lot of patients, there's undiscovered pathogens that this method of assessment will never have the potential to find. So I've actually given up. I don't seek medical services from the public health sector at all. I just want to point out too that the policy itself is illogical. And I read one of the submissions this morning. I was immediately confronted by the lack of policy change by the Department of Health, which I've been reading for a decade on the Department of Health websites. And it states that species of Borrelia is not in ticks. Therefore, they cannot support the notion of it in Australia, in Australian patients. It's the most ridiculous, unscientific, illogical statement I think I've ever seen recorded in Australian policy. I don't know what they're trying to cover up, but we know people get sick from tick bites. Research proves it's here. There's a multitude of papers that prove that. Why not tell the complete truth? What do we have to gain from concealing the suffering? We are humans, we are people, we're not ticks. And the humans are the ones that have illness. So they say they have extensively studied the ticks. I would question that. It's based on 11,000 ticks in 1994 by Russell and Doggett, where the argument's been scientifically questioned anyway. And recently in a Crofton et al. Study in 2022, all hats off to them. They found some unique pathogens and dangerous pathogens in wildlife and ticks. But this study was based on even less ticks, 3,665 taken from 2 areas in New South Wales. Excuse me. It's hardly a significant data set. And the reason for that is, does anyone understand how much weight the government is placing on these tick studies? Do we realise how dangerous this is to human life? It's a ridiculous notion. My learned colleagues in science have told me that one female tick can lay anywhere from 2,000 to 8,000 baby ticks in a setting. That may be over a few days. So the above studies are based on close to 15,000 ticks in total. There may be more studies that I don't know about. So potentially, if you reverse engineer this, you could just be studying the offspring of 5 adult ticks. If you take into account what they can lay over a period of time. It's hardly a significant data set to consider. 5 adult ticks amongst estimated billions, at any one time. So basing a policy and guideline on ticks in favour of humans, I consider to be negligent because we are people. Basing it on a tiny data set is even more negligent. What they don't tell the public is that Borrelia has been found in Australian wildlife and livestock for over 80 years, and it's been also not deleted, but the communicable disease information bulletins that the government used to publish are, most of them are now in archives. They haven't been digitised, so it's actually hidden information that I think the public needs to know. I know a farmer up in Queensland who's recently sent samples to laboratories of sick wildlife and livestock and ticks. They all tested positive for Borrelia burgdorferi species, which is the agent of Lyme disease. So saying it's not here, I don't know. The other thing is we don't know how big the problem is. I want to read an opening statement from the Book of Medical Microbiology, fourth edition, chapter 9. And this is something that, the last Senate inquiry recommendation 7 was that we do an epidemiological study. So epidemiology is the study of determinants, occurrence and distribution of health and disease in a defined population. So last time I checked, Australia's defined population was human, and we are people, yet our statements, testimonies, diagnosis and published data have been specifically excluded from policy and guideline consideration. This is irresponsible and extremely suspicious. And as Opia said in her statement, to the contrary, it appears that patients are about the only reliable source of information in this thing. I'm asking you to turn the page, Senators, and throw away a lot of what you know and focus on the people. That's what we need to do. To demonstrate that our health officials and advisors have omitted the data, we can't argue with numbers, right? So in the crucial evidence that's been excluded from policy and guidelines, the last Senate inquiry was not considered. It was considered unreliable. There were 698 patient submissions that were just, excluded from anything. There were 582 people omitted. That was contained in invalid research. That's in our attachment 3. They weren't considered as well. And recently, informally, through one of our legal teams, we requested some of the Public Health Laboratory Network pathology data. We can't access patient information, obviously, due to privacy, but we did uncover an 823 positive test results in the government's own public health laboratory network. So I feel that's just the tip of the iceberg. In all, it amounts to over 2,000 potential cases of Borrelia being ignored and not in policy, and they didn't make it into the guidelines either. It appears to be a deliberate omission of evidence. Why wouldn't you do an epidemiological study and consider your own pathology network in the evidence you need to demonstrate how ill the patient is? I mean, how responsible is that? Seriously. So I just wanted to raise some questions to these government officials. The point of all this is that adults and children have died. Our essential workers and people that venture outdoors are at risk of these diseases. And, I'm sort of been following along on some human rights complaints, and Australia has signed a treaty under Section 12 of the International Covenant on Social and Economic Rights to uphold the right of everyone to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health. Yet we witness a deliberate disregard of the suffering of Australians with tick-borne diseases and favour science on ticks and not humans. I'd like to know why, and also what explains the consistent omission of crucial evidence, including patient testimonies, supporting pathology, which is always there, doctors' testimonials and government data. How will you account for the deaths, disabilities and financial ruin experienced by patients due to this inaction? And given that we have the World Health Organisation's warning that 80% of the world's population is at risk of vector-borne diseases, what's the public health plan to address this public health threat in Australia? And what sort of people, not instruments, not documents, not policies or guidelines, but what sort of people ignore human suffering like this and prevent the upholding of this treaty when the evidence is overwhelming? The anonymous pieces of paper that I've seen no longer can insult and intimidate us. And, most people I know have lost everything. We've been told we don't have reliable testing and no concordant agreement earlier today by Dr. Hudson. He's a public health official. In our view, Senators, we would ask that you don't turn a blind eye to this issue, and we urge you, excuse me, above all else, most importantly, we need a Royal Commission to understand why there's been so many deaths, and some from suicide, and why there's so many thousands left with devastating disability and permanent physical and psychological harm caused by delayed or misdiagnosis of Lyme disease and other tick-borne infections. We'd ask you if you can help expedite the long overdue epidemiological study. It's a population cohort study which hasn't been completed. And I think, one of the other solutions may be to establish an independent collaborative committee, a working group, like Professor Holly Ahern is modelling in America. I think it'd be really helpful to inform, future terms of reference and research and education. And I think overall we need to import medical expertise into this country, because how can we have expertise in a country in a nation that denies it even exists? I think the DSCAT guidelines need to be thrown out, or at least at a minimum revised, and clear and evidence-based clinical guidelines using the name of the organisms, replacing it, not a word that is used to substitute for medically unexplained symptoms, and an end to the medical regulatory barriers that impede patient care, and improvement of the testing. So in closing, I think we must investigate this health failure, hold the people responsible accountable, and thank you very much for listening to me. I know that might have been a bit long, but thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr Barnes. We really appreciate the time that you've taken both to give a submission to the inquiry and to appear and give your evidence in person today. We have gone over time for this section, so we're going to take that evidence, and we want to thank you again for providing your evidence. And as we've said to other panellists today, we really do appreciate the evidence, particularly from those people with lived experience. So thank you very much for taking the time.
Thank you, Senator.
I'm going to go to Mr Alice, and just to note that the committee will be reporting on the 26th of March. I'm now going to go to Mr Alastair Mills. I note that we have a couple of witnesses for subsequent panels still on the line. Mr Mills is going to go for 10 minutes, so I'm just going to ask that Ms Zagoras and Professor Cannon, if you could just jump off the WebEx, please, for the next 10 minutes for Ms Zagoras, and then Mr Cannon, we should be coming back to you in precisely 20 minutes. Thank you. I'm now going to welcome Mr Alastair Mills up to the table. For the benefit of the committee, just a reminder that the next two witnesses are providing information only, and we won't be asking questions, so it's an opportunity for these witnesses to tell us their stories in relation to their experience of tick-borne illness. So, Mr Mills, for the benefit of the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today?
Yes. My name is Alastair Dean Mills, and I'm representing myself.
Thanks, Mr Mills. You've now got 10 minutes, Mr Mills, to tell us your story. Just a reminder that you can't use props or anything like that, but if you have things that you want to use to stimulate your own thoughts, that's fine.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm a visual person, and these are for visual cues. Thank you. Just grab my phone. Qualified carpenter and joiner, tradesman, domestic, Melbourne. Recession we had to have, put paid to that career. Joined the Royal Australian Signals Corps and did well on course. Posted to 139 Signals Squadron and became Pete Cosgrove's detachment commander at 6th Brigade Headquarters when he was my brigadier. a magnificent fellow to work for. Still keep in touch today, which is great. Saw bombs on time on target. Up at Shoalwater, I was doing my commercial helicopter pilot's licence privately. I realised straight away that my Special Forces mates and my infantry mates needed air power protection for their safety. I just failed to get a gig in Special Forces in the 95 intake. I was trained 3 years at 139 Signal Squadron by 152 SAS veterans of Rwanda, Somalia. So I swung over to Royal Australian Air Force and became a senior avionics technician on fighter jets in a 12-year career. Signed up 6,000 fighter jets as serviceable and restored to service 3,000 fighter jets. I was told in 2001 by my chain of command at 76 Squadron that I was the best Royal Australian Air Force representative in uniform, and I was seconded to British Aerospace for 2 years. At British Aerospace, I had the privilege of being delegated the most difficult jets to fix. We had between 5 and 15% serviceability on the Hawk Mark 127 lead-in fighter. And that had been going on for 18 months. The squadron was toxic because it was just fully focused on getting these jets sorted. They're a brand new jet, up to 10 integrated systems on them. We advanced British Aerospace's development of that weapons platform by 20 years in one hit. It would have been delivered 2020. We got it in 2000. It was a nightmare because everything was outsourced to other manufacturers and they guard their intellectual property, and so you didn't actually know how the systems integrated. I became a specialist in multi-systems unserviceabilities and fixing them, and I had the privilege of diagnosing the fix that returned to service more than $600 million worth of product, and I did that in 48 hours. That was because I matrixed everything with Tags, who was ex-Navy, and a peer, an equal, and we got it right the first time. I became very sick, Royal Australian Air Force. I was ostracised. I was told I was a malingerer. I had an apology from a doctor who later became the head of Aviation Medicine Australia, Dr. Colette Richards. She was magnificent. She said, "Al, we're really good at putting people back together again, broken bones, knee scrapes, what have you, flu, but we're no good at neuroendocrine immune." I begged and begged and begged to go and see neuroendocrine immune specialists in Sydney and Melbourne. They just laughed. Not Colette, but the 2IC of number 2 Transportable Hospital at Williamtown RAF base. It was pretty difficult. I was prescribed antidepressants for 7 years. The RAF tried to keep me for 3 because of what I'd done. In the end, you're kicked out, and it's the equivalent of being kicked out of like a moving car at 100 kilometres an hour. Just open the door, poof, push them out. No financial support, no emotional support, no medical support, and within 4 months I was suicidal 30 times a day. It's a photograph of the children over there. Our 4 children that stopped me from signing off on my suicide note. Because all of a sudden I realised that I would pass on to them the grief and agony and their innocent souls. So I chose to stay. I was bedbound for 4 years in a blacked out room. I had 10% body function. I had to get over being cross with my chain of command, who were treacherous and who'd betrayed me and who'd lied to my wife and myself. And I had to put Humpty Dumpty back together again. A magnificent woman, Darla Canny, former head maitre d' nurse on a US Marine Corps hospital ship. She supported me emotionally online because I'm ex-military. And she said, Al, the only time you ever write anything positive is when you listen to anything that Professor Kenny Demillier, the Belgian neuroendocrine immune specialist, puts up. And she said, do you realise that he's coming to Melbourne in 3 weeks? Because she knew where I was. I was in Wagga Wagga by then because we'd had to move from Newcastle because I was allergic to mould. We didn't even know that. So many Lyme disease patients have gastrointestinal permeability, and if you've got gastrointestinal permeability on your blood barrier there, you'll have blood-brain barrier trouble. It'll leak across your brain, and then mould gets in your brain, and you're at 10 tenths whole body pain with a screaming brain and a body that feels like it's on fire. You'll be on, I was prescribed 8 different medications. They're all useless because this is a mitochondrial illness as well, where at a cellular level, your ion channels, magnesium channels, potassium channels and calcium channels are damaged. So the elemental minerals will leak out of the cell, and the ion channels will allow toxins like heavy metals. I test positive to mercury, lead, tin, nickel and aluminium. Mercury toxicity had to be sent to an industrial laboratory to actually get a reading on it. Mercury snookers the function of cytochrome 1, 2, 3 and 4, because mercury is like the perfect spanner. Any of the heavy metals are for the rotostators on your inner mitochondrial membrane called the electron transfer system. So I was not being able to produce metabolic water at cytochrome 4, and I'm very grateful to Professor Mark Cohen, the founder of alternative medicine practice at Monash University, because I found Mark somehow, and every time I went to one of his lectures, wherever he was speaking close to Wagga, I would sit in the front, because I always sat in the front, and he knew my profile, and when he was speaking on metabolic water, he was always talking to me. And so that planted a seed of intrigue. And because I'd been track and field for 27 years, a training partner to 4 Olympians before defence, 400 metres, long jump, triple jump. And ever since being Gary Honey's training partner in 83, 84, I wanted to know exactly how to replace my minerals, like in isotonic water that was perfectly balanced. That was really good. Anyway, to cut a long story short, it led over about 15 years of mucking about with water and trying to get things balanced so that you don't get all the cramps, because my wife and I have recorded 13 different muscle groups in perpetual cramp. That led me to find and research structured water. I started researching structured water 6 years ago, and that led me to Australia's best water scientist, Rob Goulet, in Braidwood, and I structure my water. As a signalman, I know that water is the greatest attenuator of signal, and what I need in a body that is snookered with low vitality index, low zeta potential, which is a measure of vitality, scientific, I need to elevate my negative millivolt potential because it was Associate Professor Henry Butt that made it really easy for me from BioScreen in Melbourne. He said, Al, I'll just explain it to you. You've got gram-positive neurotoxic bacteria in you. All your processed foods fuel that. Sucrose, fructose, glucose, maltodextrose and lactose, plus all your carbohydrates, all your sugars. That's the fuel for overgrowth of that stuff. So we do the other stuff, which is high zeta potential, fresh-picked leafy greens from the garden, fresh-picked herbs from the garden, fresh-picked citrus, because that's got massive amount of zeta potential. It's living sunlight, basically. And that's why I established, I'm a founding board member at Pro-Patria Centre for Veterans Regenerative Excellence in Wagga, the first independent veterans regenerative location in New South Wales. We've been supported by the federal government wonderfully, and sincerest thanks to the Honourable Member Michael McCormack for his assistance, and also our local state member Dr. Joe McGurr MP. Fantastic.
Mr Mills?
Yep.
We've just got to 12 minutes of our 10-minute session, so thank you very much for your evidence today, and we really appreciate you giving us the benefit of your lived experience.
Thank you.
Thank you. I believe our next witness is going to be online, is that correct? Yeah. I've been busy kicking people off and now I have to wait for them to come back. Yeah. Do we know if we've got her coming? Well, do we just want to have a 5-minute bathroom break and keep ploughing on? Yeah, and I'm imagining that our last block of departments and whatever are not.
Hello.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zagouras. I now welcome.
I apologise.
That's fine. I've spent the day kicking people off the WebEx, so I can't be surprised when I've got to wait for people to come back on.
Sorry about that.
All good.
It takes ages to get back on. Sorry.
Yes. So I now welcome Ms. Stella Zagouras. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today?
My name is Stella Zagouras, and I'm an Australian lawyer, and I'm appearing on behalf of my client, Natalie Young.
Now, Ms. Zagouras, just to let you know, thank you. The purpose of this 10-minute block is to hear evidence from you. There won't be any questions from the panel. I'm just wanting to check, because you are appearing on behalf of someone else, you do have the option of going in camera if you wish. Otherwise, we can take your...
No, it's okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Over to you for the next 10 minutes.
Yes. Okay, so as I said, I'm an Australian lawyer and I'm appearing on behalf of my client, Natalie Young. Natalie was bitten by actually hundreds of ticks whilst working for New South Wales parks, and ultimately suffered a serious injury in 2009 when one final tick bite sent her into an anaphylactic shock. So I would urge the committee to take the time and read her submission, which details the traumatic and cruel experience that she has had with the medical system and the workers' compensation system in Australia and in New South Wales. Natalie's experience over the past 17 years is, quite frankly, disturbing, tragic, heartbreaking, but also a disgraceful and shameful example of the cruelty and the sociopathy of the Australian health system, the regulatory authority, APRA, and the gaslighting policies of the federal and state departments of health. A royal commission, a public apology, and reparations for the victims and sufferers of tick-borne disease is required. As a lawyer, I would also urge the committee to use their political capital, possibly draft legislation, so that there is an amnesty for medical practitioners to help their patients. So Natalie had to travel to San Francisco for proper diagnosis out of her own pocket, and was also, tragically, for her daughter, who was a longed-for IVF baby who tragically contracted tick-borne disease in utero. Without treatment and testing in Australia, Natalie's disease progressed and progressed continuously up until 2018, and then later in 2019, when she became so unwell that her GP made it clear to her in no uncertain terms that she was dying. Her doctor said that she had to go overseas immediately because without treatment, she was going to die and she would die. So Natalie was in New York City in 2018 and consulted a neurologist who specialised in autoimmune and tick-borne diseases. This was Dr. Eleanor Freed, who was able to have the proper testing done via the Northwell labs in America, and she diagnosed Natalie with neuroborreliosis, chronic mycoplasma, chlamydia pneumonia, and babesiosis. In 2019, autoimmune encephalomyelitis was finally diagnosed by her specialist in San Francisco, Dr. Stephen Harris. All of this has come at extreme personal and financial cost to Natalie. Her marriage ended. She could no longer care for her daughter. She lost her career, for which she had completed a Bachelor of Environmental Science and Management at Charles Sturt University. She was a champion surfer. So at the young age of 34, her hopes and dreams for her life were suddenly gone. Although, and only after a grueling 5-year legal battle, her tick-borne work-related injury was accepted. Her insurer has not supported her efforts to get treatment overseas. So that she wouldn't die, she sold her house and used all of her funds to get the life-saving treatment in San Francisco and in Mexico in 2019. This treatment was in a clinic where she attended every day, and after around 6 months, Natalie's health had turned around and she was able to even go to the beach and enjoy shopping and enjoy being in the community. So back in Australia, she was full of hope and wanted the successful treatment to continue at home. But since being back in Australia, the treatment plan that she had obtained from her Dr. Harris was ignored and by all of the public hospitals that she had attended. Her insurer also denied all requests and continues to deny all requests to pay for her reasonably necessary treatment, which had been so successful. So since 2009, for the past 17 years, she has sought help, treatment from countless hospitals and has presented countless times at emergency departments and consulted with specialist after specialist who could not help, were too scared to help, or didn't know what to do. Natalie was also told she was too complex. No infectious disease specialist in Australia tested or treated Babesia or Bartonella Natalie. What became known as co-infections, mycoplasma and chlamydia pneumoniae, which was chronic for 9 years, positive, but probably still there. Stealth infections were also ignored. Any one of these can lead to encephalomyelitis, chronic inflammation, degenerative disc disease, arthritis and vasculitis. It should be noted, patients presenting to emergency departments that they do not have common markers, the CRP positive. And Natalie's German test in 2020 had inflammation marker known as interleukin-6, and this was 1,000 times the normal range. All of the overseas testing Natalie has had to pay for herself with her own money. These tests are not cheap. In the German test, OSPC, were positive, and the literature states that the OSPC can create greater inflammation. Chronic inflammatory state should not be treated with psychological pharma, which has happened repeatedly. The last time, only 3 weeks ago, when a hospital in Newcastle tried to make Natalie take antipsychotic medication, even when she had a fever of 38, which was not even investigated. Her friend Natalie Glazier recently died in Queensland, who was treated at Royal North Shore Hospital, discharged, and then was practically left to die a slow, agonising, cruel death over 4 years. So when tick-borne disease is not diagnosed and treated early, and autoimmune encephalitis caused by delayed care, driven by inflammation and infections and antigenic responses from the infection, Natalie and her advanced chronic disease is the result. Today, Natalie urgently needs to get back to the US, but the insurer is refusing all requests. The insurer is able to construct its hardline denial of her requests for treatment, carers and medications, relying on their highly selected medico-legal reports. Without any warning, the insurer stopped paying for her medications in late 23. Then without any proper warning, her carers were stopped from one day to the next. At the time, she had 70 hours of carers, 10 hours per day of carers, which went from 70 hours per week to 0. So Natalie's been without carers since August of 2024, and this is despite having carers since 2013. In March 2024, her neck had to be fused due to the autoimmune encephalitis and delayed care, and the resultant severe spinal cord damage, degenerative disc disease, and arthritis throughout her body, and the surrounding tissue and tendon damage. Her vein network is so damaged from the tick-borne disease that it has collapsed completely, and now only jugular vein access is possible. After fistula surgery in September 24, which was an attempt to actually have a reliable access to her vein network, this sadly also failed due to the tick-borne disease. So for most of 2024, Natalie had to live in a shed just so she was close as possible to one of the only doctors, who happens to be trained in Germany, I might add, who was trying to help as best he could. The current status for Natalie is that there is no further treatment options in Australia. Her doctor in San Francisco is waiting for her to return so that he can treat her. Frustratingly, and after spending all of her money, she is now damaged, and all of that treatment in 2019, it seems not for nothing, but it seems, it's just heartbreaking. So we do not have any time. Natalie will die without getting back to her treating doctor in San Francisco. Sadly, all of her contemporaries of tick-borne disease have already died in Australia. And then I close. Natalie would dearly like to provide further evidence and take your questions in camera. Her experience will be invaluable for the committee and for your recommendations. Thank you.
Ms Seguros, thank you very much for giving us your evidence today. We certainly don't have any capacity to take any more evidence at this time. Sure. And thank you very much for sharing Natalie's story.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Okay.
And just to let you know that the committee will be reporting to the Senate on the 26th of March 2025.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm now going to welcome Professor Richard Cannon, who I believe is joining us online.
Hello, Canaan, I prefer.
Thank you. Thank you for correcting me. That's why we now say, for the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Richard Canaan. I am the leader of a NHMRC funded study into DSCAT. I believe that's why I'm invited to speak today.
All right. Look, I'm going to invite you to make a short opening statement, Professor Cannan, roughly about 3 minutes, and then I'll pass to the committee to ask questions.
Thank you. And my apologies that I have not had time to prepare a lengthy submission. This invitation reached me while I was on leave. But I'm certainly grateful to the committee for the invitation and to the NHMRC for funding the research that we're doing. And I hope it goes without saying to the patients that we have worked with and the doctors as well. That being said, it has been an extremely challenging 5 years now of attempting to conduct this research. Much of that was COVID, but it's been an extremely contested environment to try and work in, and that has complicated things for us a great deal. We came into this confident that we were going to find something of great value to the community, and we still hope that will be the case. But the main project is still underway, so it may disappoint the committee to find that I will not have the results that we were all hoping for to present today, but I'm happy to take any questions about our progress to date.
Thanks very much, Professor. I might check. Senator Kavasic, do you have a question?
Yes, just very quickly, and it's to that final point. Thank you, Professor. I would like to sort of get an indication of, while you might not have any final results, do you have any insights or anything that you can share with us that would give us sort of, you know, a little bit of information about where you're heading with this, particularly given, you know, so many significant stakeholder and patient concerns around how tick-borne diseases are managed in Australia, or not managed, perhaps?
Yeah. We were funded primarily to conduct a randomized controlled trial. So a trial where an intervention is compared against, in our case, being on a waiting list, to see whether the intervention that we developed would be of benefit. And the intervention that we proposed to develop was, broadly speaking, a psychotherapy. So there were a number of preparatory steps before we could conduct that trial. We needed to have a better sense of what the patients, who the patients were, what the problems they had, how we could define the illness, how we could measure progress, and then how we might hope to treat it. And we have made progress on all of those things. So we have developed a treatment, a psychotherapy treatment that we have piloted, tested out on a small number of patients with some promising results. The main trial itself is underway still. So we are recruiting people and using this intervention as we speak, and still recruiting more people to test it on. We had ambitious goals to recruit large numbers of people so that the study would be powerful enough to be able to tell us definitively whether it worked, but that has proven very, very challenging. So I think that being said, the feedback that we have had from those who have participated so far has been extremely positive. So we think this is helping. And I would say that the reason that we proposed this approach in the first place is because we've seen it work in related conditions.
And very quickly, before my time runs out, do you have any information from other participants, perhaps, or in seeking participants, as to why it's been difficult to get people to become involved?
Yes, I mean, there are, of course, a number of reasons, but I think the biggest one I would call a suspicion from the patient population about a psychotherapy-based approach.
Okay. So there's a view that it should be a pharmaceutical approach, perhaps, with the antibiotics and different things.
Yes.
Right. Okay, thank you. That's it for me, Chair. Mindful of the time. Thank you.
Just a question from me, Professor Cannon. I have to admit I'm somewhat astounded, having read the brief from the last inquiry and heard the evidence in terms of issues that people are experiencing around vector-borne diseases, as to why the trial that's been chosen to be prioritised is a psychotherapy trial. I mean, I feel like that's what I heard through the whole menopause and perimenopause inquiry. You know, women are suffering, let's send them to a psychiatrist. Could you just please talk us through the rationale for the study in the first place?
Well done.
Yeah. So, to be frank, that concern is one of the barriers that we face. That people feel that psychotherapy can't possibly help someone with what might seem to be a physical disease, right? I think that's a common view in the community, and unfortunately makes it very, very hard for us to conduct our trial. The reason in short, why we tried this is because we know that it works. We've shown that it works in other related conditions. So I was marginally involved in a trial in long COVID, for example, where we used CBT, cognitive behavioural therapy, in people who had continuing symptoms following COVID infection, a randomised controlled trial, which again showed that it was effective. It's been shown to be effective in other, again, diseases where there are unclear etiology, where it's not clear what the cause is, but people have a range of physical ailments with no clear cause. Those and lots of those arise following infections, and treatment in this way is effective.
Okay, I'm going to go to Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Chair. Professor, thank you very much for your evidence. I just want to pick up further from the Chair's question. You said, you used a phrase, their illnesses seem to be vector-borne, so it seemed to be, indicates that there is doubt about people's genuine illness. And can I just ask if you could expound a bit further? Are you saying, is your trial based on the widespread consideration in the medical profession that this is primarily a mental health issue, not a vector-borne disease, of which there are obviously many globally? Or are you coming from the fact that they do have a serious illness from ticks or other vector-borne agents, and they have then consequently suffered traumatic, mental health issues as a result of their the trauma from their illness and the pain and the suffering? Can you just clarify for me why you think that CBT, is it a cure or is it just mitigating the mental health problems that have arisen, or is it the other way around? Because from what you said, it was very unclear to me whether you actually think this is psychosomatic. And if you could tell me, you said that you've done work in related conditions. Can you also talk about those related conditions and how you see what's the basis of this trial?
So a few different questions there, Senator. The related conditions, chronic fatigue syndrome and long COVID. Whether I think all of those things, well, in a sense, it doesn't matter what I think, because the truth is, of course, we don't know the answer to those things. We may have our suspicions, we might have our views, but what we are trying to do is provide a treatment that works, whatever the cause may have been.
Sorry, can I just clarify there? So when you say treatment, are you looking at this as treatment for symptoms of another illness? So to actually provide people not pain relief, but psychological relief? Or are you actually saying that this is some form of psychosomatic, so you're looking to treat that issue? They're quite different, and it's still not clear which angle you're coming from.
So the treatment that we are providing is primarily based on something called acceptance and commitment therapy. So that is encouraging and helping people to live with their symptoms. So you might think of that as helping them to live with the problems they have. That being said, what we often find is that that also helps with the symptoms themselves. And that really that's what we're hoping that it will.
So can you tell me then the methodology for this trial? You've said that it's a contested environment, and I think you won't get any argument from any of the senators that this is a contested environment. Can you then explain the methodology? So in terms of how many you actually have got on the trial, how you selected them, was it diagnosis-based, was it symptom-based? Who did you select as part of your population, and how did you select them?
So that is one of, certainly I'll happily answer that, but a little bit of background. So as you will be aware, there is no really clear definition of what DSCAT is. And just to be clear, it's DSCAT we're attempting to treat, not all and every tick-borne disease. So one of our first steps was
I don't mean to be rude to cut you off, but I think you've just demonstrated the problem with DSCAT. And anyway, please, if without going into this circular sort of argument about what DSCAT is and isn't, can you just say how did you select? So while you said that there's no reliable way of diagnosing, well, there is overseas. And there are laboratories overseas who are accredited with testing. So who did you select and how did you select them? Did they have a diagnosis? Did they have symptoms? Or had they just been bitten by a tick? How did you select these people?
So we developed a case definition, which we used, which requires a number of things. They have to have had an observed tick bite. Or failing that, they had to have blood test evidence that they have had a tick bite in the form of
antibodies.
Yes, exactly. So that's one criterion. The other is that they have to have a certain number and type of symptoms, and they have to have had them for a certain period of time.
How long?
I will have to check. I think we said 3 months, but I might be misleading you there.
Okay, so how many have you got on the trial?
We have recruited 18.
Okay, and how many were you hoping to get? Because I noticed at Murdoch they've got what, about 550. Are you engaged with the Murdoch one at all? Have any contact with them?
Yes, we are. Yeah.
Okay. So how is what you're doing materially different from Murdoch?
They're completely different. They're not doing a trial.
Okay.
We're doing a trialing a therapy.
Okay, I've got some more questions, but I'll hand over, and then if there's time, I'll come back.
Okay. We are tight for time, but we'll see how we go. Senator Pratt, do you have questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I want to know how your study... I know that the kind of therapies that you outline and are researching can have positive benefit. However, how do you attribute it, if someone does have a positive outcome, to the therapy versus an underlying biological improvement in a condition? Are you controlling for that as well? Like, for example, are you excluding people who are seeking treatment or other who might be taking antibiotics or have been recommended some other kind of treatment? I have no doubt that the kind of therapies you are trialling can work for the purposes of people managing chronic health conditions. But I do share some of the concern that this kind of trial can be seen to attribute the causes of someone's ill health or poor mental health only to psychological factors and not to underlying biological causes. And clearly one can trigger the other both ways.
Well, indeed.
They're my question.
Indeed, they can, and I don't really see them as separate. I think that all of our patients have had clear biological components to their illness, and I would never assume that anything was purely psychological. I think it's a completely false dichotomy that unfortunately is very widespread and is the root of the problem that we have with our study in terms of its perception. In terms of how the trial is designed, so it's randomized, firstly, so means that people we don't choose who gets the treatment, it's randomly allocated. That means that any difference in what you might call the biological improvement will be randomly divided between the two groups, so there should be no difference. We will also require certain things. We don't require that they don't have other treatments. We expect that people will continue to have all the antibiotics or whatever they're used to getting and will continue to do so, but that any differences between the two groups will be dealt with by the randomization. Now, it's possible that it won't be, that randomly one group will all end up getting a different kind of antibiotics than the other group. That's a possibility, but we measure those things, so we should be able to account for it in the analysis at the end.
Is there anything that you'd like to put on record as today in the course of the hearing as far as being able to correct some of the misconceptions about the study? I guess one of which is to unpack the fact that some people seem to be disincentivised from wanting to participate because they're looking for a biological cure without recognising that improvement in someone's day-to-day well-being could be gained from such a therapy in addition to or instead of other medical interventions.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. Absolutely. So when I say this is psychotherapy, that's absolutely how it's best described, but I think it would be more accurately described as psychotherapy-inspired rehabilitation. That's really what we're attempting to engineer here. So rehabilitation is a process where there are typically no drugs involved unless they are for things, but where people will often show a profound physical recovery because of the rehabilitative process. And so if you think about what's the role of psychotherapy in that rehabilitation, well, to give you an example, if your psychotherapist gets you to stop drinking alcohol or something like that, that's obviously going to have a huge impact on your physical health simply through that psychotherapeutic intervention. I think the concern that many of our patients and our participants have is that they have an active infection at the moment. And of course, I can't rule that out. That's not one of the goals of our study. But there's an alternative explanation, which is the long COVID one, which is that people have had an infection and now they're suffering with the after effects, which are far more complex, far more diffuse, and far harder to define. And all of those after effects absolutely can be treated by a psychotherapeutically inspired or guided rehabilitation.
And that's because someone becomes, their system becomes flat because of the infection, and their psychology might become depressed because you've been sick for a long time. So your body might start to recover, but your way your brain works, etc., needs to be re-triggered and supported with therapy to be able to become well again. And that's not to say it's going to work in all cases, but that you might get improvements. How do you unpack the relationship between psychology and biological well-being and some of these factors?
Well, it's a complex and two-way thing. So there isn't a simple way to do it, and we spend a lot of time doing so with all of our patients, but it is complex and it does go in both directions. But to give you an example that slightly elaborates on my alcohol use one.
Because that is removing a biological agent, whereas other examples, to truly unpack that, you would want to separate those out, I guess.
One thing that we would encourage, for example, early on, would be a return to pleasurable activities. Okay, so someone who's ill may have stopped doing the things that they enjoy because they don't feel well enough, and they may be concerned that they're getting in the way of their recovery or something like that. We would typically encourage a return to those, obviously with certain guidelines and restrictions, but we would encourage a return to those activities. And you can imagine what the effect of those might be. Let's say someone who has stopped walking their dog, and we encourage them to start walking their dog again, then the effects on that, on their physical health and their mental health are going to be, I would have thought, clear to anyone. So, and yet that person may have stopped doing so for many years because of concerns about further ticks or about concerns about their ability to safely do so. So the psychotherapy there is acting very simply to facilitate what might be thought of as a healthy recovery process that under other circumstances they might have undertaken themselves but felt unable to do.
So how do you see your program and the benefits of which I can see as clear? There are many examples of psychotherapy being used to support people with chronic illness. How, for the purposes of something like long COVID, or in this case tick-borne disease, does it fit into treatment protocols? Because someone may indeed get treatment for biological causes, but still be sitting in a depression because they've had a long-term illness that they need to recover from. How do we make sure you're still have a place at the table in comprehensive health care, while I guess dealing with people's disappointment around they want to see biological issues prioritised?
So in almost every disease, under almost any circumstance, the optimal approach is a multidisciplinary one where all aspects are managed together. And that is the gold standard for almost everything. But that's incredibly expensive and complicated. And if I were to say that we should admit people to an inpatient unit for multidisciplinary rehabilitation, that wouldn't get anywhere, I'm sure, because it would be cost prohibitive, amongst other things. But that is the way, ideally, that things work, because you have all the members of the team working together. So in our team, for this trial, we do have all the different members. We have the infectious disease specialists working with our psychologists, for example. But we are doing a trial. So what we are attempting to do is show that this one element is helpful. We're not addressing the biology because we can't, frankly. But ideally, if this were to be translated into the clinical world, they'd be conducted in parallel. So you would have a psychologist working with your infectious disease specialist in a hospital to deliver them at the same time.
Will your study look at findings around, I guess, the disappointment the patients have that, that you're essentially told you've got a psychological issue and not a biological one, and that, that's been a really prevalent frustration. In working with disease specialists, what are you learning about how to manage that?
And just before you answer, Professor Cannon, I just need to let Senator Pratt know that this is the last question. Then I'm going to go to Senator Kovacic and then Senator Reynolds for a follow-up each. Thank you.
So we absolutely do not tell people that they do not have a biological problem, that they have a psychological, not biological problem. We absolutely do not say that, and we do not believe that. So we think they have both. Now, people may well be disappointed that they are in a trial, but I think the people who are disappointed to find out that that's what we're offering simply don't participate.
I think it's more the disappointment of patients when they see their doctor that are told that they're dismissed by their doctor, and that's the experience they get. I'm sure that your trial is able to manage that, but I'm interested in how we apply your observations about the trial to what patients feel like they're getting back from their doctors, which is to say it's all in your head and there's nothing we can do. Here are your antidepressants.
That is a complex problem, and it's one that has been studied quite extensively, and I don't think we have a clear answer to it yet, but absolutely if doctors can be trained to manage that encounter better, it's all about doctor training, then the outcomes can be very different. In my clinical practice, I spend a very long time managing that discussion with patients, but it takes a very long time, and I've been doing it for a very long time to get skilled at it. So it's not something that I can give a simple one-word answer to anyone about how to do it, but it can be done.
It sounds like you have to undo a lot of damage that's been done by the time people get to your clinical practice in relation to their feelings about that. Anyway, I'll stop there, Chair. Thank you.
Senator Kovacic for a follow-up.
Thank you, Chair. And my follow-up relates to sort of some responses to some of the other questions, Professor. And I'm trying to just get a sense of this. And you talk about this being, the trial of a therapy being this, the psychotherapy. What I'm trying to understand, was there ever any consideration given the concerns of the community involved here of actually going, well, do we have two streams, one that involves antibiotics or whatever is the appropriate pharmaceutical medication, one with, the psychological therapy? Because you talk about optimal being multidisciplinary. We're actually in this haven't even gone anywhere near optimal, have we? We've just gone down one path. And I'm a layperson, I'm not a doctor, but I can't understand why, if there is a view that a certain group of antibiotics might help, why we just wouldn't go, well, let's try on this group these antibiotics and see if it actually has a positive effect. Why are we actually refusing to go down a path that there is a belief will assist and that there's a view in some circles globally will assist? Why have we shut that door, bolted it and welded it? Why won't we go there? It's a tricky question, and we certainly did think about it. We were aware that would have been a community preference. And we did think about it hard, and we would have, in a sense, liked to do it. We weren't funded to do that, so we would have had some challenges there. But could I just interrupt? How much extra would it have cost to actually be able to do that on top of what you're doing now?
I don't.
A ballpark. I won't hold you to it. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions?
Tens of thousands, I would think. But
right.
the bigger problem would be that treating people with an antibiotic would have been very problematic in itself. So the discussion was primarily with our infectious disease specialists when we raised this topic. Should we try and do a trial in this way? And their view was that we couldn't because we didn't know what we were treating. We wouldn't know how to do it.
But that sometimes happens when people go to the GP now. They've got a bunch of different symptoms, sore throat, this, that and the other, not quite sure what it is. If you're not better in 48 hours, here's a script for antibiotics, you know, if your symptoms worsen. Often we don't know what that is for either.
Yes, that's true.
But it's a broad spectrum medication that actually assists. I'm just lost because it makes no sense to me that we just will not even consider this as an option.
I think the other point about this is, from the survey data that we have seen, is that almost all of our patients are already taking antibiotics already. So it's very unclear that how we would manage that in a population that's already taking antibiotics. So they've probably already had any antibiotic we might offer, or they're already taking it. So within the trial design, how do we incorporate an antibiotic into a regimen that already involves lots of antibiotics? It's very difficult to do.
Thank you. That's all from me, Chair.
I'm going to go for one final follow-up to Senator Reynolds.
Thank you. And mine's a follow-on from Senator Kavashik. We've heard evidence. So we'll just go back. So you are doing, in terms of who you've got on the trial, so they have to have a blood test, have a tick bite, an observed tick bite at some point, plus a positive blood test for antibodies. Or is it either or?
Either or. Yeah.
Okay. So you have a blood test that shows the antibodies.
Yeah.
But we've heard evidence here today, and in some of the submissions, is that quite often people have such low immune systems that their bodies are not able to fight and develop any antibodies at that point. And it's not till they actually have some successful treatment that they then get antibodies, responses, when their immune system is stronger. So you wouldn't be in this trial, you're only picking up people who might already be getting treatment and have had an immune system strong enough to have an antibody response. Is that correct?
I'm not sure that I agree with the idea that many of our patients have an immune system that's incapable of mounting an immune response.
Well, no, clearly if they've had a positive response, their immune systems are adequate enough to have that response.
I mean, we started our study by looking at all the patients who'd been assessed for DSCAT at our hospital, and they all had various blood tests and they didn't show evidence of immunocompromised status.
But that's the point I'm making, is that they weren't having compromised immune systems because they were generating antibodies, whereas we've heard evidence we have people who don't test positive for antibodies because their immune system is compromised. So you're not picking up people who do have compromised immune systems.
No, I think you misunderstand. So they were tested. Okay.
Sorry, go on. Yep.
They were tested not by us, but they're presenting for their tick bite concerns and their infection concerns, what we would now call DSCAT. And so they were assessed by the infectious disease team. Yes. And they certainly looked for antibodies, but they also do general tests of immune functioning. That's normal. And everyone showed up as normal.
I think that's actually made my point. So, final just point on this. Is this the only study that's been done specifically into DSCAT? Are you aware of any other studies? And just picking up on a couple of colleagues' points, is that given the paucity of available diagnoses and complex, for the range of tick bite disease, would not it make more sense to actually have a study that actually looks at better ways of developing diagnoses so treatment can occur better and faster, so that you don't need to wait to give palliative sorts of cognitive-based therapy so people can actually live with it better? It just seems that you're dealing with the end of the process in this sole trial on DSCAT rather than actually trying to get early diagnosis, intervention, so you don't get to the point where you have to give CBT to people to better be able to live with their pain and suffering.
Professor Cannon, I'm going to give you the opportunity to answer that question if you want to, but I also suggest that might actually be a question for the NH and MRC.
I'll be asking them that as well.
As the funder, but if you want, if you want to
Yeah.
answer that question, please go ahead.
I would agree. Funding priorities is someone else's responsibility.
So you're doing what you were, as you said, you're doing what you were funded to do, not, as you said, what you actually wanted to do initially.
I don't think that's quite how I put it.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Cannon. We appreciate you coming before the committee today to give evidence. The committee is going to be reporting back to the Senate on the 26th of March 2025, and I don't believe any questions were taken on notice today. So thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you.
The committee is now going to adjourn for a very quick break, so we'll come back at 4:05. All right, the committee will now resume. I now welcome representative from the National Health and Medical Research Council. Our apologies for running behind today. We've done our best to make up time, but haven't been that successful. Could I ask you, before we begin, just to state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing before the committee today?
Thank you, Chair. I'm Nicholas Johnson. I'm the Executive Director of Research Partnerships Branch at the National Health and Medical Research Council.
Thank you. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and a copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. Dr Johnson, did you wish to make an opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. No.
All right, so we might move straight to questions. I'm going to go to Senator Askew first, and then we'll work our way around the group.
Okay, thank you very much for appearing today. And I noticed that you've been sitting in the room especially for the last hour or so. So you have probably heard quite a bit of the conversation around, especially the psychotherapy research that's being undertaken with your funding, I'm assuming. What other funding, before we go to that, what other funding has been provided for investigation into tick-borne diseases through the NHMRC?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Senator. So over the last 10 years, from 2015 to 2024, NHMRC has funded 3 research grants, one to Professor Richard Canaan, as discussed in the last session, for $1,055,766. That was awarded to the University of Melbourne through the NHMRC targeted call for research, which I'm sure we'll discuss. The second grant awarded through that targeted call for research was to Professor Peter Irwin, titled Troublesome Ticks, Determining the Etiology of DSCAT in Australia, and that was awarded to Murdoch University to the value of just over $1.9 million. And then there was a third grant awarded not through the TCR, but before that through one of our open investigator-led schemes, project grants, in 2017, and that was awarded to Professor Edward Holmes from the University of Sydney to the value of $657,496. And that was a study using metagenomics to determine the causative agents of tick-borne disease in Australia. It was a genomic study of people that have been bitten by ticks to try and identify as that causative agent. There's been a number of other applications for funding since the TCR, but only literally a couple, and they have not been successful through our standard open competitive processes.
Okay, so of those 3, how many have actually reported?
Yes, so the oldest of those grants to Professor Holmes has concluded. That was funding until 2020, and so that is finalised and reported. And then the conclusions of that grant, as with all of our research, the details of that are really provided to the community through published peer review articles. But that is concluded. The 2 in the TCR, the grant to Professor Canaan is commenced on the 1st of June 2019 and has an expected end date of the 31st of May this year, 2025. And the final report is expected to be due towards the end of this year, the end of November. There were some delays, as Professor Canaan has indicated, with recruitment and also COVID disruptions for many of our grants over this period. The other grant to Professor Peter Irwin commenced on the 1st of February 2019 and it is expected to conclude on, it concluded last year on the 31st of October 2024, and its final report is due at the end of April this year. We have, as you may have seen on our website, possibly not, that progress reports have been provided by those grants, and we publish those for the community. And it's not something we do broadly for all of our research grants, but for targeted calls of research where we know there are particular interest groups that want to see urgently where this is going, we put those up on the website as soon as they are available. And those most recent reports that were provided in April 2024 are on the website.
Okay, so with regard to the type of investigations that are undertaken, who determines that? Is that something that you request, or is it in reverse that they put proposals forward to you?
Yeah, so maybe just to, at a high level, explain for the committee the way NHMRC generally operates with funding of research grants. NHMRC hands out around $900 million annually, in the order of something like 700 new research grants. The vast majority of that funding and those grants are through what we refer to as investigator-initiated funding schemes. So our two largest are our investigator grants and ideas grant schemes. And NHMRC will fund any areas of health and medical research as brought to us by the applicants. Those are through basic discovery, preclinical research, clinical trials, population and public health, health services research across all areas of disease. And we quite deliberately do not pick particular areas where we want funding to go, because we don't want to exclude any area. All areas of human disease are in scope and important for funding. And then we allow the competitive peer review process to determine the most meritorious applications, and we fund our recommendations to the Minister purely down that list based on which applications were most highly scoring by their peers. So that's how most of the money goes. And some areas of unmet need, such as this area of tick-borne diseases, do not always come to the top of that very small funding list. To give you a sense of that, only about 15% of the grant applications we get every year we're able to fund, we have funding available for. So many very worthy applications do not get funded. So we have a dedicated program of this TCRs, the Targeted Calls for Research, where we can identify areas of unmet need where urgent funding in a particular topic would be of benefit, and they may not have been funded through those other avenues. So that's how our targeted approach works. We have some broader strategic aims, but those, again, are not deliberately around disease areas. They tend to be on more of a system level around focusing on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander health and public health and health services and the like. So maybe if I focus on this TCR to help, that of course came out of the committee's previous report that had recommendations for government for more research in this area. The then Minister Hunt asked the NHMR CEO to fast track a TCR into this area. NHMRC then established an advisory group. So these are people from the medical areas, infectious disease experts, people from patient and representative groups, to come together to provide advice for us around how to frame up that call for research. So this is a really key part for what we do when we develop a TCR, because we don't want to be so broad that we get applications that are not relevant for the topic, but similarly we don't want to be so narrow that we may exclude research that we aren't aware of that may be beneficial in this area. So part of that craft is to make sure that it will be in scope for what the policy objective is of the call. So we often seek to get external advice about that, and that's what this committee was there to do. It ultimately formed advice to us that resulted in a grant opportunity with the two following aims. Firstly, the first aim was to better understand the nature, prevalence and causes of DSCAT and the way they impact on the physical, social and psychological health of patients. And secondly, to obtain evidence to guide the development of effective tools and procedures for diagnosis, treatment and symptom management. So I guess where that advice came from was to try and understand better the etiology of the disease, but also to ensure the aims include treatment to help people. Having then published the grant guidelines that set out what is in scope and not in scope for that TCR, it will also set the money available and the duration. We then release that and receive any applications we get. And for this TCR, 4 applications were received, which partly I think represents a smaller research community in this area. And the 2 highest scoring applications were funded, which were the 2 that I've mentioned to Dr. Kanan and Dr. Irwin.
Thanks for putting all that on record because it's important that we do actually understand that. I'll hand back to the Chair because I'm very conscious of time.
Perhaps I can say, sorry, Senator, one more thing is that, of course, the Australian Government has now introduced the Medical Research Future Fund, which, unlike NHMRC, tends to do more top-down, priority-driven and mission-based research calls. So those two funds complement each other.
Chair, allocate to the next.
I might go to Senator Kavasic next, and then I'll go to Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your evidence. I asked a question to the Professor earlier, and I'd be interested in your insights. And I know you talk about how you, frame up a call for research. But in this particular instance where, there is a lot of discussion around the benefits of antibiotics or other medications in relation to helping, people recover from tick-borne diseases. This particular study that was approved, or this research, was only a trial of psychotherapy, and some tens of thousands of dollars would have enabled it to become a trial that included antibiotics. When something like this is put together, is there a discussion around, well, X gets us this, but this little bit extra exponentially gets us a lot more? Is that part of a discussion? And this sort of extends to Senator Askew's question. Who then asks that question? It's kind of like if you're going to have a reno with a builder and you need to redo your bathroom and it's going to cost you, 40 grand to do this, but another 5 or 10 will mean a whole lot more actually gets done and they don't have to come back a second time. Is there any kind of practical discussion like that, particularly in a study like this one, where there is so much contention around what is beneficial and what isn't?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Senator. And I can absolutely see the point of that now, that you could see that the benefit you could derive from that. The system doesn't work that way. We receive around 4,500 applications annually for funding across our programs with a relatively small departmental staff. So the truth of it is that staff's job largely is a secretariat to then work with the tens of thousands of medical and health researchers around Australia that we provide these applications to, and for them to provide their advice and peer review assessments of. We don't have the capacity to recommend grants go further or suggest additional funding. That's really, we rely on the applicant, who is the expert ultimately, to bring to us a set of defined objectives. This is their approach and this is their methodology and this is the funding support they need. If anything, it goes the other way, where what we ask our peer reviewers is to review that and ensure what they're asking for is justified. And at some time they will recommend a cutting of the budget if they don't think that funding is justified. But no, we aren't in a position to recommend for the aims to go further. We leave that for the applicants to bring to us.
I do get that piece. What I was trying to get an understanding then, so there isn't an onus on anybody to actually extract maximum value. It's just for a, specific group of, terms or outcomes or whatever you want to do, much like a Senate inquiry. So that if it were anyone's job, it would be that peer review group. Is that correct?
Well, ultimately, it's such a highly competitive program and environment that the applicant has to bring their best proposal and one that they think they can demonstrate is feasible and can achieve outcomes. And if they fail in demonstrating that, they will be poorly scored by the peer reviewers and they will not get funded with our such competitive rates. So really, the applications need to be world-class, they need to be quality science, and we have dedicated assessment criteria that evaluates those different things. It has to be of excellent quality, it has to be feasible, and we have to be able to see the benefit largely, and that this is the team that can achieve that. So they need to do those things separately, and ultimately it's the competitive nature of the system that will determine that.
Got it. I guess what I'm concerned about is the fact that we could have had a study that was much broader for some tens of thousands of dollars more that would have actually perhaps answered a lot of questions that have been asked for, the best part of a decade in relation to tick-borne diseases. And I'm curious as to why it didn't go down that path, because the professor himself said that, optimal is multidisciplinary. So optimal is looking at lots of things. Here we just looked at one narrow group of things.
Yeah.
So I wonder why we've done that, particularly when the problem is so significant. And I guess my question to you then is, there is no onus on the NMHRC to actually see whether it's all-encompassing or whether it's broad. It's just whether the proposal in front of you is a very good one, and that's it, as opposed to the best one.
Yeah, so, I mean, for the advice and where these grant guidelines formed, it set what the requirements and what would be competitive or not for this situation. But there are times where perhaps a multidisciplinary approach is essential for an area, and that might be set out in the guideline to say this must demonstrate those things. So there is a way in certain circumstances to require that. We've also had some grants that are national networks. There's a single national grant with a national focus that must be multidisciplinary. We will only award one grant, and sometimes we require applicants to get together to perform these sort of networks. So there's some flexibility in what that looks like. So we'll look at that at each time. So for future targeted calls for research in particular, if it's an area that's identified that must require multidisciplinary research, then we could write that into the grant guideline at the time. So that's something we'll continue to evaluate when we develop these guidelines.
So for this particular grant, and this is my final question, Chair, was there a requirement that it be multidisciplinary? Was that left to the applicants, or was it specific that it was a narrow focus? So was this something that was very much targeted to be focused only on psychotherapy, as an example?
It absolutely was not narrowly focused on psychotherapies. It deliberately was broad to cover, as I mentioned, that first aim, physical, social and psychosocial causes. So it was deliberately to capture all and not make assumptions about this as our first targeted call in this area. I'd have to take on notice if there was a specific requirement about multidisciplinarity, which I can report back to the committee on that. Sometimes we'll have words that would encourage that, or to give some hint to the peer reviewers that this is something we value. Other times it might be a harder rule. So I can take that on notice, Senator.
Jenny. Thank you.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I wanted to ask, in relation to the Murdoch study, as well as some of the studies that were funded in the CSIRO looking at Australia's landscape and animals, that highlighted the fact that there are a large number of unknowns about Australian ticks and the what's the terminology for it? The zoonotic potential of them. And I think it's frustrated people who are trying to work out if they have a tick-borne disease or can only attribute what's happened to them to a tick because they've ruled out everything else, that there's been a lack of research looking at the extent to which Australian ticks might fit into the kind of parameters and examples that we've seen overseas with a significant disease burden attached to them. So I wanted to ask, what's the significance of those kinds of studies about animals? And there are some studies that highlight which ticks can also transmit to humans, but the microorganisms, the microflora of those ticks is very understudied. How do you bridge the gap and assess as the NHMRC to say, right, well, we really need to see these kinds of issues looked at? There seems to be, I'm trying to work out whether there's much of a gap between what the CSIRO suggested we need much more study in this space because so much is unknown, and the extent to which the Murdoch study might start to highlight some significant, bring out some significant findings that start to answer some of those questions.
Thanks for your question, Senator. I may have a disappointing answer for you. Firstly, to say that The CSIRO study was commissioned and paid for through the Department of Health and Aged Care, and I think they're appearing later, and probably questions around that study are probably best put to them. I don't have any knowledge of that or involvement.
I guess if someone has to join the dots to say, right, well, how do we take what CSIRO does and acknowledge that it's raised significant questions for research bodies in Australia?
Yeah, indeed. And NHMRC has no plans at the moment for additional targeted research into this area. We've continued to run other targeted calls for research in other areas.
Should that not depend on what the findings, for example, of the Murdoch study are? You know, if they find, for example, that there are a whole range of tick-borne diseases, and you can see that in people's PCR results or in, you know, bacteria and viruses that people are carrying that can be traced back to ticks. Surely that's something that would need to be revisited.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. And that is how, I guess, the iterative nature of all research, but also medical research, where I guess what we often would expect to see is having seeded funding for some initial research in an area that produces preliminary studies and leads and obvious next steps that should be pursued. And what we'd expect is applicants would then come back to NHMRC and apply through our normal channels for funding in that area. They may apply to the Department of Health if there's an irrelevant area through the Medical Research Future Fund or through other funders. So we're very welcome and open to those. We aren't actively monitoring all of the research that we fund to then do additional targeted research in that area because, as I said, that's sort of against the model in which NHMRC is set up to largely fund what comes to us rather than do it in a targeted way. And we have no current plans to do additional targeted research into tick-borne diseases. I can explain to you, if it's helpful for the committee, how we pick the TCRs specifically. That was the way it was done for this occasion, but we do these 3 or 4 times a year. So if that's helpful, I can. Yep. Okay. So so there's a number of avenues. We only have around $20 to $25 million available for these targeted calls for research each year. They tend to be a call to fund research in the order of $3 to $5 million, typically. We have a number of avenues to select those areas of investigation. One of them is through responses to government to the inquiries such as these, and we have a number of other examples where government has responded to parliamentary inquiries with research through TCRs. Another is through our own internal committees, and in particular we have a commitment to run a targeted call for research every year focused on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander health. And we have an advisory committee that will provide us a topic every year, so that's another one. We also have a community portal where interested groups, patient groups, can come to us and say, this is an area of unmet need. We think NHMRC should run a TCR, and we will collect those periodically through the year. And we have an independent committee that will review those against a rubric to determine which ones are most meritorious based on which is most likely to give benefit, which one is most likely to be feasible and could be implemented, the outcomes. And that is evaluated and scored, and then the highest ranking will come forward to be proposed as a TCR. We also have the final one I want to mention is the Chief Health Officers and Medical Officers, the states and territories come together in a committee and they advise or recommend to us a TCR on a topic of national significance that is often more focused on health systems, recognising the role the states have there.
Okay. Have you received anything through that process from communities around tick-borne disease calling for further investment or action? So, for example, I note the lack of access to diagnostics that are used overseas to identify tick-borne disease in people. That we've been talking about the same gap where there are established protocols overseas, and yet no one's worked out how to apply those types of protocols to the types of microflora that ticks might carry here that might in fact also result in a tick-borne disease here in Australia?
The short answer is no. We have not received proposals, as I'm advised, through that community portal for tick-borne diseases. Just an example of how this process works. In 2019, we did run a targeted call for research into ME/CFS, which did come through that community portal and was recommended to be produced forward for a TCR, and that was run. But we haven't had one that I'm aware of in tick-borne disease.
Okay, so
we would welcome that. We would welcome that coming through.
You would welcome that?
We welcome absolutely all recommendations of areas of unmet need to come through this committee, that they can be triaged and produced into targeted calls. Absolutely.
So stakeholders could approach you about how to go about putting one of those together?
Yeah, there's information on our website through a portal where people submit their applications, and they do it together with professional community groups, and the information is available there, and we look at those periodically through the year.
So because of the gap between what some medical professionals say and think in terms of the current evidence and what patient advocates are saying, some people are claiming a lack of trust in the system, that NHMRC will be biased in treating tick-borne disease as a psychosomatic disease, for example. What can you do to give us some reassurance that you are looking at tick-borne disease in Australia, that those kinds of concerns will be taken seriously, and you're exercising scientific curiosity about what could be found, rather than just working on the presumptions of assumed evidence that people are questioning?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. I think this is, a common misconception, maybe in the community, but also in the medical research community, that NHMRC in some ways picks winners or likes certain types of research, and you'll be funded for that reason or other. As I've been saying in my evidence, the vast majority of our funding is open to all health and medical research in all areas, and NHMRC will not take a view or triage or filter those applications, and nor will we pick winners on who should be recommended for funding in any area. We entirely rely on the expertise of the medical community and research community to give their opinions about the merits of the research, and the highest scoring are those that are passed through to the Minister. And that might see certain areas of disease being more represented than others from time to time. We don't intervene in that process, and so we will fund research that is determined to be of excellent quality and competitive by peers on any areas of tick-borne disease, whether they be in psychosocial or in other biological functions. And an illustration of that was that Professor Holmes was funded independently of his own merits through a competitive process without any targeted funding, and that was not in a psychosocial area. That was to look at identifying the causes of DSCAT disease.
Thank you, Chair.
Just going to go to Senator Reynolds. Probably got about 5 minutes, Senator.
Thank you. Just a couple of follow-up questions from those of my colleagues. So we've got just over $4 million, 5 years, and there is nothing useful that's coming out of these. So the Murdoch study will tell us the etymology, which is that ticks are vector-borne for these sorts of diseases. Well, that's hardly a surprise, and it shouldn't have taken 5 years to actually come to that conclusion. We knew that 5 years ago. And we've got a cognitive-based practice for people who have biological diseases, who have pathogens. So it doesn't surprise me that you only receive 4, because I've got to say, knowing what we know, and over the years, you have to be a pretty damn brave doctor or professor or researcher to say that you're going to do a study in this area. So it's almost complete market failure. So in that circumstance, and I understand how you do your funding, and I've championed other things that have been researched, sort of picked up
But it's almost like, why bother? So with these, the two that you did approve don't in any way seem to fit the TCR criteria you read out earlier in terms of being able to, diagnosis, because neither of these will come up with any, which is the major issue, diagnosis for these poor people. So is there anything else that can be done? I mean, how do you... We talked about cultural change so that doctors actually aren't gaslighted, struck off and everything else for admitting that they treat patients with tick-borne disease. So is the only way that your organisation can help is with a new fund, with someone putting a new application in? So if someone put another application in for a cognitive, for a CBT-based or, something to treat mental health problems rather than pathogen problems, could you end up having the same result again of complete failure to identify anything new or to do something that would actually help people with the tens of thousands of people who have these illnesses?
Thank you, Senator. I don't know enough of the detail of the area. I'm not a medical expert or infectious disease expert to be able to comment on or respond to your comment that these are resulting in nothing new, or I think you're indicating of the value is not really pushing things forward. Their studies are still undergoing. We wait to get the outcomes, and ultimately, I guess that gets determined by the published literature and whether interventions come.
So how do you measure, just on that, sorry to interrupt, just a short time. So
sure.
How do you measure success? So in this case, the studies, maybe you can take this on notice. So if you go back and have a look at what was in the TCR and what you're actually saying that this money was set aside for, the fact that there was a paucity, there's no shortage of demand, but there were 4 submissions. Yep. 2 were funded, which I would argue don't meet the criteria. And in 5 years, they haven't produced anything of any medical pathogen benefit. So how do you measure success? So if you can take the bit on notice in terms of just give us more information about the process. Yep. And if people do want to put an application, if there's someone brave enough here in Australia to do that, how they would go about doing that. And how do you measure success? Because at the moment it looks like a complete failure. This is not a criticism sure. of your organisation, but complete failure. And then we get the bureaucrats who are saying, well, yes, we've got these studies underway, but they don't relate to the actual problems people are experiencing.
Yeah, and I thank you, Senator. I absolutely recognise there's a very difficult area and a difficult problem. And the fact that we have so few applications when we produced a guideline that I think was broad enough to capture, the available research that is in the Australian community, indicates, I think, part of the problem we have around capacity. So one of the things we can do is to continue to encourage research in this area through capacity building, and that requires targeted approaches. And as I said,
diagnoses.
We don't have, well, we, as I've said, do not have any plans or direction to do that in this area at this time. We'll obviously await with interest the recommendations of the committee and through other channels where we determine these things. You asked what we can do, is it more funding? Largely the main functions, I would say, of NHMRC is to administer that $900 million in research funding. We also produce clinical guidelines. At the moment, work's underway to produce a clinical guideline around ME/CFS. So we produce advice. And we have a couple of other functions, but that does describe our function. So I think funding is our main area where we can influence that.
So I understand funding, but $900 million is a lot of money. And I absolutely get and agree not to be too narrow so that you miss new and novel, under-researched areas, which this absolutely is. So I get that, but how do you measure success for the taxpayer in terms of... So if you just take this TCR, so on notice, if you can go back and say, well, with TCR, this is what we defined, this is what success would have looked like in terms of reports and outcomes 5 years later. because a lot of people in departments and elsewhere in the medical profession, oh, well, you know, we've got these reviews underway, we won't comment, we won't do anything, and that, I can tell you, they are not going to come up with anything remotely useful. So how can we learn from this? And then what would be the process under this TCR? Perhaps in our report, we could actually say, look, there is these avenues for people who are brave enough, and if we can, you know, to come out and say, I do want to do this diagnosis, you know, studies, how they could do that.
Yeah, thanks. And it's a very complex area around evaluation of research and how to determine benefit, whether that's through incremental knowledge creation, whether it's actual interventions in a clinic. It's something that we focus a lot about, and I don't think we have the full answers to, but it's something we.
But the etymology, sorry, I'll finish on this, but I get that. But spending 5 years coming back on the etymology of tick-borne, well, of these, you know, diseases, coming back now from Murdoch University is saying, yes, these are caused from ticks. For want of a better word, what value is that going to bring, and what benefit is that going to bring to sufferers?
Would you like me to take it on notice?
Ticks are disgusting, dirty little creatures who have a lot of nasty diseases in them. Because that's what you funded. Thanks, Chair.
I know that you can't give an opinion, Dr Johnson, so we might leave it so that you can provide on notice any information that you can around the measure of success and what measures NH and MRC uses, as Senator Reynolds has requested. Otherwise, we thank you very much for your time today. In relation to questions on notice, if you could have answers provided to, or responses to the Secretariat by the close of business on the 12th of February, and we're due to report on the 26th of March 2025. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we are so far behind. All right. Okay.
And even if we make a recommendation, because that's what we did with the last one, because the election was
all right. I now welcome representatives from the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners. Thank you very much for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
I am here on behalf of the Royal College of General Practitioners, Royal Australian College of General Practitioners. I am Dr Gary Deed. I'm a general practitioner and I work in clinical practice and research here in Brisbane.
Thank you very much, Dr Deed, and my apologies for us being another 15 minutes late beyond the time that we asked you to come back online. I'm just going to ask whether you'd like to make an opening statement before we go to questions.
Yeah, I'd like to summarise quickly the role of general practice, and it's well placed to provide patient-centred care and coordinate multidisciplinary care, provide support for patients who present with medically unexplained symptoms or those that are suffering from tick-borne diseases. And acknowledge that these diseases are challenging to diagnose, and we as GPs would appreciate clearer information and evidence-based resources to assist in the diagnosis and ongoing care for people with tick-borne illnesses or DXCAT. It would support GPs to provide probably more holistic care and ultimately improve the quality of care that people receive. And part of that, the key messages from our submission, which is submission 66, is to promote the availability of much more clear information and evidence-based resources, which include the provision of educational materials to support health professionals and general practitioners to support people with Australian tick-borne illnesses, and acknowledge that some have been currently published. But it's important that we believe that the evidence-based guidelines need to be developed with something called GRADE, which is a grading of recommendations, assessment, development and evaluation framework. That system allows us to look at recommendations to guide diagnosis, and importantly, they need to be regularly updated as new information and evidence emerges, as you've been hearing today. And our submission lists the key areas where GPs need clearer information, evidence-based resources. And also we call for more specific Australian research to ensure that ongoing guideline development and updates so that we can translate that evidence into clinical care and also overcome misinformation that may exist. And part of that is to provide support around diagnostic uncertainty, I've heard that again today, and also to offset the concern around problems with expensive diversion of patient and clinical resources, or where there is low evidence, poor evidence, low value care. And we also express that we want to be mindful of what might be inappropriate or unnecessary testing or procedures that are low value, that can cause harm, but also acknowledge that in the absence of evidence to support specific treatments, it's important that patients have access and are provided with safe, high-quality care as a balance to that as well. We call for the people like the Therapeutic Goods Association to consider ways to assess and reevaluate low value or other therapies that in fact may be harmful, but also that we support the government-funded information service such as Health Direct to provide evidence-based information to help vulnerable patients, both being financially and physically impacted by low-value treatments or therapies, but also, as I said, to inform better investment in research and grades. So I think I'll stop there and reiterate the importance of GPs having access to clearer information and evidence-based resources that will help us in defining, diagnosing and supporting people living with this illness, both psychologically, but importantly, physically, and respect patients' concerns and preferences as we work through diagnoses and timely treatments for our people living with this illness. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Doctor. I might just ask one quick question before I go to Senator Pratt for further questions. I note that the Senate had an inquiry in 2016 into this very issue, and there were a number of recommendations made. I'm just looking at the list of identified areas where the RACGP is saying GPs need clearer information and evidence-based resources, and you've got quite a comprehensive list there. Would you have thought that, given the things that were talked about and recommended back in 2016, we're nearly a decade on now, would you have thought that most of the things in the list that you've asked for should have been provided by now?
I'm representing myself, the college as a general practitioner, so that's an opinion-based response that I'm giving, but I would certainly believe that I support the original recommendations of the 2016 committee report, and if there are gaps in that, then maybe this Senate committee could address that as well.
Would it be the view of the RACGP that because of the lack of clear information and evidence-based resources, I mean, I'm assuming that the implication is that if you're asking for these things, GPs currently don't have them. Would it be the view then of the RACGP that that is leading to a reluctance amongst general practitioners to treat some people for tick-borne diseases because of the lack of information for them to do so? Because we certainly have heard a lot of evidence today that anybody who believes they have a tick-borne disease is finding it very, very hard to find a GP who will actually take them on and seek to help treat them. And I'm wondering if that is the reason why.
I acknowledge the difficulty and angst that people living with DSCAT appear to vocalise here from living here in Australia. And as a background to that, in an emergent disease, which there are obviously gaps in evidence, and both from diagnosis, management, patient support, the difficulty as a health professional supporting patients is in the absence of clear evidence-based pathways, any health professional will feel unsupported when they're working with a patient. But we have to rely on the principles of being patient-focused and patient-centric, and those principles exist despite DSCAT. And so I think there are resources there that remind GPs that in managing a person with living with DSCAT, that we must always support them through the journey, acknowledge and confirm the patient's concerns, and always remain vigilant to hear what the patient's saying. So those resources exist. However, when then you get more specific into a tick-borne illness pathway, there are pathways that have been published, and I acknowledge those that have arose out of the previous 2016 committee working groups. However, they need to be more widely published. They need to be made more patient-centric rather than just a very dry clinical pathway that doesn't allow the flexibility of treating a person rather than just treating the disease. So that's what I'm calling, and our OCGB are calling, is more the translation of the evidence, which is still lacking, what evidence we have, but into a much more patient-centric pathway that allows GPs to utilise their other training around chronic disease in a more patient-friendly fashion. And I think from hearing from people living with this illness, I think that step alone would make some difference. But we certainly need more evidence about, people have been talking about antibiotic therapy and other things. I mean, I am not an infectious diseases specialist, and I don't propose to even discuss that in depth because it's well beyond myself. But so those pathways do include the use of allied health, multidisciplinary and specialist care, but it needs, again, a revision, I think, at this point in time, and include the patient voice.
I'm just interested in unpacking a little bit more part of your answer to that question. You talked about wanting better guidelines to give GPs the flexibility to give more patient-centric care. What is it that creates the barrier then to GPs being able to have the flexibility? Because I'm just unpacking I'm not a GP, so when you say you need flexibility, what does that actually mean? Does that mean that you need to be allowed to prescribe certain things? Does it mean that you need to have Medicare item numbers? Does it mean that APRA has a very clear view of what you can and can't do? Like, what do you mean by that phrase, give GPs more flexibility?
You've sort of enunciated many of the issues, which if I put it into boxes that make it clear for you, there are system-based issues around time-based, having enough time to actually sit with the person and hear their story and apply some of the clear diagnostic frameworks that are necessary for an ill-defined illness, and also to hear and record patient symptoms, because it's through the symptom of history that you can then unpack something a little bit more specific for that person. So there's a system-based time issue, and that involves APRA amongst other things as well. There's also patient-related issues. Patients have been through, I don't want to use a term that's negative, but through the ringer, so to speak, already often. And when they meet a general practitioner, they're needing someone who will hear and listen to their story, but take an accurate history at the same time without having barriers put up. And so patients sometimes won't talk about it because they've had a negative experience. And so there's this volume of vacuum of patients being reluctant to engage and tell symptoms because they've been told that it's nothing real. So again, we need patient support and patient education around how to be an advocate and how to develop patient support groups that give them the support. I work additionally in the area of ME-CFS, so I know that there are really good support groups that were developed for that. So, and I engage with those groups, and my patients are encouraged to engage with them. That would be useful in the tick-borne disc area. Then, of course, there's the GP area, which we've unpacked a little bit around the area of the vacuum of information, which leads GPs to feel unprofessional because they don't know what to do, and they don't know who to seek. And the pathways of referrals aren't as clearly defined as probably those pathways that are developed, and who do you utilise? And what do you do when there is a pushback from other colleagues saying this patient's possibly got a psychological illness, when in fact as a patient advocate and from your history you know that may not be the case. So you can see there's this system-based, patient-based and GP-based. So, better funding to allow more time for people with these chronic illnesses, support for them to get access to multidisciplinary care. I mean, I'm not so afraid of psychologically supporting a patient. I'm not saying that the cause of the illness is psychological, but it has impacts. So why not get some psychological support without saying it's in your head, or it's, so to speak, in a generic sort of fashion? These people do need help, and they are seeking help. But also how to also get funding and support and appropriate specialists who understand that tick-borne illness can be there in undifferentiated illness and presentations like this. So there's also education of our specialist colleagues is important as well.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Senator Pratt.
What would best practice look like in developing the resources that you're talking about? Who should be at the table? Who should do the work? Is it work that should be done by the college? Are there outside specialists that need to do this? How do you bring in animal sciences that deal with some of the missing gaps in information but still leave open the possibility that some of these diseases could be attributed, some of these conditions could be attributed to very specific microflora in Australian ticks, for example. What kind of process should we go through to get a full set of resources together, including resources that, we've certainly seen cases in this committee of people with well-known tick-borne disease carried in Australia because of the sense that in many circles that tick-borne, including in medical circles, that tick-borne disease isn't real, where those very real cases have been dismissed. And that's not to say the other cases aren't real, but it certainly highlighted to me that there is a problem. So who should do this work and how should it be gone about?
It requires funding, so therefore there has to be some source to start the process and create the framework. Number one, where that funding comes from is certainly outside my auspice as a general practitioner, but certainly would hopefully involve some government support. However, we need the people at the table, starting with people who have lived this illness and have lived experience. It's a no-brainer. You must start with that as the base of the pyramid. Involving general practice, because often that's the interface people have most commonly with this illness, whether it be positive or negative, but it is an issue, so that we can at least bring that together so we can understand how we can develop what we call translation of the research into some improved clinical care. And as you mentioned, all the other disciplines that are involved, such as infectious diseases, etc., I think are very important to bring together. And I mean, there is there is a guideline, but I don't think it was as consultative as that process, and I think that needs to be developed. And
what role might the college play in participating, or developing, or even putting its hand up to lead such a process?
Well, the college, I mean, if we got funded for it, I work on multiple guidelines. In my role with the college, and we get no funding for many of those guidelines. And so something as complex as this involving multiple disciplines and the consumer or the person living with this illness would require substantial work. And I certainly couldn't commit the college to that at this point in time, but I think the framework could be developed.
With the money, so the college would be prepared to say, yes, we'll do this work if government said, we understand that patients need this?
Senator Pratt, I'd have to take that on notice. I cannot commit the Royal College of General Practitioners to such a statement. But also remember, it also just have to be, I want to be careful that it isn't labelled a college guideline. It has to be for the people. Yes. And ultimately guidelines are there to help people and the health professionals who support them, not the other way around. You see, I think that's important.
Thank you, Chair.
I'm going to go to Senator Askew. You're fine. Senator Reynolds.
Thank you. And Dr. Deed, can I first of all start by thanking you and the Royal Australian College of GPs for having, I think, what has taken a lot of courage in this area to come out and speak out on behalf of the, thousands of patients who have these illnesses across the country. I think it was very refreshing to hear that and very practical. So just thank you for doing that. And you've given us a lot of food for thought because we've got the department next, so who are, I think, sort of still in the denial phase about this. So could I ask, so in terms of where to from here and in terms of some of the practical approaches, I like your submission and, having the evidence-based guidance and the specific, what is it called, grade? Was that?
Grade, that's right. It's a way of interpreting evidence.
Yep. So what happened after the last, I was actually on the last inquiry, and the lack of action and how the department, this is just my personal opinion, but how the department managed to say, well, so they got DSCAT up, which I think is entirely inadequate and it's pejorative. And as you've said, it needs to be improved. So you've got some evidence-based pathway and guidance that GPs can actually use. So that we've had these these studies that have been funded by the NRMHC, which are not going to provide any of that practical information and guidance for GPs. So in that environment, and short of you being funded to do this review, and I understand your caution not committing them, but what my fear is that even with your sensible approach and advice, the department will find some other way, because there are a lot of Lyme deniers in the department, and my concern is the new CDC is also of that ilk. Are there practical measures or guidance that they could do up front to say, while we don't know, we haven't got adequate diagnosis, and there are some treatments, not all treatments are available yet here in Australia, and I don't think there's an MBS specific for this, which is obviously one thing that needs to happen. But what could be done to, instead of saying, okay, well, we've got this report out in March next, and what are the practical things in terms of your evidence that could be done straight away while we have imperfect knowledge to diagnose and treat? What do those better pathways now? So people who are suffering, and we've heard that early action is beneficial and it helps not have the long-term debilitating. So sorry, this is a long way. I'm sort of thinking this as I'm going a long way asking this, but what are the things that could be done now under the pathway while they're getting the grades, and things sorted out to help people today who can't get help or treatment?
I think it's a very clear call to acknowledge that DSCAT exists as an entity rather than, I don't know whether we can go to the term disease until you've got a clear etiology, and it requires a lot of definition around disease. However, again, I said put the patient in there. I mean, allow people managing people with DSCAT to support the patient, but also teach them to listen and acknowledge the impact of these illnesses and about how do you manage those things. What about how to manage symptoms in the absence of diagnostic uncertainty, also, what we could also teach them what not to do. Like, I'd love to not encourage patients to spend $10,000s if we can offset that sort of financial harm to patients. I think that's important. So it's what not to do and what the evidence is around that, but what to do in diagnostic uncertainty. And there's a lot of principles about supporting people who need that.
So can I just read out to you? So that sounds eminently sensible, but in the submission from the Australian Centre for Disease Control, so their starting opening gambit, I think, says it all and is completely incompatible with what you've just said, because they've said Lyme disease is caused by the bacteria, can't pronounce it still. Scientists have not found this bacteria in Australian ticks unless compelling scientific evidence verifies its presence. The Australian government is not in a position to support the diagnosis of locally acquired Lyme disease and therefore, by extension, I think, tick-borne diseases. So as a result, in Australia, Lyme disease is only considered clinically relevant in patients with an international travel history to Lyme disease endemic areas. And so therefore, it's saying that this position is supported by the Royal College of Pathologists and the Royal Australian College of Physicians. Now, how do we get to what you're suggesting, which I think is the humane, compassionate way forward for people with their GPs, when you've got the Centre for Disease Control saying it doesn't exist here?
Yeah. So
and that's what underpins the DSCAT.
Yeah. So what we're hearing there is that the current diagnostic process is very black and white according to those authorities. And I have to accept I'm not an infectious diseases authority as well. So I accept that they say that that was specific to Lyme disease, by the way, probably not necessarily other tick-borne illnesses which may occur in Australia. So I think that absolute problem with diagnosis being black and white there, as you mentioned before, there are people with immune deficiency that don't develop certain immune responses until well into their illness. This is an area where we need more evidence and better certainty to absolutely rule it out and rule out that patients may not have a tick-borne illness. I think people living with that and some of these stories show that there is evidence that may be challenging. And I think that we need people to use diagnostic testing in the absence of great certainty and be a bit more patient-focused and a bit more friendly towards these people until we can get that clear evidence. Those diagnostic tests can change as well, and the process may change according to the developed evidence.
A final question, does the Royal Australian College of GPs have a position on acceptance of tests? We've had a lot of evidence in the last inquiry and this inquiry where people have had tests and tested positive for Borrelia, but also for other tick-borne illnesses, in accredited, ISO-accredited laboratories which have mutual recognition with Australia, but yet the positives are then dismissed by the Australian medical profession as being false positives. It just seems a bit incongruous that we accept those laboratories' tests except when they find Lyme disease or something similar. Have you got a position on the acceptance of these tests?
Again, within the limitations of my scope of practice, I'd find it difficult to cast a unfounded opinion, other than the fact that I think that issue really needs to be clearly further evaluated and ongoing. I mean, if what you're saying is correct, I think part of the Senate committee needs to go back and ask for better clarity of that diagnostic pathway and the reasons and evidence underpinning it. And if it supports that current position based on clear evidence, well, so be it. But I think we should go back. I think it's worthwhile, Senator Reynolds, for you to ask for that process to be re-evaluated.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Deed, I'm just going to check. Senator Kovacic, did you have a question?
I do have a quick one, Chair. Did you want me to go ahead with that now?
Yeah, sorry. I briefly had a brain fade and forgot that you're online.
That's okay, no problem. It's just very quick. Does the RACGP collect or have had any feedback from GPs on the usefulness of materials published on the Department of Health and Aged Care website as it relates particularly to DSCAT and how that assists GPs to actually improve diagnostic confidence, which you sort of say is what GPs really want. So how useful is that to a GP?
I will take that on notice. What are people telling you? Yeah. Thank you, sure. Senator. So I'll take that on notice. I'm not aware in my position at the present time of that feedback, but I think that's a very relevant and appropriate process that we could bring back to the committee as part of that. So I'll take that on notice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right, in that case, Dr. Deed, thank you very much for taking the time to give evidence today, and I appreciate that we've taken up more of your day than you were previously expecting, given we're running behind time, so that's very much appreciated. The committee is going to report to the Senate on the 26th of March 2025, and in relation to the questions that you've taken on notice, if you could give your responses to those to the committee secretariat by the close of business on the 12th of February 2025. But thank you again for your evidence. It's been very helpful to the committee.
And thank you, and please stay healthy. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
I'm now going to welcome representatives from the Department of Health and Aged Care and the Australian Health Practitioner Regulation Agency. Are they online? Oh, yeah, I can see Mr. Lum. Mr. Matthew Hardy, do we have him? Who wants to go first? Oh, now, Linda, you have to go, don't you, to catch a flight? So I'll put you on first. Okay. I might start actually reading out what I need to get through, and hopefully Mr. Hardy will be able to join us. I now welcome representatives from the Department of Health and Aged Care and the Australian Health Practitioner Regulation Agency. Thank you very much for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. And a copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. Professor Lum, for the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yes. Hello, Senator. Can I just confirm that you can hear me?
Yes, very clearly.
Thank you. My name is Gary Lum. I'm a Principal Medical Advisor in the Interim Australian Centre for Disease Control, which is within the Australian Government Department of Health and Aged Care.
Thank you. And Mr. Hardy, if you could state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today.
Yes, Senator, my name is Matthew Hardy and I'm the National Director of Registration with the Australian Health Practitioner Regulation Agency.
Thank you. Mr. Lum, did you have any opening remarks that you wanted to give us before we start with questions?
Yes, please. I would like to start with an opening statement. Thank you very much, Senators. The Department of Health and Aged Care appreciates the opportunity to make a submission regarding the access to diagnosis and treatment for people in Australia with tick-borne diseases. The Department's submission details the department's initiatives and resources developed to improve the awareness, diagnosis, treatment and management of tick-borne diseases in Australia. This includes the adequacy and effectiveness of the clinical pathway to support patients and current research to advance the management of complex inflammatory diseases. We hope that this submission helps to provide answers and relief for patients and their families suffering from tick-borne diseases. The department also welcomes the opportunity to appear at this public hearing and answer questions. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, one of the department's officials is unable to be present today to answer questions with respect to policy and program-related matters. I'll do my best to answer questions where I can and appreciate that the option has been afforded me by the committee to take on notice questions that I am unable to answer. We would also like to thank the others who have made submissions to the inquiry and who have also provided a deeper understanding of the access to diagnosis and treatment for people in Australia with tick-borne diseases. And we would also like to thank senators of the Senate committee for providing an opportunity for organisations and individuals to participate in policy making, having their views placed on the public record and being considered as part of the decision-making process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Lum. Mr Hardy, did you want to make any opening remarks?
Thanks, Senator. Yes, to start off, to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land that we're meeting on and to thank the committee for the opportunity to appear today via video conference. As the Professional Standards Regulator, AHPRA and the Medical Board of Australia work in partnership to regulate medical practitioners under the Health Practitioner Regulation national law. It operates in all states and territories in Australia with some modifications around complaint management for some jurisdictions, including Queensland and New South Wales. The paramount principle in the law is the protection of the public and public confidence in health services provided by health practitioners and students. Our core focus at all times is patient safety. With the Medical Board of Australia, we protect the public and uphold quite high and rigorous standards of medical practice. Through our notifications process, we've an obligation to scrutinise doctors whose actions may be harming patients and who come to our attention because of a complaint about the way that they practice. We cannot and do not facilitate directly access to medical services for patients. There is no doubt that there are patients with serious chronic and debilitating illnesses who have a diagnosis attributed to tick-borne disease and or Lyme-like illness based on their symptoms and or results from accredited laboratories. And we support and have supported since the 2016 Senate inquiry into tick-borne viruses further research to assist to clarify this disease and the development of appropriate clinical guidelines by appropriate entities. Consistent with some of the other submissions that we've heard in the 2016 Senate inquiry and today, the importance of those clinical guidelines continues to be a priority. There's no doubting the distress of patients and their loved ones when they're affected by an illness that's regarded as related to tick-borne disease. These patients deserve to have good quality medical care and we support their careful evaluation and management. I accept that there may be a perception that the Medical Board and AHPRA have targeted medical practitioners who diagnose and treat patients with Lyme-like illness, and I want to say again that that's not true. We hear from some medical practitioners that they fear losing their registration if they diagnose and provide treatment to patients. This is also not correct. However, I do accept that the publicity generated by some of the actions that we have taken in response to individual complaints might create that impression. All practitioners in Australia, medical practitioners, are expected to practice good medicine in keeping with the Medical Board's Code of Conduct. Where notifications are made about a practitioner who's treating a patient for Lyme-like illness or tick-borne disease, we assess whether the practitioner is providing care to those patients in a safe way. And in cases where the Medical Board has taken regulatory action, there was an assessment that there was actual harm suffered by a patient. The Medical Board sought independent expert advice from appropriately qualified infectious disease specialist practitioners about the safety of the care that was provided by a practitioner, and action has been taken only where care provided was determined by the board on the basis of the evidence before it to be unsafe. And I'm happy to take any questions from members of the committee. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. I might just start by noting, I guess, that this is the first time I've come to the issue of tick-borne diseases. I know I have colleagues on this committee who were here for the first inquiry in 2016. I have been really shocked at the position taken by the department that significant action has been taken following the recommendations of the 2016 inquiry. If I go to the last pages of the department submission, where they have attachment A and they have a series of, there's a table there which indicates the actions that have been taken. There are many things in this table I would suggest do not actually evidence that the department has acted. So if I go just by way of example to recommendation 8, the committee recommended that the Australian Government Department of Health establish the prevalence and geographical distribution of overseas acquired Lyme disease in Australia. The response from the department is the department recognises that many medical practitioners are not familiar with overseas acquired Lyme disease and has developed educational materials to inform practitioners. I fail to see how that in any way, shape or form is establishing the prevalence and geographical distribution of the disease. There is nothing there to suggest that there's any level of surveillance. There's nothing to suggest that GPs are being asked to report when they have patients who have confirmed cases of Lyme disease, and there's nothing in here to suggest that there's any level of surveillance or reporting when GPs are seeing patients who are experiencing the sequelae from a tick-related incident. So that is just one example, and I'm sure that my colleagues are going to ask questions about the others, but I guess if I was going to give feedback to the department, I would suggest that the response to date to the original inquiry has been underwhelming, and the fact that we have just heard from the Royal College of GPs who've said that there is much information that they require still a decade on, simply saying that we have a DSCAT now, which many people who've come before us today have said is inadequate and in fact has made things worse. It seems to me that the department's putting a lot of stock in the development of that, and there are many gaps. But I'm going to hand over to Senator Reynolds to start questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. And can I first of all say that I'm bitterly disappointed that there is no one from the department here today, that I understand there are unforeseen and unforeseeable circumstances, but the fact that nobody from the department bothered to turn up, I would ask that we have another hearing, given everything that we've heard today and read in the submissions, that we have the department appear, because yes, I couldn't agree more with your comments then. I'll come to Dr Lund shortly if I could, but I'd like to pick up Mr Hardy in terms of your comments. First of all, two areas I want to pick up. The first is accredited labs. Now, one of the things that we had in the first, and I did participate in the first inquiry, and I found the medical profession's utter cruelty and almost like, I call it a bit like cult-like attitude to people who have this illness as unfathomable. And I think the department has doubled down, having a look at their submission. But one of the things we heard then, and that we've heard again now, is that people do go to accredited labs overseas, and when they do have tests here, ones that are ISO accredited and also are reciprocal, now got a reciprocal acknowledgement, is that people who get these tests done, the medical profession here treats them as if it's a false positive. Now, does APRA have a position on this? If you get it from a lab that is accredited, that is ISO accredited, and particularly if one has a reciprocal agreement here. I mean, how can the medical profession pick and choose which results they accept? I don't understand this. Does APRA have a position on this?
Senator, there is no position in relation to that, although there have been submissions made in tribunal proceedings that the board has made it, or it has regarded it as safe practice to rely on diagnostic testing from accredited laboratories. And I'm not aware from the cases in which we've referred practitioners to the tribunal or taken any action that the diagnostic testing relied on by those practitioners was from an accredited laboratory.
So maybe so in light of that, then turning the onus around, so if people have results from accredited laboratories, then there is no reason to disbelieve or automatically assume it's a false positive.
Senator, I'd agree with that contention.
Okay, thank you. Now, in relation to medical practitioners, one of the things we've consistently heard before and now is that there are very few medical practitioners who will openly admit to treating people who've got tick-related illnesses because of the variously called gaslighting, cancelling, and sometimes the pursuit of them in relation to this. And the anecdotal evidence, I think, is quite strong in relation to that. How do you recognise that there is that attitude out there amongst some in the medical profession? And if you do, how do you then, when you go through and do your assessments, make sure that if you get a complaint from another doctor, that they are not, they're not seeping through their own bias, that these things simply don't exist in Australia, or people have got psychological problems?
Thanks, Senator. So I tried to address, I think, in the opening remarks, our approach to assessing whether or not a complaint made about a practitioner who's treating someone for a Lyme-like illness is safe. What the cases that have been referred by the medical board to tribunals or have been the subject of appeal by a practitioner to a tribunal indicate is that in each of those instances there was a patient harm suffered, and in the majority of those cases the issues for referral to the tribunal weren't limited to and did not isolate around treatment or diagnosis of a Lyme-like illness. There are cases in which practitioners have been reported to the medical board for concerns around diagnosis of Lyme disease that have not resulted in any action taken because the assessment of the diagnosis and treatment undertaken by the practitioner was deemed to be reasonable. In circumstances where action has been taken, it's been on the basis of expert advice from infectious disease practitioners who looked at the care and diagnosis undertaken by a practitioner and the assessment that that was not safe.
So just on that, can you take on notice, please, for the committee, how many complaints you've received that are tick-borne related, tick-borne related, how many were pursued, and can you also say who were the complainants? Were they other medical practitioners or were they actual patients? And also whether any of these related to treatment that people may have been referred to for overseas, because we've had a lot of evidence that people actually do go overseas, get treatments that they can't access here, and doctors here who, perhaps even some of the specialists that you seek, don't understand or don't agree with treatment that people receive overseas. So I'm not saying they're right or wrong, but if you could unpack that for us and provide the data, I think that would be very helpful to have a look at the actual numbers and the origins of that. Thank you. Dr. Lum, could I ask how long have you been in this position?
I've been employed as an Australian public servant since the 2nd of October 2007, initially as Assistant Secretary for Health Emergency Management. In 2013, I transferred from being an Assistant Secretary to a Principal Medical Advisor.
And you're a Doctor of Medicine?
I am.
Do you have a specialisation?
I trained in pathology, specifically microbiology.
Okay. So could I ask then, and I believe you have given, if my memory serves me correct, you have actually given evidence. Have you given evidence before on this?
I have, Senator, in 2000. So if I could just provide a bit of background for you. The department in early 2013 was asked on behalf of one of the state governments to consider the issue of Lyme disease in Australia. The then Chief Medical Officer, Professor Chris Bagley, accepted that request and then established within the department a clinical advisory committee on Lyme disease. We had patient advocacy groups on that. We had members of various medical practitioner skill set areas, including those practitioners who regarded themselves as familiar with Lyme disease, tick-borne disease, some of which were integrative medical practitioners. And in addition to that, there were members who came from the Royal College of Pathologists of Australasia and the Royal Australasian College of Physicians. There was a Royal Australian College of General Practitioner representative as well on that clinical advisory committee for Lyme disease. Then we undertook to do a scoping study by Professor John Mackenzie, which, amongst other things, looked at the question of not only Lyme disease in Australia, but also tick-borne diseases in general, plus other arthropod-borne diseases, noting that there were many patients who provided testimony to us in their submissions that they were concerned about other vectors, so either insects, arachnids, as well as platyhelminths like leeches. And Professor Mackenzie provided that scoping study, which was published on the department's website, where he was considerate of the microbiota in various vertebrates, particularly ticks. And you've already heard from Dr. Nick Johnson from the National Health and Medical Research Centre that Professor Edwin Holmes undertook research using metagenomic processes looking at the microbiota of ticks in Australia. The Australian Senate at the time, after hearing from many patient groups and through the Senate estimates process, where questions around Lyme disease were asked many times, elected to establish an inquiry, and that was the 2016 inquiry. And at the time, the focus was mostly around whether Lyme disease occurred in Australia. We were also considerate of other possible tick-borne diseases, in addition to the readily diagnosable and readily characterised and described tick-borne diseases caused by bacteria like rickettsial organisms, Q fever. We were also made privy to the work of clinical immunologists around mammalian meat allergy, as well as the clear problems with tick allergies and paralysis tick allergies and the like. Yes.
Sorry, Professor Lum, but I think that the committee is fairly across the history of the last inquiry, and I would go so far as to say that I think that characterisation of the previous inquiry is somewhat narrower than what it was about. It wasn't just focused on Lyme disease, it was very much focused about tick-borne diseases and not just Lyme. So I'm going to go back to Senator Reynolds.
So, Dr. Lum, or do you prefer doctor or professor?
I don't mind. Doctor's fine, Senator Reynolds.
Okay, thank you. So, my initial question was, because I did have a recollection of you giving evidence on this previously, so that's sort of what I was just clocked that in. So, did you write or sign off on this report from the ACDC?
No, Senator. I was asked for my thoughts in terms of reviewing it, but I'm not part of the policy team that handles the policy around tick-borne diseases.
Okay.
So I did read it and I did provide my thoughts and comments on it.
So what's your current role?
My current role is Principal Medical Advisor in the Interim Australian Centre for Disease Control. So my scope of engagement across the CDC covers nearly all of the sections and branches within the CDC. I also provide contributions to other parts of the department. So I'm not a policy person, I am an advisor.
Okay. So we've got a submission here from the department, of whom have chosen not to be represented today. We've got, but is also a co-paper.
Can I beg your pardon? The person who was going to be here, it's due to unforeseen circumstances. They had a strong desire to be present, but they were just unable to make it to today's hearing.
Okay. Well, Can I just ask a clarifying question, Professor Lum? Was that person the only person from the area of the department that is responsible for putting together the submission to the inquiry, or are there other members of that team?
It was the lead senior executive service official who was responsible for our division.
How many people in the department are part of the team that put together the submission to this Senate inquiry?
I can't tell you the exact numbers, but
more than 5?
5 to 10 people. It depends on the various sections that they might be involved in, but there's not a single person who has tick-borne disease as their sole work.
I understand that. I guess I am echoing Senator Reynolds' questioning of why the department has chosen to send you when there's possibly 5, 6, 7, 8 other people who actually are responsible for the submission that we've received.
Chair, thank you, and I would like to sort of request that we do get the department back because this is one of the worst submissions I've seen. So can I just say, Dr. Lum, that this is also, it's not just a departmental submission, this is also a submission from the Centre for Disease Control. So you haven't seen this submission that's actually on behalf of your organisation.
No, I have. I did say that I read it and I provided comments back to the policy area who was responsible for drafting it.
So in terms of the introduction, so thank you for that clarification. So in terms of the introduction, where it actually, so it really this submission narrows it down to Lyme disease, which presumably they mean classical Lyme disease. As a result, in Australia, Lyme disease is only considered clinically relevant in patients with an international travel history to a Lyme disease endemic area who are experiencing symptoms or a verified tick bite and or laboratory test reports. So in terms of the ACDC, is that a position that you endorse or support as somebody who's had extensive experience in this, that even today this is narrowed down to classical Lyme disease and actually have travelled overseas?
Thank you, Senator. No, that submission from the department does not focus entirely on Lyme disease in Australia. It is about tick-borne diseases in Australia. The reason why we proceeded after the 2016 inquiry with developing the debilitating symptom complexes attributed to ticks clinical pathway was because there was so much dispute and controversy around diagnoses of various specific infections. To get away from that and acknowledging that one of the recommendations from the 2016 inquiry was to try to avoid using Lyme disease and Lyme disease-like in the terminology. And because we acknowledge and have heard the voices of patients in Australia who have described their debilitating symptoms, that's why the term debilitating symptom complexes, to represent the different types of debilitating symptom groupings that occur, was chosen and used.
So thank you, Dr. Lum.
So our submission is not purely confined to whether Lyme disease exists in Australia or not.
Okay, well, I'm not going to, because this clearly says Lyme disease is only clinically relevant to people who've been overseas, but I'll put that aside for the moment because we're running out of time. Did you listen, have you read the submission, or did you listen to to Dr. Deed from the College of GPs?
Yes, I was watching Dr. Deed from RACGP.
Could I ask you then, given time, can I ask you to come back to the committee with feedback on his observations about the lack of evidence-based information and support, and the fact that DSCAT doesn't use the grade system in terms of fidelity of information for GPs in terms of diagnosis and treatment. So if I could ask you to come back and deal with those issues. On the face of it, it seemed very practical and common sense. So would you support that approach? And if not, why not? So if you are you happy to do that?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, we can do that. The DSCAT clinical pathway is an evidence-based pathway, but it does not go into the details of the quality of the evidence that was used.
Yep. So if you could have a look at that and come back with more specific, can this DSCAT, a lot of people have said it should be scrapped and started again, but if you were to enhance it, could it be enhanced with more specific information that the GPs are saying that they need for diagnosis and treatment? And the final question on that is that...
Sorry, may I just say one other thing, yes. Senator Reynolds? If you look at the purpose of the DSCAT pathway, we've made it clear that DSCAT in and of itself is not a diagnosable condition. It's not a term that should be equated with the diagnosis, but the DSCAT pathway makes it clear that this pathway is to help with decision support. It's very patient-centred, and it's meant to be around assisting medical practitioners caring for patients with decision support in a patient-centric and compassionate, empathetic way.
Dr. Lum?
Just on that, Dr. Lum, I note that recommendation 3 in the attachment A of the submission that was provided by the department, recommendation 3 was that the committee recommends that the government medical authorities, in consultation with stakeholders, including the Australian Chronic Infectious and Inflammatory Diseases Society and the Carl McManus Foundation, establish a clinical trial of treatment guidelines developed by ACIDS with the aim of determining a safe treatment protocol for patients with tick-borne illness. And the department has said that that has been addressed by the development of the DSCAT clinical pathway, and yet what I just heard you say then was not that.
That's exactly right.
So and this is, I think, where the issues lie, in that we are struggling to understand how the department can say that that recommendation has been addressed. From what you've just said, A, there wasn't a clinical trial, and B, it's not a treatment pathway, it's a decision-making tool. So how do we square that away?
It's a decision support tool to help with treatment.
Dr Lum, Dr Lum, sorry, just so in relation, following on from the Chair's, because it does clearly say that the DSCAT is a diagnosis and referral pathway, yes. But can I just take a step back from that and just say I would implore the department to go through, and not in a defensive way, but go through and have a look at what has been said about DSCAT. The overwhelming evidence we've had is that it's designed to be patient-centred, but it's not working that way, and it is not a diagnosis and treatment tool. And I think what the College of GPs have said is actually quite sensible. So could I ask in good faith, not that you wouldn't, but the department, talk to the department and go away, and perhaps if we can call them back, we'll ask the department to deal with this in more detail. So would you be happy to take that on notice?
Yes, thank you, Senator.
Thank you. And my final issue that I've raised with a number of witnesses today is the suitability and the acceptability of tests that are done in accredited laboratories and ISO approved laboratories. When people go and get those tests done, either through the Australian practitioner or someone else, the evidence we've had is they're generally treated as false positives. And so do you have a position on if someone gets a test through an accredited lab, shouldn't the default position be that it's accepted as a true result, not a false positive, simply because it's for something people don't believe we have here?
Thank you very much, Senator. One of the most important lessons we have in medicine, particularly as a pathologist, is that when making a diagnosis, a patient's clinical context is the most important aspect of making a diagnosis. So if the pretest probability and the patient context doesn't fit a diagnostic test, then there should be questions asked about that diagnostic test. Having said that, if under the mutual recognition agreement that the National Authority for Testing, the National Association of Testing Authorities Australia has signed under ILAC with certain other countries is in play, then that still holds. The issue is that under the ILAC arrangements and the MRA arrangements, it depends on the recipient of the results, that is the treating practitioner, whether they would like to accept that result as being useful or not. Part of the complexities with the diagnoses of tick-borne infections, whether they be bacterial, viral, parasitic or fungal, is that the nature of the test has a large bearing on the accuracy, the reproducibility and the reliability of those tests. And as a result of that, questions can be asked about the veracity of some results if they don't fit the clinical context. So, for example, if the test is for Lyme disease...
Sorry, Dr Lum, can I just perhaps ask you, I think we're just sort of looking at each other going, well, I think the answer to my question is that you don't have to rely on those tests, that if they don't fit what we've got incomplete clinical guidelines, then the incomplete clinical guidelines or the assessment that an individual doctor has, and the GPs have said they don't have sufficient diagnostic and treatment information. So you're saying then, I think you're saying yes, that they should then doubt the test rather than the symptoms based on incomplete knowledge that the GPs have said they have.
If their focus is purely on Lyme disease, yes, but if their focus is broader and looking at other potential causes of the illness, understanding that when it comes to ticks or any animal, that their microbiota consists of thousands of different microorganisms, of which the vast majority are commensal and harmless. They don't cause infection, but there are going to be a few organisms. And part of the problem with the research results that have been questioned today is that it is an iterative process. So while we do have very important research that has identified that there are a wide variety of organisms in Australian ticks. The next part of the research is to go through questions around pathogenesis, whether those organisms are pathogenic or not. At the moment, it's not clear. When you look at the specific organisms in the genus Borrelia that have been identified by Australian researchers, they do not exist within the clades that tend to be responsible for Lyme borreliosis and for relapsing fever. They are part of a clade commonly found in reptiles and not known to cause disease in humans. And that's why some of that research is now looking for antibody responses to those particular
Dr. Lum,
bacteria.
Dr. Lum, can I just say, yeah, I appreciate that analysis and that information. But while all of this research is going on, and what distresses me greatly is that in 2016 we had the inquiry and there were incredibly sick people who in some cases led to suicide because they do have very complex symptoms, they haven't been treated properly, and we still have that situation today. We've got, it said in this report that there's been 8 million funded to research in your response, but we could only count up just over 4 to produce two reports now. One that'll actually tell us that ticks, the etymology does, things can come from ticks. Well, we knew that beforehand, and cognitive-based assistance for people. But there is nothing in all of that and all of that time that is doing anything that I can see from the evidence that we've had is that people who are sick, regardless of whether you've been able to diagnose exactly what pathogen it is, there are people who are sick who have the most appalling quality of life for them and their family, and they are not receiving any treatment for a whole variety of reasons. So if you could perhaps take back, and when the department appears, it would be really good to hear about what can be done, and the GPs said they don't have enough information to provide that treatment now. So if you could come back, and we'll get the department to come back, Chair, through you hopefully, what can we do now to provide better information to GPs who can relieve the suffering, even if you don't know exactly what pathogen it is, of thousands of patients today? And I haven't heard anything yet from anybody who's looking at the patients and people who are suffering today.
And on that, I might go to Senator Kavasic, who has a follow-up question, and then I'll go to Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Chair. This is a question both for Dr. Lum and Mr. Hardy, and where appropriate, either of you answer. I'm deeply troubled by a lot of the evidence that we have heard today, particularly as we go around in circles around who is responsible and who this and who that and what it is and what it couldn't be. I'm going to go to the submission from the department, and it says, as there is no clear set of symptoms and no specific tests applicable for DSCAT, it is not possible to collect data on the number of patients suffering DSCAT. Right? So we think about that for a moment, even though we have a lot of patients telling us that this is what their understanding of their symptoms is. And there's a lot of discussion around we have to listen to the patient because they're the ones whose story and whose history of their illness is the most important in terms of diagnosis. We then have a situation where we have medical practitioners who are afraid or concerned about treating patients for Lyme or tick-borne diseases because of the impacts to their professional reputation and to their licences. And Mr. Hardy, you said that you receive referrals from experts based on people not being treated as they should be or appropriately. How can that happen when the department's own submission says there is no clear set of symptoms or specific tests? So how then can you deem that someone has not appropriately treated somebody for something that there is no clear pathway to treat? I don't understand. This is one of the many things I don't understand from today. Why should a medical practitioner be in fear of losing their licence for attempting to treat a patient because there are no clear guidelines to that treatment. But the only thing that seems to be clear is that if they attempt to treat them with any group of antibiotics, they may be flagged and reprimanded by AHPRA. Explain it to me, because I'm very, very confused.
Thanks, Senator. I don't know that I would characterise the action that we've taken as being action against any medical practitioner who has prescribed antibiotics to a patient.
Well, could I have then on notice practitioners who have lost their licences or have been reprimanded in relation to tick-borne diseases, what the reasons were for those reprimands or loss of licence?
Yes, Senator, of course. And I think the question that you directed was around, in the absence of clinical guidelines, what other evidence do the medical boards rely on when making a decision about whether treatment provided to a patient was safe? And the evidence that I was giving to the Senate was that we'd seek to rely on independent opinions from practitioners who work in the area of infectious disease and other independent practitioners who are from the same specialty groups as those practitioners who are providing the treatment. Point to the basis upon which the board has taken action is clearly set out in the proceedings before the tribunal in which that action has been reviewed or it's been referred to.
And could I also have on notice where the complaints have come from? So I'm making an assumption that, there may be a group of complaints that may have come from the patient, but where those complaints have not come from a patient, how has AHPRA come to know that something has been unsafe?
Thanks, Senator. And I think that also related to the question from Senator Reynolds, and we will provide that on notice.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Lum, do you have any comments in relation to the fact that the department says there are no clear set of symptom-specific tests or anything else? No, not possible to collect data, but possible perhaps to reprimand a practitioner for treating.
Yeah, thanks very much, Senator. I can't comment on the issues that relate specifically to the Medical Board of Australia and the Australian Health Practitioner Regulation Agency in terms of what medical practitioners can or can't do. Having said that, when it comes to the understanding that we have of debilitating symptom complexes attributed to ticks and the non-specific nature of the symptoms, if you look at the clinical pathway, it does provide guidance around how to approach different diagnostic processes and consultation with relevant specialists, including infectious diseases physicians and specialist microbiologists, as well as others, in trying to come to a diagnosis. The question that you had around doing surveillance and monitoring, because there's no defined cause and there's no defined diagnostic term, it's difficult to monitor and undertake surveillance given the manifold manifestations of tick-borne diseases, whether it be infection, whether it be a sensitivity, or whether it be some other manifestation of a tick-borne exposure. Normally, when we undertake epidemiology and surveillance of an infectious disease, it's a process that's agreed by states and territories who will be responsible for collecting that information, and it relies on a notification. It can be a notification from a referring practitioner treating the patient, or it can be a notification from a pathologist, and that's known as a laboratory-based notification. In the context of debilitating symptom complexes attributed to ticks, it's not possible to undertake that given the sheer number of variables associated with it. And my prediction would be that taking this to states and territories, it would be difficult in the absence of a clear case definition and there would need to be willingness from our colleagues in states and territories to collect that information.
What then are GPs and patients meant to do?
So that's why this is a very difficult situation, and we've acknowledged that from the outset when we began the work in 2013, and that's why while we appreciate and understand everybody wants to have a very clear approach to how to manage patients, and I think that we've heard today, unfortunately I was unable to listen to testimony before the lunch break, but I was able to listen to testimony of patients. I've also spoken with patients over many years. I've read all of the submissions from all of the inquiries, also the submissions made to the department from patients. And I think that you'll have appreciated from the submissions and also from the testimony you heard today from patients that the manifestations associated with tick-borne diseases are vast. It's diverse. There's a common core of probably chronic fatigue, cognitive dysfunction, myalgias, and headache.
I do understand. Yeah.
Not every patient has those, but that's probably the main core set. But most patients will describe their symptoms and it will vary from patient to patient. So being able to undertake an epidemiological surveillance process for that is extraordinarily difficult.
It is. And I guess the other concern that I have, and I'll finish here, Chair, is that it's pretty clear that all the recommendations of the 2016 inquiry actually haven't been addressed. Yeah. Because if they had been, that question would be able to be answered, because there is no pathway for clinicians, really, is there, or for patients?
Well,
there isn't. There isn't a meaningful pathway. The response from the department actually contradicts itself. It talks about there being no clear set of symptoms, no specific tests, and then says all the recommendations have been addressed.
That's why we developed the DSCAT clinical pathway as a decision support tool to help people to get to hopefully a diagnosis.
But there are no specific tests for DSCAT. There are none.
No, there aren't.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's it from me.
And because of the manifold causes, there won't be a single test for DSCAT. It's not a diagnosable condition.
I'm going to go to Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Chair. Can I commence by asking for an overview of the implementation of the previous recommendations from the earlier Senate inquiry? I know there's been a holistic commitment from government to implement them, but notwithstanding that, there are still some gaps in the science that enable, expectations to be met around that. And in answering that, if I can draw you to, the where to next. So as I understand it, the DSCAT survey will look at the pathology of, I just had it open, pathology of ticks, what the vectors are, and where they've come into contact with humans and what the epidemiology of that is. How will government use that information, and how might the Centre for Disease Control use that information going forward?
Thank you very much, Senator. So while I can't commit to what a future government and what the department might do in the future, I think it's reasonable to say that since the 2016 inquiry and the government response to that, a lot has changed in terms of what we know about tick-borne diseases, but also a lot has changed in technology. So you will have heard earlier today, particularly from Bernie Hudson, around the role of metagenomic next-generation sequencing as a potential tool to look for various microorganisms in vectors that may or may not be the cause of disease. when we can characterise what organisms are causing disease, then better diagnostic technology can be used for direct detection. So I think that Bernie gave a very eloquent description of the difficulties, particularly if you look at the history, for example, of Lyme disease, where the vast majority of diagnoses have been based on serology, which is prone to cross-reactions, prone to non-specific reactions. But these days, with more direct methods of diagnosis, they tend to be more accurate. Having said that, one of the great lessons that we learned from COVID-19, when everybody became armchair experts around diagnostic testing, is that they also have problems. So antigen detection, nucleic acid amplification, they must be done competently. And for accurate results, they do need to be done in a reliable fashion. So to answer your question more broadly, apart from Lyme disease, we need to be considering what the potential pathogens are. So that's why this early iterative research about what microorganisms are in Australian ticks is so important, and then working on the pathogenesis side of it. Once we've got there, then we can have better diagnostic testing. When it comes to treatment, it is very difficult, as has been mentioned by others today, particularly the expert who dialed in from the United States. I think it was Professor Ahern, I can't remember her name correctly, who pointed out that when it comes to treatment, we have a real conundrum in this country and globally with the use of antimicrobials when there is not a clear indication. One of the senators, I can't remember which, I apologise, mentioned that if they go to a general practitioner and complain that they've got a sore throat and sniffles, that if it doesn't get any better in a few days, they might be given, or they will ask for antimicrobials. Unfortunately, that's not the best approach, given that the vast majority of upper respiratory tract infections are caused by viral pathogens. Antimicrobials will do no good in terms of treating those infections. The few causes, the few bacterial causes can be readily diagnosed, and that's why it's so important to undertake diagnostic testing. But the majority of patients these days tend not to have a specimen collected if they present with an upper respiratory tract infection. So I think that for the future, while, as I said, I cannot commit to what the department will do in terms of updating the pathway, given the new information that is being developed around diagnostic technologies, given greater understanding around treatments, they can be explored. And in addition to that, I think there's also been a lot learnt around tick allergies. I read the submission from the clinical immunology group, Tiara, particularly wanting to make the problem of mammalian meat allergy better known. And that is certainly something that that does need to be considered. And it has been considered previously by the department in conjunction with states and territories through Communicable Disease Network Australia and the Australian Health Protection Committee.
So if a tick bite, in some circumstances, if it's carrying a certain pathogen, can give you a meat allergy.
It's not the pathogen. It's not the pathogen. It's the fact that it will pass on and transmit through its bite a sugar moiety known as alpha-gal. And most mammals, apart from humans and a couple of other primates, have alpha-gal in their systems.
So that's like a microflora then?
No, we're not talking about an organism. This is an immunological reaction. This is an allergy or a sensitivity. It's got nothing to do with infection. So this is not relating to bacteria.
They pass on their own allergy that then grows in the...
Well, it'll pass on its alpha-gal sugar moiety. because human beings do not have it in their systems, their immunological system will react to it, create an antibody response, and create a severe allergic response, to the extent that there are some people around the world who cannot ever eat mammalian meat again. So basically no more red meat. There are some who do recover after many years. So with the graduated return, they can eat a decent steak again. But there are some who, if they want to eat meat, it will be fish and poultry.
So it certainly highlights how complicated all of the different things that can be in ticks are. So how might the DSCAT study, which as I understand it is a survey to better understand which bacteria, viruses and other pathogens are... no, actually the tick survey was the one done by CSIRO, and then the other is the biobank.
So the biomarker work by CSIRO is looking at microRNA. These are very short segments of ribonucleic acid, and they are non-coding, so they're not responsible for gene expression in the host, but they are reasonable biomarkers for certain conditions. It's mostly been used for oncology work, so for malignant diseases, but also potentially for some infectious diseases. So while the work of CSIRO on the microRNA biomarker project is in its final stages, and they're looking to publish in a peer-reviewed journal, and we don't have the final report on that yet. Part of the preliminary conversations suggest that of the DSCAT patients that they have worked with, that there may be a biomarker, a microRNA signature that is common to DSCAT patients.
So separate to that, CSIRO was funded to study the tick survey, which was largely on animal populations, looking at the diversity of ticks and what bacteria, viruses and pathogens could be carried, and what implications that might have for human health. And they essentially found there's so much here, more work needs to be done. So how do we connect the dots between what patients are experiencing, what's going on in their bodies, to backtrack to where it might have come from in the environment?
Sorry, Senator, and that's part of the research. So what they're doing is they have been able to characterise some of the bacteria that they've identified through their metagenomic approaches. They've been able then to determine what might be the antigenic structures of those particular microorganisms, and then they're taking serum from humans and animals to determine whether an antibody response has occurred. So that's the first step. So in terms of joining the dots, this is the initial steps in terms of determining the pathogenesis of particular microorganisms.
Yeah. And even in a case where you look for the antibody response, but it's also been put to us that some people don't have an antibody response. But equally, for diagnostic purposes, you still have to do that work to establish that that is what is triggering the illness, which then can take you back to which organism or microflora or whatever it is that's triggered that, so you can establish what that causal factor is, and then you can look to work out how you might diagnose it in addition to using an antibody response, for example. I'm not a scientist.
That is a very good interpretation and recanting of what is being looked to do. If I could just also mention, a lot is made of immunosuppression, and there's this unfortunately general impression that if somebody is immunosuppressed, they cannot mount an antibody response. There are varying degrees of immunosuppression, and it depends on what the purpose of the immunosuppression is. If it's a result of illness, then it tends not to create a complete absence of the ability to develop an antibody response. So when people say, oh, they're immunosuppressed because of this chronic illness, so they cannot mount an antibody response, that's not necessarily true. With good testing and highly sensitive assays, antibodies can be measured.
So where do you think this work in Australia should be headed to in the context of the CDC?
Well, once it's established, the Australian Centre for Disease Control will be a non-corporate agency of the Australian Government Department of Health and Aged Care. And while the final establishment roles and responsibilities are yet to be finalised, it's largely going to be an advisory organisation. Unlike the United States Centres for Disease Control and Prevention, Canada's Health Protection Agency Canada, and UK's UK Health Security Agency, we will not have intrinsic laboratory infrastructure. So we are relying on the laboratory infrastructure of our state and territory colleagues as a network, and relying on that. The same is true for other aspects of the CDC. We will still be relying on others for provision of advice. And when it comes to the involvement of the health systems in states and territories, it will certainly require cooperation and agreement from our colleagues in states and territories.
So as an example for a future CDC, how might it examine, for example, there are a lot of sick dogs in remote Indigenous communities, and they're very sick from tick bites, and often those they're reasonably well understood in that they're not understood to have a dog-to-human transmission, but it can't be ruled out, or other types of viruses, pathogens and bacteria, etc., could become part of that tick population. Is that the kind of thing you might give advice about in terms of how it should be monitored or responded to?
So certainly at the moment, when it comes to the problems of dogs in remote communities, so for example, when there are reports of dogs with large infestations of scabies, which then pose a risk of crusted scabies in humans, the structures within the department, including the CDC, so what I'm talking about there is under the construct known as the Australian Health Protection Committee and its standing committees, we work with states and territories around developing advisory guidance and documentation that can be nationally consistent and used in those specific areas.
Right, okay. So in the case of ticks, I know there's a fair bit of work that's done by AMRIC for animal welfare purposes. When does an animal welfare issue become a human health issue, and how do you monitor that?
So as part of the interim Australian Centre for Disease Control, we've established a One Health unit. What most people in Australia don't recognise is that the Commonwealth Government's Department of Health back in the 1950s actually had a veterinary unit in the Department of Health. So it foresaw what was going to happen and had the very first One Health unit. But we've got a One Health unit now, which is in very close cooperation with our colleagues in agriculture, fisheries and forestry, and members of that One Health unit are also veterinary trained, so properly trained veterinary surgeons with experience in disease epidemiology and the interface between non-human animals and humans, as well as the environment.
Senator Pratt, I'm going to pass the call to Senator Askew.
Thank you very much, and again, appreciate your time being here this afternoon. I just wanted to pick up on something. I think you said, Professor Lum, in regard to DSCAT is not a diagnosable condition. And if that's the case, the clinical pathway, I presume, is there more for a guidance thing more so than actual a process to actually to come to a formal diagnosis. So with that, there would be no definitive steps available to actually say at the end, a conclusion that somebody has this or that. It's just a guideline for different options for treatment. I noticed you mentioned earlier about Dr. Ahern's evidence that she gave from New York City earlier today. Do you monitor like overseas best practice? Because I'm just some of the things that they've put in place over there, I'm just wondering what steps we would be mimicking here in relation to what they've done over there.
Thank you very much, Senator. Just to go to your first point, so while it's true, DSCAT is not a diagnosable condition and the clinical pathways to assist with decision support, one of the final decisions that can be made is that there could be a final diagnosis. It could be a diagnosis of spotted fever. It could be a diagnosis of Q fever, because Q fever can also have chronic fatigue, symptoms associated with chronic Q fever disease. So the outcomes of the DSCAT clinical pathway are not always going to be, we don't have an answer because it's not easily explained or not diagnosable. There will be patients for which there is a diagnosable result. When it comes to what happens overseas, particularly with tick-borne illnesses, we do look at, and we have developed over previous iterations of this work, relationships with colleagues in the United States as well as the United Kingdom. We've also had contact with people in Brazil. They've got their own unique situation, which has recently come out and made a big decision to reverse its original position on whether chronic Lyme disease exists or not. But in the United States and in the UK and in Australia, the situation is roughly very similar. So we have disputes and controversy around the diagnosis, treatment of tick-borne diseases. When we specifically look at Lyme disease, even in places like the United States and Canada and in the United Kingdom, where classical Lyme disease does exist and does occur, there are disputes amongst the medical practitioners about whether there is so-called chronic Lyme disease versus late-stage post-treatment Lyme disease. And depending upon which practitioner you might speak with in the United States, you can get quite different perspectives. So that's why when we've been working with practitioners in the US, we have taken advice from both sides of the particular arguments. In the UK, we've worked particularly with the Rare and Imported Pathogens group in what is now UK HSA about their situation. And in the DSCAT clinical pathway, the people responsible for drafting that use the guidance material provided and developed in the United States as well as in the UK, and they did look at other countries as well, but it was primarily the advice from the United States and the advice from the United Kingdom, and that was heavily weighted in the write-up of the DSCAT clinical pathway.
So one of the pieces of evidence she mentioned was that they established a tick-borne disease working group. Has one of those ever been existed in Australia? And if so, does it still exist?
Yes. No. We had, in 2013, the then Chief Medical Officer established the Clinical Advisory Committee on Lyme disease, which is effectively a tick-borne working group. In addition to that, we do have a subcommittee of the Communicable Disease Network Australia, which is known as the National Arbovirus and Malaria Advisory Committee, and they have medical entomologists as members, and certainly ticks a regular feature of the agenda of that particular committee, and they report annually to Communicable Disease Network Australia.
Okay, so it might be something that we could look at going forward. Another piece of evidence that she gave was that in New York City, because of the situation with doctors being frightened to even admit that they were seeing patients or treating patients for Lyme disease and other tick-borne diseases, they made a legislative change to protect clinical assessment. So the clinical assessment, which is made by a doctor here in Australia, is exactly what we were talking about before in regard to APRA as well, in that we're backing the doctors to actually know their patients. So therefore, by getting to know their patients, they make a decision and make that call.
It's not exactly the same, and it is peculiar to New York State. It is definitely not a national position in the United States. So that testimony was specific to New York State, their medical board. Having said that, in New York State particularly, endemic classical Lyme disease exists. As I said, the difficulty is with the concept of so-called chronic Lyme disease, and that's where there were practitioners getting into trouble with their medical board. In Australia, we would always back clinical acumen, clinical context. But having said that, if we specifically look at Lyme disease, it would be inappropriate to make a clinical diagnosis of Lyme disease in Australia in a patient who has never been near an endemic area of the world. If they've never travelled outside of Australia, a diagnosis.
Do we know what disease it is then?
I think we're back again
No,
where we started. We've come round the full circle again.
This is where we are, Senator. This is where we are. Because,
my final piece.
Millions of dollars have been spent on trying to identify and characterise a microorganism or microorganisms that may cause the symptom complexes that are being described by the patients in their submissions.
So we've just come back round to where we started, I think, but I just wanted to, on that note, refer you back, or the department, back to the evidence provided earlier today by Dr. Richard Schlöfel. He gave evidence that he's treated over 1,200 patients, I think on the north coast of New South Wales it was where he was, that have had tick-borne disease type symptoms, and he's had like an 80% success rate. So I think there's obviously something in what he's been doing, and whether or not he's ever been referred to APRA, I don't know, but that's a situation where would probably be worth looking at his evidence. He also had some pretty...
Senator, we've worked with Richard Schlöfel over many years. He was part of some of our committees, and he certainly has participated in many of the meetings that we've had and many of the groups. So we are very familiar with him. I have met with him many times and have also been in receipt of the guidance documents that he has developed over many years. To be clear, because I wasn't actively involved in this work at the time of the DSCAT clinical pathway being developed, I haven't had a lot to do with Richard since the early days from 2013 to 2016.
So he did have mentioned, I think he's got some pretty good guidelines even on tracking and recording patients that have had exposure or have developed symptoms that are similar to tick-borne diseases or Lyme disease. So it's probably worth following that through with him and revisiting his evidence.
And certainly, Senator, we encourage Dr. Schlöfel to put those through the NHMRC clinical guidelines portal, because then if it could be adopted by the NHMRC as a clinical guideline, it would get widespread acceptance. I don't know what happened to that, but for any guideline developed by a medical practitioner after they've seen many patients, their best approach would be to go through that clinical pathway portal of the National Health and Medical Research Council.
Excellent. Thank you.
Great advice.
I just have a couple of final quick questions. My first one is to Professor Lum. Given that there's clearly a situation that's been recognised where we have a large number of people who are suffering a range of consequences from potential tick-borne diseases, notwithstanding that we don't know what are all the diseases that are causing those things. Has the department done any work since the last inquiry to do proactive public health promotion education around the dangers of tick-borne diseases? Because certainly one of the things that we heard from people with lived experience today is that they have concerns around the lack of knowledge in the community around the potential dangers from ticks, notwithstanding that we don't know what they all are.
Thank you, Senator. So up until now, a lot of the communications messages developed by the department have been available on the department's website, and we do that in collaboration with states and territories. So there's a lot of sharing and there's a lot of similarity between the various guidance and advice documents, states and territories and the department. And there's certainly been conversations and discussion and meetings of groups like Communicable Disease Network Australia to develop that. In terms of the future, with the establishment of the Australian Centre for Disease Control and noting that its communications experts will be very interested in ensuring that the CDC is an authoritative voice around providing advice for public health. It's an opportunity to, again, go through that tick-borne disease advice, particularly advice around how to remove ticks, what to do if a tick causes a bite, and other aspects of ticks in Australia, plus other potential problems as well. So while I cannot commit because the CDC is yet to be established, and while I certainly can't commit to what our communications experts will do, it's certainly something that in general those communications experts are looking to do as part of the established Australian Centre for Disease Control to improve the communication with Australians around public health matters.
I think that would be a good thing because I'm yet to find many Australians who are going to the Department of Health website to proactively look for things they don't know about. So a public education campaign, I would think, has to be much more proactive in bringing people's attention to issues. My last question is to Mr Hardy. Mr Hardy, you noted earlier on in one of your responses that you think that there's, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it was along the lines of because there have been some practitioners who have had actions taken against them in relation to potentially treating people around tick-borne diseases, that you believe that there may be a perception out there that, people can't do that. What proactive steps has APRA taken to educate its members around the fact that it is okay for them to be treating people with potential tick-borne diseases, notwithstanding the uncertainty that there is around that, if they are taking a patient-centred approach?
Thanks, Senator. And it may be an area where more work needs to be done. What is required of us is that we publish decisions of tribunals in relation to practitioners who've been referred to the tribunal. So what I would say is there is an explanation around the basis for a referral to a tribunal, the basis upon which the tribunal's taken action, and a copy of the tribunal's decision. What we probably have not done, which may be something that needs to be addressed, is publish other information about instances where treatment or diagnosis by practitioners has been reviewed and has been deemed to be appropriate.
Yeah, I think that would be very good for APRA to take on notice, because we've certainly heard in this inquiry, we've also heard in the menopause inquiry, the real chilling effect that can happen when there are decisions or studies that are later debunked. And I think there needs to be a more proactive approach on the part of APRA to maybe inform their practitioners. And I guess the final observation that I would just like to make, particularly while we have you, Mr Hardy, is another common thread, I think, that's gone through a number of the inquiries that we've had recently around either contentious or new health issues, is that the medical profession does not seem to cope very well with things that they don't know everything about, such that the people who really pay are patients who feel gaslit, who feel not listened to. And I think if there is one thing that I would like APRA to take away from this inquiry and others that we've had, the medical profession needs to learn how to deal better with things they don't know so that they are still showing care for patients, because the hundreds of people who write to us and tell us how their lives have been impacted, how they feel constantly gaslit by medical professionals, surely there has to be a way that the medical profession can talk to people in a caring and compassionate way, be frank about what you don't know, and still treat people with respect and compassion, because the number of submissions that we receive across a range of medical issues where that is not happening for people is really unsettling. With that, I am going to thank you both for giving evidence today. We do appreciate your time, and we really appreciate the fact that you've had to wait around because we've gone over time, so thank you for that. And with that, that does conclude today's hearing. I want to thank all witnesses who've appeared today, also the Secretariat and Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance. As I've said earlier, the committee will report to the Senate on the 26th of March 2025 and request that answers to questions taken on notice are provided to the committee Secretariat by close of business on the 12th of February 2025, and the committee stands adjourned. Thank you.